The basic falsehood stated. Kotkin. Through it all, the NKVD never broke down, let alone rebelled. The ease with which Yagoda was destroyed proved that there was no threat whatsoever to Stalin's rule. The secret police, even under assault, remained an utterly reliable instrument of his will, a testament to both the limits of the feared yet despised Yagoda's authority and the strength of Stalin's as supreme leader. 394. No evidence given for these outrageous statements. No wonder. We have a great deal of evidence that the NKVD leaders, both Yagoda and then Yezhov, were indeed conspiring against Stalin and the Soviet government and party. My book, Yezhov vs. Stalin, reproduces a great deal of this evidence. Much of it is taken from Jansen and Petrov, and the revised Russian edition by Petrov and Jansen, as well as other sources that Kotkin cites but not here. His readers will not know this. Here is just one quotation from a book that Kotkin cites many times. Evdokimov gave similar evidence. According to him, in September 1938 GF he discussed the threatening situation after Beria's appointment with Yezhov, Frenovsky, and Belsky. Allegedly, they agreed to prepare an attempt on Stalin and Molotov. Yezhov was also said to have had plans to murder Beria. According to I.U. K. Ivanov, an NKVD executive from Evdokimov's circle, as early as late July, after a visit to Yezhov, Evdokimov had alluded to terrorism against the party leadership. Involved in the conspiracy first of all were people originating from North Caucasia, Evdokimov's home base, Djin, Nikolovzurad, and others. But the action, planned for November 7, 1938, did not take place because Djin was arrested beforehand. 3. Mark Jansen and Nikita Petrov. Stalin's loyal executioner. People's Commissar Nikolai Yezhov 1895–1940. Stanford, Hoover Institution Press, 2002, 156. There is a great deal more evidence of NKVD rebelling against Stalin and the party. Kotkin hides it from his readers. Omitting the evidence. Kotkin. Franco, therefore, had nothing to teach him, except that a military-led putsch, assisted externally by fascists, could try to seize a whole country, a scenario that Stalin was manipulating to justify his own savage domestic counterinsurgency against an imaginary insurgency. 401 No footnote. Yezhov, some of his NKVD men, and some party first secretaries, claimed that there were serious insurgencies afoot. We have discussed this, and quoted the texts in English translation, in Chapter 5 of Yezhov vs. Stalin. This primary source evidence was, of course, available to Kotkin too. But he never tells his readers about it. From the evidence we now have it seems that they were lying, at least in large part. But Stalin and the central leadership in Moscow were relying on the party and NKVD leadership around the vast country to inform them. There is no question that Stalin believed that these alleged insurgencies were real, as the editor of one of the document collections admits. That editor is V.N. Kostov, one of the compilers of several important document collections and a very anti-Stalin researcher. And the most frightening thing was that Stalin made his decisions on the basis of confessions that were the result of the inventions of certain employees of the organs of state security. Stalin's reactions attest to the fact that he took these confessions completely seriously. Lubyanka Golgotha, 6. What is important here? That Kostov admits the existence of a major conspiracy by Yezhov. That Kostov concedes that Stalin was deceived by Yezhov. Yezhov admits as much in the confessions of his that we now have. That Kostov admits that Stalin acted in good faith on the basis of evidence presented to him by Yezhov, much of which may, or must, have been false. Kotkin, who cites at least 6 books written or edited by Kostov, does not cite or use this very important collection of documents. It is important to ideologically anti-communist researchers that these mass murders be seen as Stalin's plan and intention. Kostov is honest enough to admit that the evidence supports the opposite conclusion. Some of the confessional and investigative documents Yezhov sent on to Stalin and the Soviet leadership must have been falsified. But Kostov himself has no idea which were fabrications and which were not. Furr, Yezhov vs. Stalin, 64. The falsehood about quotas. Kotkin. In summer 1937, he vastly expanded the arrests and executions to non-lights non-elites. There was no dynamic forcing him to do so, no factional fighting, no heightened threat abroad. The terror was not spiraling out of his control. He just decided, himself, to approve quota-driven eradication of entire categories of people in a planned indiscriminate terror known as Mass Operations. 3, 433. Note 3, 999, is to Solzhenitsyn and an even older book by Weisberg. Of course, neither could have any evidence to support Kotkin's claim. This is a falsification, and a particularly flagrant one at that. As American scholar Arch Getty has pointed out, for Order No. 00447 established limits limiti rather than quotas, maximums, not minimums. The word's meaning was well known, it never meant quotas. Reflecting Stalin's concern that locals might go out of control, or out of his control, Order No. 00447 twice warned that excesses in local implementation of the operation were not permitted. Getty, Fever 232-233. 4. I discuss this issue in Yezhov vs. Stalin 72-3. Getty repeats this in a recent book. One of the mysteries of the field of Soviet history GF is how limiti is routinely translated as quotas. Getty, Practicing 340 and 109. Kotkin knows this, of course. But his readers will not know it. Why not? Because he hides it from them. Kotkin falsely attributes the Bolsheviks with a passion for quotas elsewhere too. On January 11, 1930, Yagoda asked his top subordinates how many people could be interned in existing labor camps and where new camps might be quickly established, encouraging them to think creatively. 156. The upshot was that each territory would have a deportation quota. 157, 36. Note 157, 916. 157. Ivinitsky, Kollektivizatsiya I Raskulachivani, 108-9. But there is nothing about quotas of any kind on these pages of Ivinitsky's book. The nonsense of psychohistory. Kotkin. There could have been no such terror without the Communist Party and its ideology, but there would have been no such terror without Stalin, and his profoundly dark personality, immense strength of will, and political skill. 321, 490. Let's pause for a moment to consider the first clause in this sentence. Can it really be that Kotkin is ignorant of the massive terror by capitalist countries in many parts of the world? Or does he just hope his readers will be ignorant of them? Conquest, quoted in note 321, 1007, by Kotkin, was an avid supporter of the immense terror, which included the massive use of torture, of the American war in Vietnam. What about American terror in Korea, the Philippines, Latin America, Iraq, Afghanistan? British atrocities in Kenya and India? The French massacre of African soldiers in Senegal? 5. For this last atrocity see https://fr.wikipedia.org/wiki/massacre_de_theoroi. As for Kotkin's psychologizing of Stalin here, profoundly dark personality, it is of course an error to try to explain historical events in this way, despite how often anti-communist writers have recourse to it. 6. It is also an example of the logical fallacy known as the nominal fallacy, giving something a name, dark personality, then assuming that you have explained it. 7. 6. See the essay by Jeffrey Roberts, Stalin, Trump, and the Politics of Narcissism, a response to Rose McDermott's The Nature of Narcissism. H. Diplo, June 29, 2018. At https://issforum.org/roundtable/policy/1-SBG-Stalin. 7 For one discussion of this fallacy see http://www.indiana.edu/p10134447/dictionary/nomfal.htm. As we shall see, Kotkin has no evidence whatever to support his view that the massive executions of 1937-8 were planned by Stalin. But since he rejects the explanation that is supported by all the evidence we now have, cheap psychologizing is all Kotkin has left. Plus Robert Tucker, Kotkin's professor at Princeton, was an avid proponent of psychohistory. 8 See Robert C. Tucker, Stalin as Revolutionary, 1879-1929, A Study in History and Personality, New York, Norton, 1973. The personality part is Tucker's phony psychohistory. Frenovsky's confession statement. Kotkin, Yezhov's NKVD, was riven with distrust. When informing Frenovsky that he wanted to appoint him first deputy commissar, Yezhov asked him to recite his accumulated sins. "You have so many sins, you ought to be arrested right now," Yezhov told him, adding, "Well, so what, you'll work, and you'll be my person 100%." 233. Frenovsky further testified that Yezhov demanded that I find investigators who were utterly dependent on us or had sins on their records, and they knew they had sins, which could be held over them. 234. 415-6. No 233, 996 http://www.hrono.ru/doc/193904113beria.php, APRF, F3, OP24, D373, L3-44, Protocol of Frenovsky Interrogation, Beria to Stalin April 11, 1939. Frenovsky and Yezhov were not close. "I had multiple clashes at work with him," Yezhov would later observe of Frenovsky. "I cursed him out, and called him a fool to his face, because no sooner would he arrest someone among the NKVD operatives than he would run to me and shout that it was all fabrication lipa, that the person was wrongly arrested." Posledny Slovo Nikolai Yezhova. No 234, 996 http://www.hrono.ru/docum/193904113beria.php, APRF, F3, OP24, D373, 13-44, Protocol of Frenovsky Interrogation, sent by Beria to Stalin April 11, 1939, Afanasyev, ONINE Malkali, 218. There are a number of falsehoods here. For starters, Frenovsky's confession is a statement, not an interrogation. But more important, Frenovsky asserts that the Moscow trial's defendants were guilty. Kotkin ignores this. I have put an English translation of Frenovsky's statement online so the reader may see for herself. 9. 9 at https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/research/fridaynovskyeng.html. ONINE Malkali is a fraud. As for Afanasyev, ONINE Malkali, 218. This is interesting. It is a very short excerpt from Frenovsky's statement. This book, published in 1991, was a part of Gorbachev's truly gigantic attack on Stalin that facilitated his turning the USSR towards capitalism, civil conflict, and dissolution. It was published in an edition of 75,000, an enormous printing of what is a dry and, supposedly, scholarly book. The full text of Frenovsky's statement was published in 2006 and is cited above by Kotkin. It shows how dishonest ONINE Malkali is, since that Gorbachev-era book does not mention the fact that Frenovsky strongly and repeatedly attests to the guilt of the Moscow trial's defendants and the existence of Yezhov's conspiracy. The editors of this 1991 book, doing Gorbachev's bidding, concealed this from their readers. And now Kotkin is concealing it from his readers. More dishonest use of Frenovsky's confession statement. Kotkin cites Frenovsky's confession statement a number of times, and falsifies it every time. Kotkin, note 278, 967, to page 234 of the text. In 1935, Yefim Yevdokimov evidently asked Frenovsky if he had any information about the hand of Yagoda in the murder of Kirov, insinuating Stalin's involvement. Protocol of Frenovsky interrogation, Beria to Stalin, April 11, 1939, APRF, F3, OP24, D373, L3-44, http://www.hrono.ru/doc/193904113beria.php. This is yet another of Kotkin's blatant falsehoods. Evdokimov's question about Yagoda did not insinuate Stalin's involvement at all. Quite the contrary. Evdokimov, Frenovsky, and Yagoda were all in the rightist conspiracy. This is made clear in Frenovsky's statement, though Kotkin never informs the reader of this. For example, Evdokimov also said that in a number of regions of the North Caucasus his people had succeeded in leading some groups of rebels, and that the purge of the party that was taking place at that time might help in the sense of recruitment of people. At the time of the trial of Zinoviev, Kamina and others, when the testimony about Bukharin was published in the press, Evdokimov was in Moscow. He became very upset and in a conversation with me, said, "The devil only knows how he will be able to extract himself from this whole affair. I just don't understand Yagoda at all, what he is doing, why he is broadening the circle of persons for repression, or maybe the nerves of these people are weak, they will give out." But it could have been possible to direct the course of the investigation in such a manner as to leave oneself safe in any case. 40. For clarity we repeat Kotkin's note 233, to page 416. http://www.hrono.ru/doc/193904113beria.php, APRF, F3, OP24, D373, 13-44, Protocol of Frenovsky interrogation, Beria to Stalin April 11, 1939. Frenovsky and Yezhov were not close. I had multiple clashes at work with him, Yezhov would later observe of Frenovsky. I cursed him out, and called him a fool to his face, because no sooner would he arrest someone among the NKVD operatives than he would run to me and shout that it was all fabrication lipa, that the person was wrongly arrested. Posledny slovo Nikolai Yezhova. 996. Frenovsky's confession statement shows that Frenovsky was indeed close to Yezhov, though Kotkin's readers will not know this, since he provides no link to the English translation. Frenovsky continued. Soon after starting work in my new position as Vice-Commissar, Yezhov began to bring me close to himself, to select me from among the remaining Vice-Commissars, to hold franker conversations with me in the evaluation of the other Vice-Commissars, to express some dissatisfaction with the Granov. Before the division of duties among the Vice-Commissars, besides the fact that I continued to be the chief of the GUPVO, Yezhov proposed that I become involved in operative questions also, and in 1937, after Yagoda's arrest, he began to hold talks with me in relation to my possible appointment as first Vice-Commissar. During one of these talks Yezhov told me, "I have decided this question, but I want to talk it over with you, only look, be honest, there are some sins on your account." At first I was completely taken aback. I thought I'm done for. When he saw my dismay Yezhov began to speak, "Don't be afraid, speak honestly." Then I told him about the story with the Sokolnichesky affair, about my ties with Yagoda, ties with Evdokimov, and through him with Lifshitz. Then Yezhov said, "There are so many sins to your name that we could throw you in prison right now, but never mind, you will keep working, you will be my man 100%. I looked at him in dismay and tried to refuse the appointment to the position of first Vice-Commissar, but he said, "Sit down, get to work, we'll work together and take the responsibility together. 41-42. I have put a translation of Yezhov's last words, Poslední slovo Nikola Yezhova, online. Point 10. Imaginary Kremlin bodyguards. Kotkin. Peasants had rebelled en masse against the violence of forced collectivization and dekulakization, and even some party officials had protested. But the terror? A group of Kremlin bodyguards had been carrying loaded pistols on Red Square during the 1937 May Day festivities, within shooting distance of Stalin and the entire leadership. Within a few months, they went meekly to their deaths, liquidated as an alleged assassin corps working for foreign agents. 243, 543. What about the story of the Kremlin bodyguards who went meekly to their deaths? Note 243, 1014, to Kotkin passage above ribbon, Riotum so Stalinim, 73. See also Medvedev, Let History Judge, 587. Yet more phony references. The story of the group of Kremlin bodyguards is simply not in either of these sources. Or, perhaps Kotkin has misunderstood a passage in Ribbon's memoir where he notes that, after the arrest of Yagoda, March 1, 1937, and some of the other conspirators, the 4 bodyguards who had been assigned to Red Square for May Day disappeared. Ribbon assumes they were part of the plot to kill Stalin, and says no wonder that, when gathering in Red Square on May 1, they feverishly shoved 4 or 5 pistols each into their field coats. Few peasants rebelled. As for peasants, some did rebel, but what does en masse mean? Mark Tauger, a world expert on Russian and Soviet agriculture and famines, notes that there was relatively little peasant protest, according to an OGPU, police, report of March 1931, right in the midst of collectivization, about 5% of the peasant population was involved in protests. This also means that the vast majority of peasants was not involved in such protests. Most of these protests were settled peacefully. The OGPU reported that they had recourse to force in fewer than 2% of them. Tauger points out that many peasants actually supported collectivization. For them, it was not forced. Many peasants actively supported collectivization. This number increased when local activists were experienced or sensitive enough to patiently explain the purpose of collectivization to the peasants. Some peasants spontaneously formed kolkhozy and consolidated their fields. Finally, what about the other 90% of peasants who did not rebel? Some peasants did not reject collectivization and even supported it. An OGPU report quoted one middle peasant in Chalovsky Rayon, district, Ryazan Okrug, in November 1929 to the effect that the grain procurements are hard, but necessary. We cannot live like we lived before. It is necessary to build factories and plants, and for that grain is necessary. In January 1930, during the campaign, some peasants said, "The time has come to abandon our individual farm. It's about time to quit those, we need to transfer to collectivization." Another document from January reported several cases of peasants spontaneously forming kolkhozy and consolidating their fields, which was a basic part of collectivization. 11 Tauger Soviet Peasants and Collectivization, 1930 to 1939. Resistance and Adaptation. Journal of Peasant Studies, 4, 2004, 427 to 546. Reprinted in Rural Adaptation in Russia, ed. Stephen K. Wegran. London and New York, Routledge, 2005, 65 to 94, at p. 75. End of Yezhov era. The day after Uspensky's flight, Stalin, receiving his minions in the little corner, had a decree approved disbanding the assembly line death sentence Troikas. 143, 578. Note 143, 1020 Rgaspi, F17, OP 162, D24, L62. An archival source. What is a reader supposed to make of this kind of thing? especially since Kotkin knows that this document has been published in several places, including Tragedia Sovietskoy Derevny Volume 5, Part 2, 306-7, and Pavlyakov, Yezhov, 473. Kotkin cites both of these works in his book. It is even online at the ISMAT site, http://istmat.info/node/36067. It is partly translated in Getty and Namuov, The Road to Terror, 531-2. Why didn't Kotkin help his readers by pointing this out? For the falsehood of assembly line death sentences, see the section lies about the lists later in this chapter. Here is my translation. Directive of the Council of People's Commissars and the Central Committee of the VKP, B, concerning a halt to the review of cases sent for review of troikas, military tribunals, and the military collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR, in the order of special instructions. November 15, 1938. To People's Commissars for Internal Affairs of the Union and Autonomous Republics, Commanders of the Oblast and Krai Directorates of the NKVD, to Prosecutors of the Krayas, Oblast, Autonomous and Union Republics, Prosecutors of the Military Regions, of Railroad and Water Transportation, Chairman of the Supreme Court of the USSR, the Supreme Courts of the Union and Autonomous Republics, the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR, Chairman of the Tribunals of the Military Districts. It is ordered in the strongest possible terms. 1. To halt as of November 16 of this year, pending further order examination by the Troikas, military tribunals, and by the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR, of all cases sent to them for their review as special orders or in a different, simplified order. 2. To require prosecutors of military districts, territories, regions, autonomous and union republics to monitor the exact and immediate fulfillment of this order. Report its fulfillment to the USSR NKVD and Prosecutor of the USSR Chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, SNK, V. Molotov. Secretary of the CC of the VKP, B. J. Stalin. Why does Kotkin cite only the archival location, which none of his readers can consult? This should serve us as a reminder that Kotkin strives to hide, rather than disclose, the evidence. Tied the world record. On November 17, he summoned Vyshinsky for a report, after which the despot issued another decree in the Politburo's name, justifying the terror but blaming the NKVD for a host of major deficiencies and distortions. 144. 578. Note 144, 1020 Kostrichenko 6 should be Kostyrchenko and Hazanov, Konet Kari Yezhova, 125-8, Rgaspi, F17, OP3, D1003, L85-86, Kostov etal, Lubyanka, Stalin I Glavno Upravilnye, 607-11, APRF, F3, OP58, D6, L85-7, Getty and Namuov, Road to Terror, 532-7. On Yezhov's anger at being accused of lawlessness, when he was following Stalin's instructions, with which Vyshinsky had colluded, see Ushakov and Stukalov, Front Voennik Prokurorov, 70-2. The first three are all the same document, on arrests, supervision by the Procuracy and the conduct of investigations. Why cite Kostyrchenko and Hazanov, 1992, when the same document is published in the Lubyanka 1937-1938 volume that Kotkin cites so often? Getty and Namuov is a partial translation of this document. I have translated the whole document into English and put it online. 12. Number 362. Decree of the Politburo of the CCVKP, B, on arrests, supervision by the Procuracy and the conduct of investigations. November 17, 1938. At https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde/furg/research/onaristsen.html. The book by Ushakov and Stukalov is an interesting example of falsification. It purports to be the memoirs, edited by Ushakov, of military prosecutor Nikolai P. Afanasev, who died in 1979. This book is of more than dubious validity. In it the words of Yezhov's that Afanasev supposedly quotes echo documents published by the year 2000, when this book was published. On the very pages 70 to 72 cited by Kotkin here, Afanasev claims that Tkakhevsky denied his guilt. But we know that is a lie, because we now have Tkakhevsky's confessions, plus those of his associates who also accuse him, plus Tkakhevsky's own testimony at the June 11, 1937, trial. In 2000, the year their book was published, Ushakov and Stukalov had some of these documents too. But assuming that they really did reprint Afanasev's memoirs and did not simply fabricate them, they do not inform their readers that Afanasev was wrong. Omitting the struggle against Yezhov. Just like that, without public acknowledgement, with a few pieces of paper in the little corner, the mass terror was halted. Coincidence? The terror supposedly was aimed at rooting out enemies lying in wait for a war, but then, at what would appear to be maximum international war danger for the USSR, Stalin suddenly moved to end the mass arrests. Had he become less paranoid? Was it just that he had been waiting for completion of a short course? Or was he jolted by events portending actual danger? 145 We cannot definitively establish his motivations. 579. Note 145, 1020 The fear of war had spawned mass terror, wrote Ulam. But terror in its turn increased Stalin's fear of war. This appears to be exactly backward. Stalin's fear of war seems to have ended the mass terror. Ulam, Stalin, 491-2. On October 16, 1938, the Politburo resolved to demobilize and return the forces called to the western borders, 330,000 troops, 27,500 horses, and 5,000 vehicles. Rogaspi, F-17, OP-162, D-24, L-17. The last sentence here is copied word for word from Oleg Klevniuk's book Stalin. His Narodnego Vozhdia, page 230, where the exact same archival reference is also given. Has Kotkin even looked at this archival source? There is no reason to think he has. But hey, archival references give the appearance of serious scholarship, right? What's more, even Klevniuk is not sure that this movement of forces was due to the Munich sellout of Czechoslovakia by Britain and France, since these forces, while not small, were hardly decisive. Presumably Kotkin wants us to think he is grasping for some explanation of the end of the mass terror. As for Ulam's book, it was published in 1973, long before the flood of Soviet documents now available. As for this gem, just like that, without public acknowledgement, with a few pieces of paper in the little corner, the mass terror was halted. Coincidence? Kotkin doesn't even mention the real and provable reason for the end of the mass arrests and executions, the terror, the growing suspicion by Stalin and others that Yezhov was acting improperly, and Yezhov's resignation under pressure. Cyrillic, 23. 1938. And here is the third, final act of this long procedure. On November 23, Yezhov was again summoned to Stalin, where Molotov and Voroshilov were already present. I have held in my hands the document that Yezhov wrote, obviously under their dictation. It is written on 3 pages, all of different sizes, that is, they grabbed the first pieces of paper that came into their hand and slipped them to Yezhov, if only to keep him writing. The formulation of his dismissal is changed twice. Apparently, he resisted, objected. But it was necessary to wrest from him the decision to leave at his own request. There and then the draft resolution was written, which sounds like a guarantee, to retain the post of Secretary of the Central Committee of the CPSU, b. Chairman of the Commission for Party Control and the People's Commissar for Water Transport, for Comrade Yezhov. Finally the statement was written and signed, N. Yezhov. This is how the end of the Yezhovshchina began. The Politburo sent around telegrams with the text itself, immediately stop the repression and disband the troikas. Once again, having seized the initiative, at the end of 1938 the Stalin Group achieved the first trials of NKVD officers accused of falsifying and contrived cases, by which for almost a year they had tried, exiled, and executed thousands of people. This is how they succeeded in stopping the Great Terror. 13. Zhukov, Zupel Stalina. Komsomolskaya Pravda, November 20, 2002. Kotkin has read and cites Yuri Zhukov's work but ignores it here. No doubt he does so because the evidence, and Zhukov's analysis of it, disprove the false allegation that Stalin planned Yezhov's mass murders. Likewise, they prove that Stalin was not at all an all-powerful dictator. Scare quotes deliberate here that Kotkin, and the anti-Stalin paradigm, demand that he be. But these are obligatory elements of the ASP. So Kotkin keeps quiet about them. Kotkin. On November 19, 1938, the Politburo summoned the NKVD commissar to the Little Corner, where, from 11:10 p.m. until 4:20 a.m., they discussed a denunciation of him that Beria had orchestrated from a provincial NKVD boss, Viktor Zurofleyov. 31. Note 31, 1021. Zurofleyov's denunciation followed the formation of the Commission on the NKVD. Beria had passed the letter to Stalin on October 13, 1938. Kostov and Samuelson, Stalin, NKVD, 249-50, N.A. Prim, 245-6. See also Schreider, NKVD is Nutri, 237. Zurofleyov briefly got a promotion to Moscow, but Beria would send him to run the Karaganda camps. Yezhov's response: accepting guilt, claiming poor health, confessing he had taken badly the appointment of Beria as my deputy. I saw in this an element of lack of trust towards me, and requesting to resign is misstated as Sept. Rather than November 23, 1938. Kostrichenko 6 should be Kostirchenko and Hazanov, Konet Kari Yezhova, 129-30, Rgaspi 1F17, OP3, D1003, L82-4, Kostov ETAL, Lubyanka, Stalin I Globnoy Upravilny, 552-4, Rgaspi, F17, OP3, D1003, L82-4, Petrov and Jansen, Stalinsky Pedomets, 355-9, Rgaspi, F671, OP1, D265, L16-26 OB. The fact claims in the Kostov and Samuelson passage, 249-50, cite no evidence. Instead, Kostov and Samuelson channel Stalin to tell us what he was thinking. Plus they tell at least one glaring lie. Cyrillic. Stalin, reading Zuroflev's note, noticed some facts indicating suspicious behavior by the NKVD leadership. He left some notes on Zuroflev's letter, which showed that Stalin was perhaps beginning to discover for himself some shady aspects of the activities of the NKVD leadership. Stalin briefly summarized the contents of Zuroflev's letter. The letter itself has not been found. In a coded telegram of November 25, 1938 to party leaders 14, it is clear that this was not the beginning of Stalin's suspicions of Yezhov. In August, 1938, Lavrentiy Beria had been made Yezhov's second-in-command, replacing Frenovsky. Yezhov recognized this as a sign of mistrust. 14 Lubyanka 1937-1938 number 364 pages 611-2. New World Record. Kostirchenko and Hazanov, Konet Kari Yezhova, 129-130, is a 1992 publication of Yezhov's letter of resignation. Why cite it here, in a hard-to-find journal, when it is published in the Lubyanka 1937-1938 volume that Kotkin cites so many times, as well as online? In fact, Kotkin may never have read the Kosterchenko-Hazanov article, since it is footnoted on page 554 of the Lubyanka 1937-1938 volume. Kostov et al., Lubyanka 552-4 is another text of Yezhov's letter of November 23, 1938. So is Kotkin's note 32, to Petrov and Jansen, Stalinsky Pidomets 355-9. Three different citations of the same document. Actually, for because Kotkin's note 32 to Petrov and Jansen, Stalinsky Pidomets, 355-9, at 357, is simply a long quotation from the very same document. More phony scholarship. Schreider, 237, contains only Schreider's attacks on Zuroflev because the latter had built a case against Schreider himself. It is irrelevant to the present discussion. At the end of this long footnote Kotkin writes. See also Pseudoplatov and Pseudoplatov, Memoirs of an Unwanted Witness, 59. This is another example where Pseudoplatov's memoir comports with archival materials. What archival materials is Kotkin talking about here? Viktor Zuroflev is not even mentioned in Pseudoplatov's memoir. But Kotkin is wrong anyway. Pseudoplatov's memoir was published in 1995, long after the publication of Yezhov's resignation, 1992, from which Pseudoplatov may well have copied. So much for comporting with archival materials. Finally, we can't rely on Pseudoplatov's memoir because it was altered after its first Russian-language edition, probably by its American editor, Gerald Schechter. The edit that wasn't. Kotkin. On November 23, Yezhov was again in Stalin's office, where he had logged nearly 900 hours over the previous 2 years, but these 3.5 would be his last. Stalin edited Yezhov's resignation. 33, 587. Note 33, 1021 Kosterchenko and Hazanov, Konet Kari Yezhova, 131, Rgaspy, F17, OP3, D1003, L34-5, Kostov et al., Lubyanka, Stalin I Glavno Upravilnye, 611, Rgaspy, F17, OP3, D1003, L34-5. This is a phony reference. Kosterchenko and Hazanov, 131, only note that this document, the Politburo decision to accept Yezhov's resignation, has a facsimile of Stalin's signature. Kostov et al., Lubyanka 611 is the text of Yezhov's note of resignation. This is the very same document, but here there is no claim that it bears a facsimile of Stalin's signature. Moreover, the latter text claims that it is the original, while Kosterchenko and Hazanov state that theirs, the one with the facsimile of Stalin's signature, is a copy. In neither source is there any indication that Stalin edited it. Why does Kotkin falsify even this detail? To create the impression that Stalin was in control, stage managing everything? On November 25, the despot sent a telegram to all regional party secretaries referring to Zuroflev's denunciation of NKVD errors and noting that the Central Committee had granted Yezhov's request to resign. 34. Pravda printed a delayed announcement, on its back page, December 8. Executing the NKVD chief could throw into doubt the mass arrests and executions. For now, Stalin retained Yezhov as a Central Committee secretary, chairman of the Party Control Commission, and Water Transport Commissar. 587. Note 34, 1021 Petrov and Jansen, Stalinsky Pidomets, 354-5, Rgaspy, F558, OP11, D58, L61-2, Kostov et al., Lubyanka, Stalin I Glavno Upravilnye, 611-2, Rgaspy, F17, OP3, D1003, L35, Appointment of Beria. Petrov and Jansen, and Kostov et al., Lubyanka, both reprint the same document, Stalin's telegram about the unsatisfactory situation in the NKVD and acceptance of Yezhov's request to resign. Lies about the lists. Kotkin. At least 383 execution lists signed by him have survived, containing the names of more than 43,000 enemies of the people, mostly the highest level officials and officers. The terror was centrally implemented by Nikolai Yezhov and Mikhail Frenovsky of the NKVD. 322, 490. Note 322, 1007 Klubny Uk, Politburo, 291. Note 34, above, continued, 1021. The last of the infamous execution lists for 1938 was dated Sept 29, APRF, F3, OP24, D409-19, http://stalin.memo.ru/images/intro.htm. But Fokoganov, citing military archives, claimed that Stalin, having received some 383 extended lists of names for execution in 1937-38, received yet another on December 12, 1938, containing 3,167 names, albeit without even the charges or the results of any investigation. Fokoganov, Triumphai Tragedia, I/2, 301, citing TSAMO, F32, OP 700 and 1323, D38, 114-6. The business about execution lists, like Kotkin's statement about quotas, see above, is all false. For one thing, these lists are not execution lists. They were sent to the Secretariat for review. Consequently, many persons on these lists were not executed. This is made clear on the very web page http://stalin.memo.ru/images/intro.htm that Kotkin cites here. The word Rasmotrini review occurs over and over again. This same web page cites the first mention of the lists, in a note from Minister of the MVD Kruglov to Khrushchev of February 3, 1954, that makes it clear they were for review. Cyrillic, 383. 1937-1938. I report to you that 383 lists of persons subject to the trial of the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR have been found in the archives of the USSR Ministry of Internal Affairs. These lists were compiled in 1937 and 1938 by the NKVD of the USSR and at that time submitted to the Central Committee of the CPSU, B, for review. According to the editors of these lists, many people whose names are on them were not in fact executed, and some were freed. Cyrillic, 29-1938. For example, a selective study of the list for the Kuyabyshev Oblast signed on September 29, 1938 has shown that not a single person on this list was convicted by the VKVS, the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court, and a significant number of the cases were dismissed altogether. Kotkin cites this web page, so he knew that these are not execution lists. For more about the lists see furr, Khrushchev lied, 70-73, furr, Yezhov vs Stalin, Chapter 7, 67-72. It appears that these lists were sent to Stalin and the Secretariat along with investigative reports by the NKVD about the supposed progress of the fight against anti-Soviet forces. Many such reports have been published in the Lubyanka 1937-1938 volume, which Kotkin cites many times. Many more such reports are published in the volume Lubyanka Golgotha, the valuable collection of archival documents edited by Kostov which Kotkin never mentions. Why? Did Kotkin omit this important volume because the existence of these reports makes it clear that Yezhov and his men were lying to Stalin, duping him into believing that they were successfully combating dangerous anti-Soviet plots? This appears to be the most likely explanation for such an omission. Fokoganov, Triumphai Tragedia, is in error. Fokoganov wrote before the lists had been published. A summary page gives the date of the 3,167 names as November 12, 1938.15. Beria purges Yezhov's NKVD. Kotkin. Beria, even as deputy NKVD chief, had arrested 332 NKVD leadership personnel between September and December 1938, including 140 in the central apparatus and 18 of the NKVD commissars in Union and autonomous republics. NKVD operatives still on the job became disoriented. 35, 588. Note 35, 1021. Kostov and Samuelson, Stalin, NKVD, 255-6. Of the 14,500 new NKVD employees in 1939, around 11,000 came from the party apparatus or Communist Youth League. Of the 3,460 newcomers in the central NKVD, 3,242 were party apparatchiks and komsomol. Petrov and Skorkin, to Rukovodil NKVD, 491-502. Kostov and Samuelson document real concern by NKVD men who, serving under Yezhov, had followed orders and committed crimes against defendants. This is important material. It is a shame that Kostov and Samuelson did not publish the documents they refer to in their footnotes. Petrov and Skorkin, 491-502, give a number of tables. I don't see how the figures 3,460 and 3,242 can be derived from them, but maybe they can be. No societal rebellion? The next part of this footnote is interesting. There was no hint of societal rebellion. In early 1939, the police discovered a self-styled fascist organization in Moscow. Evidently, its handful of youthful members had fashioned a flag and put up 70 posters on the eve of Red Army Day, drew some graffiti, and wrote poems. They also seem to have discussed Nazism, anti-Semitism, and Russian nationalism. 4 arrests were made. 3 of them turned out to have been 19 years old when they joined the group, and the organizer was 17. The NKVD produced 5 volumes on the case. Rittersporn, Anguish, 174, citing Garf, F 5446, OP 81A, D 335, L 109-14. We can't be certain that there was no societal rebellion. This was the reason that Yezhov and at least some first secretaries gave Stalin at the June, 1937, Central Committee plenum for requesting the awful special powers that they were granted in July and that inaugurated Yezhov's mass arrests and executions. But take another look at the quotation from Kostov and Samuelson, pages 249-50, that we have cited above, p. 218, as far as I can tell. This is the only place in Kotkin's entire book that he acknowledges, even though very partially here, that Stalin was misled, duped, lied to. It undercuts his whole thesis that the terror was all Stalin's idea and that he was in control all the time. Rittersporn discusses, albeit very briefly, this and another conspiracy of young people. Of course, the NKVD could not have known in advance that the conspiracies involved only young people. Judging from Rittersporn's brief account, these were real conspiracies. Kotkin. Regime officials who had once looked to Yezhov as someone who would clean up the anti-party actions and mistakes of his predecessor viewed Beria as someone who would do the same. Releases of some people arrested under Yezhov reinforced such illusions. Stalin got credit for correcting his mistaken trust in Yezhov, and for a new, vigorous, loyal top official. 40, 588-9. Note 40, Simonov, Glazamiki Lovka Mogo Pokolenia, 58, dated February 27, 1979. This passage is actually on pages 69-70. Simonov was a famous Soviet writer. His book on Stalin, in which Simonov puzzles over the anti-Stalin stuff he had been told since Khrushchev's day, and the much more positive opinion he had gotten during Stalin's life, was not published until the Gorbachev era. Kotkin. Beria's power came to exist on a completely different plane from Yezhov's or Yagoda's. Stalin, however, made sure to have non-Buryates inserted into key positions. Sergei Kruglov, who had been on Malenkov's list of possible NKVD first deputy chiefs, got the critical post of head of NKVD personnel. Point 41 Stalin also directed Beria to turn in the documents regarding his role in the Musavat. Beria had Merkulov collect and deliver them. Point 42, 588-9. Note 41, 1021 The Georgia NKVD was given to Avksentij Rapova, Beria's minion who had helped pulverize Abkhazia. Gurulai and Tushurashvili, Correspondence, 89, Beria to Stalin, October 21, 1937. This document is online, though not easy to find, and is completely irrelevant. It simply records Rapova's appointment. Nothing whatever is said about pulverizing Abkhazia. Nor does Kotkin mention anything about pulverizing Abkhazia anywhere in this huge book. Rapova was executed under mysterious circumstances by Khrushchev in 1955. Note 42, 1021 The transfer took place in August 1938, with Beria's promotion. Merkulov, Rgani, F5, OP30, D4, L76-7, letter, to Malenkov, July 23, 1953, Koketcha Prokliast den I Chesmogo Esperia, 101, APRF, F3, OP24, D465, L2-28, Tumshis, VCHK, 211. Merkulov's letter to Malenkov, originally published in Istoknik No. 4, 2002, has more recently been published in the collection Politbyro I Delo Beria. Spornik Dokumentov. M. Kukakovo Pol, 2012, 139-151. The passage in question is on pages 145-146. The letter is also online at the istmat.info site, http://istmat.info/node/22188. Unless it too is a fabrication, like some other documents in this volume, Merkulov wrote it when he was trying to save his life by distancing himself from Beria, whom Khrushchev et.al. had either murdered outright or had illegally arrested, and would try and execute in December, 1953 along with Merkulov and others. Stalin never did anything like this judicial murder. The Beria Andreev Malenkov report. 2 days later, Stalin informed USSR Procurator General Vyshinsky that he wanted a public trial of those arrested in the NKVD. 79 The enemies of the people who penetrated the organs of the NKVD, the Commission on the Secret Police internally reported to Stalin as if the secret police rampage had somehow occurred without his directives consciously distorted the punitive policy of Soviet power, conducting a mass of baseless arrests of people guilty of nothing, and at the same time protecting the activities of enemies of the people. They urged that prisoners offer testimony about their supposed espionage activity for foreign intelligence, explaining that such invented testimony was necessary for the party and the government in order to discredit foreign states. The despot circulated the report to the inner circle. They needed to know how to interpret the terror, as the result of the infiltration of spies in literally every NKVD department. 80. 595. Note 79, 1022 Kostov et.al., Lubyanka, Stalin I NKVD, 9, APRF, F3, OP57, D96, L110. Kotkin is correct. Stalin demanded public trials for the guilty NKVD men, but the trials never took place. We don't know why. It is a great pity that such trials were not held. Yezhov's conspiracies, and his responsibility for the mass murders of the terror, would not have become the mystery, and occasion for anti-Stalin falsification, that they are. Note 80, Petrov and Jansen, Stalinsky Pitomets, 359-63, TSAFSB, F3OS, OP6, D1, 11-6, APRF, F3, OP58, D409, L3-9. The commission concluded its work on January 10, 1939, the report was dated January 29, 1022. The bold-faced clause in the quotation above is a false statement. The secret police rampage had indeed occurred without his Stalin's directives, as Kostov admitted, see quotation above. This report by 3 Politburo members close to Stalin outlines their uncovering of the massive murder and torture campaign that was Yezhov's great terror in Russian, the Yezhovshchina. Petrov and Jansen, Stalinsky Pitomets, 359-363, is the text of the report in Russian. But who of his readers will be able to read it? I discuss this important text fully in the Yezhov Conspiracy, Chapter 10 of Yezhov vs. Stalin. I have also translated the whole text of the report and put it online. The Russian text is also available online. 16 Kotkin could have put references to these online sources for his readers but did not do so. The text of the report refutes Kotkin's notion that the Yezhovshchina was Stalin's idea. 16 English translation at https://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/beria_andreav_malenkovi0129399ang.html Russian original at http://istmat.info/node/24582. No evidence of torture again. Kotkin. The interrogator torturers, who before had followed orders from Frenovsky, had set to beating out of him testimony against Yezhov, including how the latter had ordered that suspects be beaten to provide false testimony. Within a week Beria would send Stalin a 43-page confession written by Frenovsky. Stalin made notes on it. 209, 618. No 209. Kostov etal, Lubyanka, Stalin INKVD, 33-50, APRF, F3, OP24, D373, L3-44, Petrov and Jansen, Stalinsky Pitomets, 204, citing APRF, F3, OP24, D374, L3-47, Stpanov, O Mastabuk Represii, No. 5, 61-2. Once again Kotkin has invented this fact, made it up. None of these sources or any other sources even claim, much less contain evidence, that Frenovsky was beaten. Is Kotkin lying? Let the reader decide. Kostov etal is the text of Frenovsky's statement to Beria of April 11, 1939, which we have discussed earlier in this chapter. Petrov and Jansen say nothing about any beatings or torture, only that Evdokimov, arrested in November, 1938, refrained from confessing until April 14, 1939. It's possible that, like Bukharin in his first confession of June 2, 1937, Evdokimov held out until the investigation had shown him so much evidence against him that he was convinced further resistance was futile. The Stpanov article, Voennoistorический Journal 5, 61-62, is simply the Spravka of the Shvernik Commission, once again referred to in yet another published version. As we have already noted several times, it is dishonest of Kotkin to keep referring to the same document in different places, thus giving the impression that he is referring to different documents. Here the Spravka briefly mentions Frenovsky's statement, while once again concealing the fact that Frenovsky reveals in this same statement that the conspiracies were genuine. Stpanov could get away with this dishonesty because his article was published in 1991, under Gorbachev, while Frenovsky's statement was not published until 2006. Stpanov, and the Spravka, also say nothing about any torture of Frenovsky. So this is yet another phony footnote by Kotkin. It is not just Stpanov who is covering up the fact that Frenovsky confirms that the conspiracies were real. Kotkin quotes him, and continues the cover-up of Frenovsky's revelations. My own full translation of Frenovsky's statement has been available online since 2010.17. 17 at https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/research/fridaynovskayang.html Kotkin fails to refer to it. I urge readers to study it. What massacre? Kotkin. Altogether, more than 100 of the highest-ranking Yezovites were massacred, all of his deputies, almost all department heads in the center, almost all NKVD heads in Union republics and provinces. 214, 619. No 214, 1025. Nikolai P. Afanaseyev, USSR Deputy General Procurator, recalls this as taking place at Lefortovo, but all other sources indicate Yezhov was held in Sukhanovka. Ushakov and Stukalov, Front Voennik Prokurorov, 69. No one was massacred. All of those executed, were shot after investigation and trials. There is nothing in Afanaseyev about the numbers of Yezhov's NKVD men executed. As we have noted above, Afanaseyev's text lies about other matters too and is useless as a historical source. NKVD file on Stalin. Kotkin. In the Yezhov's desk, the NKVD investigator found 4 bullet casings marked Zinoviev, Kamina, and Smirnov, 2. Perhaps the greatest discovery was that in Yezhov's apartment and not in his Lubyanka safe he had kept a cache of documents from the Tsaristera Tiflis gendarmerie on Koba. Whispers of a file on Stalin circulated throughout the upper ranks of the regime. 215, 619. No 215, 1025. Viktorov, bez grafosik should be grafosekretnosti, 326. Another phony reference. There is nothing here about any file on Stalin, talk about it, bullet casings, etc. Kotkin. The nature of this file in Yezhov's possession remains unknown. For Beria, it was unclear which was more dangerous, to turn the material over to Stalin, and thus indicate that he had seen it, or to not turn it over. 216, 619. No 216, 1025. Vispomenania, Memuranikity Sergeyevika Krushkova, 87, Pilyatskin, Vrag Narita, Pavlyakov, Yezhov, 513, Polyansky, Yezhov, 216-7. Others suggest these documents which disappeared need not have been compromising, but could have been flattering material Yezhov collected for a Stalin museum. Petrov and Jansen, Stalinsky Pitomets, 228. Khrushchev does say that Stalin mentioned such information at a meeting. As for Pilyatskin, there's nothing relevant in this long newspaper article, the subject of which is the attempt by Yezhov's relatives to have him rehabilitated in 2010. Pavlyakov mentions a file from the Tsarist secret police, or Okaranka, consisting of the search for Koba, Stalin's revolutionary code name, and other members of the Transcaucasian organization of the Bolshevik Party. Pavlyakov admits that nothing is known about what was in the file. Polyansky, 216-7, concerns a report by NKVD man Shapilov of the contents of the search of Yezhov's apartment on April 11, 1938. It has nothing about any file on Stalin. Petrov and Jansen, 228, suggest that Yezhov might have intended this file for a museum devoted to Stalin, rather than an attempt to find evidence that Stalin was an Okaranka informer. But Petrov and Jansen always insist that Yezhov was faithful and loyal to Stalin. This is necessary for their preconceived notion that Yezhov always did just what Stalin wanted him to do, and that therefore it was Stalin, not Yezhov, who was guilty of the mass murders. Kotkin. Stalin supposedly flashed the material Yezhov had gathered on him at a Politburo meeting, as if Yezhov had been acting on his own in the terror's excesses. 217, 619. No 217, 1025. Bryukhanov and Zhoshkov, Opravdany Ione Podlas hit, 132-3. Malenkov's son would assert that when his father had Yezhov's safe opened, they discovered dossiers on Malenkov as well as Stalin. The latter included the recollections of an old Bolshevik that Stalin had pre-revolutionary links to the Tsarist Okaranka. Malenkov, O Mohamed said Georgii Malenkov, 34. Bryukhanov and Joshkov, 312, has exactly the same contents as Polinsky, 216-7, already cited in the previous note. So what's the point in citing it from a different source? Malenkov, O Moemitse, 34, mentions a note in a file in Yezhov's office from an old Bolshevik about suspicions of Stalin's ties to Tsarist Okaranka. Malenkov's son, the author of this book, was of course not present, so this is just a rumor at best. No evidence of torture again. Kotkin. Beria delivered still more pleasing news. On April 13, 1939, Merkulov, his first deputy, finally managed to produce testimony with the signature of the stout Yefim Yevdokimov. Beria had personally gone to arrest him at his apartment on Grand Kizil Lane, 5, off Great Lubyanka, but Yevdokimov had held out for 7 months, through broken legs and unceasing torture, which had continued in the prison hospital. 219, 619-20. No 219, 1025 Artizov etal, Rehabilitatsiya, Kak Ito Bilo, 330. This is from the rehabilitation report on Yevdokimov. It contains a claim but no evidence that he had been tortured, which is typical of Khrushchev-era rehabilitation reports. But even in this report there is nothing about broken legs and unceasing torture, which had continued in the prison hospital. Kotkin's falsifications just keep rolling along. Yevdokimov features prominently as one of the leading conspirators in Frenovsky's statement of April, 1939. Wheatcroft, author of the most recent and most complete study of Yevdokimov, 2007, says nothing at all about his being tortured. 18. Wheatcroft, Stephen G. Agency and Terror, Yevdokimov and Mass Killing in Stalin's Great Terror. Australian Journal of Politics and History 53:1, 2007, 20-43. Kotkin. No 220, Tumshis and Papchinsky, 1937, 68. The former colleague was Sergei Swartz. 1026. This book repeats exactly what is in the source in the previous note, 219. So why use it at all, if not to create a phony appearance of scholarship? Kotkin. Stalin's former NKVD chief confessed to working for a veritable world gazetteer of enemy intelligence services, Germany, Britain, France, Japan, Poland. Yezhov had in fact liquidated the Polish Communist Party, on Stalin's orders. 620. Kotkin does not bother to cite even phony evidence for this falsehood of his. Stalin did not order the dissolution of the Polish Communist Party. He agreed with the decision of the ECCI 19 of November 28, 1937. Stalin even complained that the decision was 2 years late, which suggests that he had not ordered it. Additional evidence that Stalin was no dictator. See Chase, Enemies Within the Gates, pages 287-289 for more about this. 19 Executive Committee of the Communist International. Ignoring Yezhov's confessions. Kotkin. On April 24, 1939, Yezhov testified about his pederasty, meaning homosexual relations. 620. Of all Yezhov's detailed confessions about his conspiracy against Stalin and the Soviet government, collaboration with the Germans, and mass murders of innocent Soviet citizens, Kotkin cites only this one confession about his homosexuality. Talk about bias by omission. In Note 222, page 1026, Kotkin does refer to Yezhov's interrogation of April 26, 1939, in this way. For Yezhov's interrogation on April 26, by Kobylov and others, see Kostov etal, Lubyanka, Stalin INKVD, 52-72, APRF, F3, OP24, D375, L122-64. But Kotkin doesn't bother to summarize what Yezhov says in this confession or in the many others whose texts we now have, and have had for years. Nor does Kotkin he inform his readers that the Russian text of this interrogation of Yezhov's is online at multiple sites. 20 including the following: https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/research/yezhov042639ru.html, http://www.alexandriakovleft.org/font/issues-doc/58654, http://stalinism.ru/do-kument-i/i-i-i-v-i-stalin-u-o-i-v-e-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho-i-z-i-v-i-z-ho 26, 1939, confession, available since 2010.21 at the time of this writing, October, 2018. The only study of Yezhov's and Frenovsky's statements and confessions is my book Yezhov vs. Stalin, The Truth About Mass Repressions and the So-Called Great Terror in the USSR, 2016, in which I devote the whole of Chapter 12 to this interrogation. 21 at https://msuveb.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/research/yezhov042639ang.html. Yezhov's confessions, like that of Frenovsky, are damning. No wonder Kotkin hides them from his readers. Here is just one example, from Frenovsky's statement to Beria of April 11, 1939. An active participant in investigations generally, Yezhov kept himself aloof from the preparation of this trial. Before the trial, the face-to-face confrontations of the suspects, interrogations, and refining, in which Yezhov did not participate. He spoke for a long time with Yagoda, and that talk concerned, in the main, of assuring Yagoda that he would not be shot. Yezhov had conversations several times with Bukharin and Rykov, and also, in order to calm them, assured them that under no circumstances would they be shot. Yezhov had one conversation with Bulanov, and began this conversation in the presence of the investigator and myself, and finished the conversation one-on-one, having asked us to leave. At that moment Bulanov had begun talking about the poisoning of Yezhov. What the conversation was about Yezhov did not say. When he asked us to enter again, he said, "Behave yourself well at the trial, I will ask that you not be shot." After the trial, Yezhov always expressed regret about Bulanov. At the time of the executions, Yezhov suggested shooting Bulanov first, and he himself did not enter the building where the shootings took place. Here Yezhov unquestionably was ruled by the necessity of covering up his own ties with the arrested leaders of the right who were going into the public trial. 22. Kotkin cites Frenovsky's statement many times. So he has deliberately withheld this and other such passages from his readers. No wonder. These confessions dismantle the anti-Stalin paradigm and the myth that Stalin was the architect of the Yezhovshchina and controlled it all the time. Once again, no evidence of torture or fabrication. Kotkin. Around this time, death sentences based upon fabricated evidence were implemented for cultural figures, as well as former NKVD First Deputy Mikhail Frenovsky, former Deputy Foreign Intelligence Chief Spiegelglass, former Intelligence Chief and Comintern Operative Trelesser, Yefim Yevdokimov, and Rydens, Stalin's ethnic Polish brother-in-law, part of a Polish diversionary espionage group. Under interrogation torture, Rydens had admitted his complicity in the annihilation of innocent people while working atop the NKVD in Ukraine, Moscow, and Kazakhstan. His wife Anna, Nadia's sister, and their 2 boys were not touched, and the family continued to live in the elite house on the embankment and were allowed to visit Svetlana at Zubilovo, but not the Kremlin. 204, 742. No 204, 1041 Zhukovsky, Lubyanskaya Imperia NKVD, 214-5. Another falsehood. Kotkin has no evidence that the evidence against Frenovsky was fabricated, any more than he does that Frenovsky was beaten. These pages in Zhukovsky's book are about Evdokimov, another of Yezhov's killers. Kotkin must mean pages 217-8, which are about Rydens. Zhukovsky, 214-5, contains what are evidently portions of Evdokimov's statement to the court retracting his confessions. But is a person innocent if he retracts his confessions? Of course not. No more than a person is guilty because he confesses guilt. What Evdokimov could not retract was the testimony of other witnesses against him. Both Yezhov and Frenovsky incriminated Evdokimov heavily and repeatedly. Below we quote some of what Jansen and Petrov, two highly anti-communist and anti-Stalin authors, write in a book published by the Anti-Communist Propaganda Institute, the Hoover Institution. Kotkin often quotes and cites this book. But he omits this passage. Yezhov testified himself that after arrests began within the NKVD he, together with Frenovsky, Dugin, and Evdokimov, made plans to commit a putsch on November 7, the October Revolution anniversary, during the demonstration in Red Square. The plan was to cause a commotion and then in the panic and confusion to drop bombs and kill someone of the government members. Evdokimov gave similar evidence. According to him, in September he discussed the threatening situation after Beria's appointment with Yezhov, Frenovsky, and Belsky. Allegedly, they agreed to prepare an attempt on Stalin and Molotov. Yezhov was also said to have had plans to murder Beria. According to Jew K. Ivanov, an NKVD executive from Evdokimov's circle, as early as late July, after a visit to Yezhov, Evdokimov had alluded to terrorism against the party leadership. Jansen and Petrov 155, 156. If Kotkin had dared to cite the English translation of Frenovsky's statement to Beria of April 11, 1939, or even give its online location, his readers could see how thoroughly Frenovsky had implicated himself and many others, including Stanislav Rydens, in mass murders. The Rydens File. Thanks to the efforts of researcher Vladimir L. Bobrov of Moscow, we now have Rydens File from FSB archive. He was certainly guilty. Rydens was rehabilitated in 1961 under Khrushchev and evidently at Khrushchev's command. In 1988-89, under Gorbachev, the Soviet prosecutor's office reaffirmed his guilt and crimes. But the statute of limitations had long expired, so Rydens' rehabilitation stands. Rydens' file has now been declassified and contains much useful evidence. See Yezhov vs. Stalin, Chapter 15, The Testimony of Stanislav Frantsevich Rydens. Rydens testified at length and in detail about Yezhov's conspiracy against Stalin and the Soviet government. Rydens also implicates Evdokimov. Kotkin does not mention any of this. If Kotkin had quoted from, or even cited, the English translations of Yezhov's confessions, which have been available on the internet since 2010, his readers would see some of the evidence that Yezhov, not Stalin, was responsible for the massive torture and executions of hundreds of thousands of innocent persons. 23. Grover Furr, The Moscow Trials and the Great Terror of 1937 to 1938, What the Evidence Shows. At https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/trials_update0710.html. Links to all of Yezhov's interrogations and confession statements that were available in 2010, in Russian and in English translation, are at the end of this article. But Kotkin wants to hide these matters from his readers. No doubt this is because they dismantle the anti-Stalin paradigm. When you don't know, invent. Kotkin. The principal executioner was usually Vasily Blokhin, b. 1895. The son of a poor peasant from central Russia, he had risen to become the NKVD's head executioner already in the mid-1920s and was known to insiders by his signature brown leather cap, brown leather gauntlets above the elbow, and brown leather apron. He had survived the transition from Yagoda to Yezhov, and then to Beria, although the latter had evidently tried to have him arrested as a Yezhovite, assembling the requisite compromising materials. 205 To block and fell the honor of executing Yezhov. 206, 742. Note 205, 1041 http://alya-alexej.narod.ru/index/0-181, Voronov, Palich v. Kozanam Fartuk, Nikita Petrov, Kilovek v. Kozanam Fartuk Likno Rastrelial Boli Dziak Kilovek http://discussaya.com/2010/08/26/blockhin-executioner. Stalin signed the list, containing 457 names, including Yezhov's, on January 17, 1940, APRF, F3, OP24, D177, L116-36. This note is all false. Kotkin has no evidence that Blokhin shot Yezhov. There is no evidence at all for Kotkin's fact claims at the URL he cites here, which is just a brief biographical note on Blokhin. The Voronov article is just a narrative, without any evidence. The Petrov article of 2010 claims that Blokhin shot Yezhov, but Petrov has no evidence either. And in any case, what does it matter who the executioner was? A shameful article cited. Note 206, 1041 Ushakov and Stukalov, Front Voennik Prokurorov, 75, USSR Deputy Military Procurator Nikolai Afanasyev, who was present. Among the many rumors that would circulate inside the NKVD about Yezhov's execution, one had Beria ordering that Yezhov undress and be beaten before being shot, just as Yezhov had done to humiliate his predecessor Yagoda. Kamov, smirred Nikolai Yezhova. The liars had not coordinated their stories. In memoirs edited after his death unreliable, if not simply fabricated, as we have seen earlier in this chapter, Afanasyev claimed that he was present at Yezhov's execution. But he says nothing about Kamov's claim that Yezhov being stripped and beaten. Kotkin does not seem to recognize, or perhaps he hopes his readers will not recognize, the contradiction here. Kamov does not even claim that his disgusting story about Yezhov being stripped naked and beaten is a rumor. It's just Kamov's own salacious imagination. This article is a disgrace, full of crude insults and wrong in the few instances where Kamov makes a statement, Yezhov's term of service, lack of a trial for Yezhov, both wrong. Kotkin has no business using such nonsense in a scholarly work. More evidence that Kotkin does not bother with source criticism. If it's viciously anti-Stalin, in it goes. Chapter 11. Miscellaneous topics. This chapter is concerned with Kotkin's falsifications about subjects that do not clearly fall among the topics that we have examined in previous chapters. Some of these issues, such as the Katyn massacre, are of significant importance in themselves, while an examination of the other topics reveals that Kotkin falsifies even issues of lesser importance. Klim, there were no mistakes. Kotkin. Now Stalin also became the organizer of the Red Army, an innovation canonized in Voroshilov's birthday pamphlet, Stalin and the Red Army. Voroshilov's draft, meanwhile, had been sent to Stalin for prior approval. The defense commissar had written that Stalin made fewer mistakes than the others. Stalin wrote back, Klim. There were no mistakes. Cut that paragraph. 144. 33. Note 144, 915 Voroshilov, Stalin I Krasnaya Armia, Izvestia, December 21, 1929, reprinted in Stalin, Spornik Statii, and in Voroshilov, Lenin, Stalin, Krasnaya Armia, 41-61. Stalin himself crossed out the words that had offended him with red pencil, Voenyi Archivy Rossii, 77, Voroshilov's adjutant Khmelnytsky. Though it is not an important issue in itself, this claim, in boldface above, aroused my suspicions. So I decided to check it. Voenyi Archivy Rossii is a rare and short-lived Soviet journal from the early 1990s. Here is the passage in Voenyi Archivy Rossii, page 77. Cyrillic. Dot. Dot. Stalin was acquainted with the article even in manuscript and made some comments. According to Khmelnytsky, Voroshilov's former adjutant, in this manuscript, which he read in Voroshilov's archive, it is written that during the Civil War there were successes and shortcomings, and Stalin had fewer errors than the others. This phrase, according to Khmelnytsky, is crossed out with a red pencil and Stalin's hand says, Klim. There were no mistakes. Cut this paragraph. St. Var cites no source, so I searched the Russian language internet. This tale is cited in an article in the fanatically anti-communist and anti-Stalin newspaper Novaya Gazeta. 1 An article dated February 26, 2013 is titled, Klim. There were no mistakes. Cut this paragraph. How Stalin defeated Pilsudski too. There we read. Cyrillic. 17. 2004 R 326. Thank God that Comrade Stalin, despite all his other duties, found time to read through and personally edit the MS. Klim. There were no mistakes. Cut this paragraph, he patiently explained on the margins of Voroshilov's text. Q. Stalin. Works, Volume 17. Severnaya Korona, 2004, p. 326. One of which Mikhail Gorbachev is a 10% owner. 2 https://www.novaag.ru/article/2013/20136/53691-171-vybrosid-eno-hyphen-171-hyphen-kak-stalin-pils-ud-sko-hyphen-pub-dial. This specific edition of Stalin's collected works is not easy to locate. But I managed to do so. Here is what is stated there. Cyrillic. 1929. 1997. 1. 221. Dot. Dot. Inscription on the draft of the article by K.E. Voroshilov, Stalin, and the Red Army, December 1929. Klim. There were no mistakes. Cut this paragraph. St. Voennohistorический Archiv. 1997. Issue 1, p. 221. Note. The subject is Voroshilov's assertion that Stalin had fewer errors than the others. The contents of this issue of Voennohistorический Archiv are exactly the same as those of Voenny Archivy Rossii. Once again it's the Spravka, report, of the Shvernik Commission. We have already seen that Kotkin cites this one document repeatedly in his footnotes in a half-dozen different publications, as though these were different sources. 3. In the authoritative edition of this work, in RKEB2, the passage is on page 709. So this is a circular, and therefore dishonest, citation. There is no source, and therefore no verification. It is all hearsay, rumor. Hearsay does not become more truthful when repeated in various sources, and in this case it's all the same source. Conclusion: there is no evidence that Stalin ever wrote these words on a draft of Voroshilov's article. Indeed, it seems likely that he did not, for if he did, why has the page that allegedly Khmelnytsky saw, not been reproduced, or its archival identifiers cited? Or, why are we not told when, where, and to whom Khmelnytsky allegedly made this remark? And how can Kotkin accept this kind of stuff as evidence in a serious work of history? Stalin was no dictator, contested elections. With Stalin's primary aim accomplished, the plenum switched gears. Zdanov had reported, February 26, on the upcoming elections by secret ballot to party posts, for May, a way to mobilize pressure from below against sitting officials, as well as elections to Soviets. We lack the habits of direct elections and secret ballots, he admitted. One plenum attendee, trying to convey the immensity of the organizational undertaking, reminded the plenum of the 1917 vote for the Constituent Assembly. Stalin pointed out that the class enemy could be elected, especially given that some collective farms had no Communist Party members. Keep in mind that our country has 2 million communists and a bit more non-party people, Zdanov noted. Of the scores of millions of non-party adults. 74 He even alluded to the days when Bolshevism had to survive in the underground. 75 It was a surreal discussion, no one was forcing the monopoly regime to stage competitive elections by secret ballot. 368. Here is an interesting and important matter. Stalin and the party leadership were promoting competitive elections by secret ballot. The most obvious interpretation of this fact is that Stalin and the party leadership did not want dictatorship. Rather, they wanted a form of representative democracy similar to that in many capitalist states. Surely this is worthy of some comment. Yet Kotkin, who concedes the fact, makes none. This is bias by omission. For Stalin had in fact been promoting the desirability of contested elections by secret ballot to be guaranteed in the new constitution. What's more, Stalin and his supporters in the leadership had been campaigning for contested elections with the Central Committee. This is the central point of discussion in Russian historian Yuri Zhukov's book Inoi Stalin, A Different Stalin, 2002, which Kotkin cites a half-dozen times in his footnotes. Therefore, Kotkin knows that Stalin had been championing the principle of secret, contested elections for several years. But Kotkin conceals this from his readers. No doubt he does so because this fact undermines the anti-Stalin paradigm, according to which Stalin must be a dictator or, in Kotkin's absurd term, a despot. After all, what kind of dictator mounts a determined struggle for secret, contested elections and then loses that struggle? Kotkin. In December 1937, the USSR held elections for the new bicameral Supreme Soviet, a permanent body to replace the Congress of Soviets. There were 569 seats in the Soviet of the Union and 574 in the Soviet of Nationalities, both elected on the basis of universal suffrage. 216 The provision for multiple candidates had been unceremoniously dropped. 217, 471. Note 216, 1005 The Soviet of Nationalities was to be filled by representatives of the Union and the autonomous republics without regard to their size or population. Note 217, 1005 Pavlova, 1937. As one soldier in the Soviet Far East aptly commented, according to an NKVD report, so Stalin says that's the way it will be and then everything is democratic. Merit, Great Purges, 168. Pavlova's long article concludes that the contested elections, even if held, could not have led to a change of power. But that, of course, is not the point. Elections in capitalist countries do not put the capitalist system up for grabs. Pavlova does not mention this fact. Likewise, under the secret, contested elections that Stalin and his supporters envisaged, the socialist system would not have been put at risk. The winners, even if non-communists, would certainly not have been allowed to restore capitalism. Merit is a PhD dissertation done under Archgetty's direction in 2000. It is a very interesting study. At this point Merit is examining some documents concerning the nationwide discussion about the proposed constitution which was encouraged and which actually took place throughout the whole USSR. However, the soldier's cynical remark, quoted by Merit, was not at all apt. For Stalin really did support secret, contested elections. In Inoi Stalin Zhukov explains, using primary source evidence, how Stalin and his supporters in the central leadership, including Malenkov, Molotov, and Zdanov, failed to persuade the Central Committee of the desirability of secret, contested elections. Zhukov identifies the exact time and place Stalin capitulated in Stalin's office on the evening of October 11, 1937. So why does Kotkin not inform his readers of this fact? Undoubtedly because it does not fit the anti-Stalin paradigm. It contradicts the false, but obligatory, image of Stalin as dictator. as does the fact that Stalin lost this struggle. What kind of dictator supports democracy? And what kind of dictator loses a political struggle on a point so important to him? For in fact, the form of representative democracy proposed by Stalin is both characteristic of that of Western capitalist societies, and yet more democratic than they. For a fuller discussion of this issue can be found in Grover Furr, Stalin and the Struggle for Democratic Reform, 2 parts, in Cultural Logic, 2005. At https://ojs.library.ubc.ca/index.php/c-logic/article/view/1918611888830 and https://index.php/c-logic/article/view/1918662/1888831. See also Furr, Yezhov vs. Stalin, Chapters 1 and 8. Kotkin omits Yakov Yakovlev's confession. Yakov Yakovlev had been Commissar of Agriculture, and then played a very important role in drafting the 1936 Constitution, during which time he worked very closely with Stalin. Upon seeing the subhead above, readers of Kotkin's book may turn to their copy and look for Yakovlev's confession in the index. It's not there. Kotkin never breathes a word about it. Yet this document is one of the most important documents in the Lubyanka 1937-1938 volume that Kotkin cites so often. In it Yakovlev not only confesses to being a member of the clandestine bloc of Rights and Trotskyists. Yakovlev also confesses to having been a Trotskyist sleeper in the party, appointed by Trotsky in 1923 to drop all ties to Trotskyists and bore from within. Yakovlev also confesses to having been recruited by German intelligence because, as the German agent told him, the Germans were already working with Trotsky, and demanded to work with Yakovlev on the same basis. The charge that Trotsky was collaborating with Hitler's German government had been one of the main accusations at the first and second Moscow trials of August, 1936, and January, 1937. In service to the ASP, this charge has long been dismissed as false, a fabrication by Stalin and a slander on Trotsky. Yakovlev's confession statement, as well as Stalin's comments on it, also recorded in the Lubyanka 1937-1938 volume, comprise an important item in the mass of evidence we now possess that this charge against Trotsky is true. Why does Kotkin omit all mention of this dramatic document? No doubt because, once again, it contradicts the ASP, the notion, accepted by all right-thinking historians, that Stalin fabricated all the charges against the Moscow trials defendants and surely must have also fabricated the charge that Trotsky was conspiring with Hitler's Germany. On pages 86 to 90 of my book Yezhov vs. Stalin and on pages 112 to 124 of Leon Trotsky's Collaboration with Germany and Japan, I study Yakovlev's confession in some detail. I include a translation of all the important sections, an analysis of Stalin's remarks on it, and a study of the evidence of Trotsky's collaboration with Hitler's Germany and militarist Japan. Incidents in the February-March 1937 Central Committee plenum. Kotkin devotes just a few pages to this very important, and very lengthy, plenum. Those are worthy of study because of Kotkin's glaring falsifications and bias by omission. Kotkin. Turar Raskulov, an ethnic Kazakh candidate member of the Central Committee and the long-standing deputy chairman of the Council of People's Commissars for the Russian Republic, quietly tried to persuade some plenum attendees to come to the defense of Rykov and Bukharin, but he could not manage to do so. 68, 387. Note 68, 992. Kostov and Samuelson, Stalin, NKVD, 143. Kostov and Samuelson do not have any evidence, not even an archival document, to support this statement. Kotkin just takes their word for it. Kotkin also fails to inform his readers that a few pages earlier, 135, Kostov and Samuelson reveal that Raskulov was arrested in June, 1937, as a participant in the rightist conspiracy. Raskulov was named in a letter to Stalin of July 27, 1937, from L.I. Mirzoyan, secretary of the Kazakhstan Party, as a member of a national fascist organization. He was named in an interrogation confession by P.T. Zubarev, who revealed some socialist revolutionaries who were also in this conspiracy. Raskulov features prominently in the confession of Kojiv, CC member and an official in the Uzbek SSR. 0. IA. Nodev, head of the Turkmenistan NKVD, informed Stalin that Raskulov was involved in a Trotskyist organization there. All of this is in the volume Lubyanka 1937-1938, which Kotkin often cites, though not about Raskulov. 272, 283, 418, 463, 487, it explains Raskulov's solicitousness for Rykov and Bukharin. They were leaders of the rightist conspiracy of which he, Raskulov, was a member. And once again, Kotkin fails to inform his readers about this. Who cares what you believe? A reader may think, but probably Kotkin does not believe these accusations against Raskulov were honest, and that's why he keeps quiet about them. Once again, this is the argument from incredulity. What's belief got to do with it? A historian does not simply relate that information that he believes. The historian's responsibility is to consider all the evidence in an objective manner, setting their own biases and preconceived ideas aside. Kotkin makes no attempt to do this, and it ruins his book. Rykov's words invented. Kotkin. At the plenum, February 24, Rykov denied the scurrilous accusations and called the mockery of him a savage thing. Given that he was already effectively condemned to death, he pointed out that others had confessed and been shot anyway. 387. This statement by Kotkin is completely false. Here is the passage in question. Cyrillic. Point 5. This responsibility is on me, I do not remove it. An enormous responsibility, because what has happened now in the party and in the country, is no small thing. And to have a greater shame than the fact that many of these people who were doing these hideous things, referring to me, is a terrible thing. Kotkin actually purveys two falsehoods here. Asterisk, it is the shame, not the accusations, that is the terrible thing. Kotkin translates it as savage, a mistranslation. Savage is diki, not uzasny. Asterisk, there is nothing here about Rykov's pointing out that others had confessed and been shot anyway. Apparently Kotkin has simply invented this, made it up. But how are his readers to know, unless they check the footnotes, find Rykov's statement in the voluminous records of the February-March, 1937, Central Committee plenum, and then read them in Russian? They won't. So this is a real swindle. The readers expect the truth, Kotkin gives them falsehoods. Is it lying? Let the reader decide. Concealing Stalin's leniency towards Bukharin. Kotkin. Stalin intervened at the plenum, February 27, to recommend a seeming middle ground whereby Bukharin and Rykov would not be immediately put on trial, but turned over to the NKVD for further investigation. The pair spent the remainder of the proceedings at the Lubyanka inner prison while Stalin formed a special commission of the plenum to adjudicate their fate. 71 Bukharin's expulsion from the Central Committee and his disposition to the NKVD were duly upheld by the commission, whose members included Mikoyan, chairman, Maria Ulyanova, and Krupskaya. 72, 387. Note 71, 992 Koshaliva etal. Materially Fevral Martovskogo Plenuma TSKVKP, B, 1937 Goda, 1994, number 112-3. Stalin's recommendation was fixed in a formal plenum resolution on March 3, Rgaspi, F17, OP2, D577, L4, L30-3 draft with corrections. Note 72. 992 O Partynosti Lits, Prokotov Shikpo de Lotak Nativayamago Antisovitskogo Pravotroskitskogo Bloka, 82-3, Stranici Istorii, Leningrad, Leningrad, 1990, 18, Golomov, Neizvestia, 185. More bias by omission. Kotkin cites Getty and Naumov, The Road to Terror, many times. But not here, though it would be helpful for his readers, since it is in English. Getty and Naumov, 409-419, and, in Russian, Pikolov and Bobrov 6, point out that Stalin did not recommend a seeming middle ground, as Kotkin falsely claims. Rather, Stalin supported the most lenient punishment for Bukharin and Rykov, not even imprisonment but only internal exile to some small city. Others, including some later convicted as conspirators, were for a trial or even for execution. In the initial polling of 36 members of the commission, 6 spoke for executing Bukharin and Rykov. 8, including the particularly vituperative Postashev and Shkiriatov, were for arresting and trying Bukharin and Rykov but for sentencing them to prison rather than to death. 16 members either expressed no opinion or their votes were not recorded. It is the remaining group that is especially intriguing. As the first draft indicates, 5 members were for the suggestion of Comrade Stalin. But what was that suggestion? In the original document, Stalin spoke against the death penalty, a prison sentence, or even a trial, and for the relatively lenient punishment of internal exile. In the final version, Stalin's modified suggestion had become the final decision not to send them to trial but to turn the matter of Bukharin and Rykov over to the NKVD for further investigation. This was the third time that Stalin had personally intervened to avoid unambiguously condemning Bukharin. Getty and Naumov, 416. 6 Igor Pikolov, Vladimir L. Bobrov, Iakir I Bukharin, Spletny I Dokumenti Yakir and Bukharin, Rumors and Documents, Chapter 6 in Pikolov's book Veliki Obolgany I Vozhd. Lazy Pravda o Stalin. Moscow, Yaza Press, 2010, and online at multiple sites including http://www.duel.ru/publish/new/lit/stalin/yak.htm. For this site select text encoding Cyrillic ISO, accessed November 24, 18. Kotkin knows that it was Stalin who wanted the most lenient punishment for Bukharin and Rykov. Yet Kotkin follows the paragraph above with this sentence, perhaps Stalin might now be satiated. What dishonesty! Moreover, Stalin was outvoted and had to compromise. Some dictator. What about the scholarly-looking archival identifier in Note 71? Rogaspi, F17, OP2, D577, L4, L30-3 draft with corrections. Did Kotkin really see it? Probably not. A facsimile of this document is in Getty and Naumov, 414-415, and the document identified in Note 45 on p. 412. All Kotkin had to do was to copy it down. Then, but only if he were unusually careful, he could have checked it against other sources such as Pikolov and Bobrov, see previous footnote, where the same document is reproduced and the same archival identifiers given. So why give archival identifiers at all, when Kotkin could have simply said, see Getty and Naumov, 414-5? Because they make his book look scholarly? Finally, why does Kotkin write a seeming middle way? What was seeming, i.e., specious, unreal about Stalin's proposal, the mildest and most lenient of all the proposals? We are forced to conclude that this is just a dishonest cheap shot by Kotkin. The torture telegram. Kotkin. Stalin had some second thoughts. The Central Committee has learned, he wrote in a telegram to all locales, January 10, 1939, that the secretaries of provinces and territories, checking on the work of the local NKVD, have charged them with using physical means of interrogation against those arrested as if it were a crime. He informed them that the physical methods had been approved by the Central Committee and agreed to by the communist parties of all the republics, whose leaders had almost all been shot as foreign agents and wreckers. It is known that all bourgeois intelligence services apply physical coercion with regard to representatives of the socialist proletariat, and in the ugliest forms, he stressed. One might ask why the Socialist Intelligence Service must be more humane with regard to inveterate agents of the bourgeoisie. 84. 595. Note 84, 1022 Kostov etal, Lubyanka, Stalin INKVD, 14-5, APRF, F3, OP58, D6, 145-6, Fokoganov Papers, Hoover Institution Archives, Container 27, Iakoflev etal, Rehabilitatsiya, Politicheski Processi, 40-1, a copy of the telegram found in the Dagestan Regional Party Committee. All such documents had to be returned to the Central Committee, so this one evidently survived thanks to negligence. Sluzba Bezopasnosti, 1993, number 6, 2, Afanazev, Inogo Ne Dano, 561-2N2, wrong date. Of January 20, 1939. Kaganovich later testified, in 1957, that Stalin had written out the decree by hand. Kovalova etal, Poslednaya Antipartiyna Agrupa, 86-9. This shows either real incompetence, or real dishonesty or both. On Kotkin's part. Years ago I put the archival copy of this document. This is the Fokoganov Papers reference online. Point 7. You don't need to know Russian to notice a few things. In Khrushchev lied, 330-331, I translate this document, with analysis showing that it cannot be from the Dagestan Regional Party Committee. Kotkin has misread the text and discussion in the book Molotov, Malenkov, Kaganovich 1957, 121-2, a book that he footnotes elsewhere, though not here. That suggests that this document may well have been a forgery. See the additional discussion in Khrushchev lied 75-80 and 328-332, 28. Torture telegram. Anyone can see that it is not signed by Stalin. There is a date on this supposed 1939 document of 8.2. 1956, just prior to the XX Party Congress and Khrushchev's secret speech, in which he attacked Stalin for this telegram. The document also carries a statement that 2 additional copies were typed on that date. That language suggests that this is also a copy. It looks like a copy. The typewriter type of the text and the date appear to be the same. Also, what archivist would type directly on an archival copy of an important government document? The telegram is just mentioned, and one section of it quoted, in RPP, 40-1. What's the point of citing this old, 1991 volume, published before the documents became available? Afanazev, Inogo Ne Dano, 1988, 561-202, merely summarizes this telegram while falsely stating that it supports Gorbachev's October, 1987, statement that Stalin knew about the illegal acts of the NKVD. Once again, Kotkin's deception here is through bias by omission. 4. Just as Khrushchev did in his infamous secret speech to the XX Party Congress on February 25, 1956, Kotkin omits the bold-faced passage, below, from the telegram, which occurs immediately after approved by the Central Committee. At the same time it was stated that physical pressure is permitted as an exception and, in addition, only in relation to blatant enemies of the people who, taking advantage of the humane method of interrogation, stubbornly refuse to give up their co-conspirators, who refuse to confess for months, and who strive to slow down the discovery of conspirators who are still at large, and so continue their struggle against Soviet power even from prison. Experience has shown that this policy has produced results by greatly speeding up the exposure of enemies of the people. It is true that subsequently in practice the method of physical pressure was sullied by the Skumzikovsky, Litvin, Uspensky and others, because they turned it from an exception into a rule and employed it against honest people who had been accidentally arrested. For these abuses, they have been duly punished. But this does not invalidate the method itself, insofar as it is employed correctly in practice. Khrushchev lied. 331. Why did Khrushchev omit this passage? Because in it Stalin limits the application of the use of physical pressure and attacks Yezhov's NKVD men, identifying 3 of them by name, as scum. Khrushchev could get away with this. The full text of this torture telegram was not published until Gorbachev's day. We know Khrushchev was a liar and faker. What is to be said about Kotkin? Was mention of Krupskaya banned from the Soviet press? Kotkin writes. As a member of the Central Committee, Krupskaya had approved the expulsions and death sentences of Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev and Bukharin. 119 With her death, Stalin had a chocolate factory named after her. Orders went out to the Soviet press, do not print another word about Krupskaya. 120. To the Soviet press? Here is Kotkin's source. Note 120, 1023 120. Zhukov, Vysosoyoz no Sovshchany, 260. This is a Khrushchev-era collection of essays intended to instruct party historians how to discuss Soviet history in light of the attacks on Stalin and his former Politburo supporters Kaganovich, Molotov, Malenkov, and Voroshilov, at the XXII Party Congress in October, 1961.8. In his closing words, Petr Pospelov, a Khrushchev flunky, responded to a note from the audience. The next note: why can't normal conditions for working in the Central Party archive be arranged? They do not give out materials on the activities of the party. 8. Vysosoyoz no Sovshchany Omerik Ulakshenia Pojatovki Nochno Pedagogishizik Kadrov po Istorisheskim Nakom. 18-21 Decabria 1962 G. M. Izdatelstvo Nauka, 1964. Pospelov's response was, I have already answered this question. 298, here he meant his answer to the previous question, in which he had referred the questioner to the documents of the XXII Party Congress. So even these official party historians were not allowed into the party archive. And today we understand why. The release of a flood of documents since the end of the Soviet Union 1991 has shown that the primary source documents in the party archive prove that Khrushchev and his men were lying. For example, we know now that Alexander Shelepin, a high-ranking party official and former chair of the KGB under Khrushchev, quoted Komandar Myona Iakir's letter to Stalin while omitting the paragraphs in which Iakir admits to committing treason. Is it true that, as Kotkin claims, orders go out to the Soviet press not to print another word about Krupskaya? Here is the passage from page 260, cited by Kotkin. This was spoken by Anna G. Kravchenko, who was editor of an adult education magazine. When Nadezhda Konstantinovna died, she was buried with honors. As you will probably remember, the urn with her ashes was even carried onto Red Square by Stalin. But then, the next day, the chief of the publishing house of the People's Commissariat of Education came to me, I was then editor of the magazine School for Adults, and said, do not print another word more about Krupskaya. 260. So what Kotkin writes isn't true. No orders went out to the Soviet press not to print anything about Krupskaya. At most, an order went out from a minor official to the editor of a minor journal of adult education. Kotkin doesn't try to verify this statement, and he could have done so, because this journal, Shkola Vzrostlich, is held by the University of Illinois at Urbana. But instead of checking it, Kotkin falsifies it, claiming that the whole Soviet press was ordered to keep silent about Krupskaya. This is yet another of Kotkin's phony footnotes. His readers will not locate the Zhukov volume and check the reference, so they will never know. What's more, even Kotkin doesn't believe it, for in the very next footnote, number 121, we read. Nonetheless, Stalin would permit remembrance of the first anniversary of Krupskaya's death, see the News Chronicle, Rogov Film 1-3163. 1023. German political refugees handed over to the Nazis? Kotkin writes. Stalin also had Beria extradite 4,000 German political refugees sought by the Nazis. Many were Jewish, and at least 1,000 were communists. They and their family members would be handed over in ceremonies at the frontier bridge at Brest-Litovsk. Let Hitler expend the bullets. 695. Kotkin's paragraph here is false in every detail. Kotkin cites no evidence, not even phony evidence, for this claim. This anti-communist fairy tale comes from Marguerite Buber-Neumann, whose husband Hans Neumann had been arrested, convicted, and executed for participating in an anti-Soviet conspiracy. She survived World War II and wrote bitterly anti-communist books during the post-war period. Buber-Neumann had quit the Communist Party before being extradited to Germany. So she was not a communist when the Soviets deported her. One of those deported with Buber-Neumann was Betty Olberg, whose husband, Valentin Olberg, had been a defendant in the August 1936 First Moscow trial, where he had admitted to plotting to assassinate Stalin. We now have much more evidence about him, and one confession by Betty Olberg herself, where she makes it clear that she knew what her husband had been planning. 9. It is interesting that she was not executed, possibly because she had cooperated with the investigation in 1936. 9. Transcript of interrogation of Betty Otovna Olberg of April 26, 1936. In Politby Uroi Leftrotsky, Spornik Dokumentov, 1923-1940 GG. Ed. Oleg Mazakin. Prague, Sociosfero CZ, 2013. Volume 2, 239-40. This interrogation is not in the one-volume version of this collection, with the same title, published in Moscow by Istlit Publishers in 2017. 10 at https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde/furg/research/menzing.pdf. Wilhelm Menzing, an anti-communist German historian, has thoroughly researched this issue. I have put his German language article online. 10. Here are a few sentences from Menzing's conclusion, translation by me, G.F. No 500 bitter opponents of Hitler were deported to Germany, a little over 300 persons were deported. The Nazi regime did not punish most of those deported. The deportations of 1939 to 1941 were not aimed at communists. There is no indication that the Molotov-Ribbentrop Non-Aggression Pact was the motivation for the deportations. There is no evidence that those deported from the USSR to Germany in 1939 to 1941 were persecuted there. On the contrary, there is evidence that some of them, including former communists, were not molested. Kotkin claims that 4,000 German political refugees were deported. The real number? 300. All those checked by Menzing had been convicted of some crime or other. This was part of a prisoner exchange between the Soviet Union and Germany. Menzing's article was published in 2011, in plenty of time for Kotkin to have read it. Did he read it, and just decide not to inform his readers? Or is he ignorant of the whole issue, in which case he should not have written about it at all? Who knows? The Katyn massacre. Many of the falsehoods in Kotkin's book did not originate with him. Rather, Kotkin has simply lifted false accounts from other researchers. That is, Kotkin has not himself researched, or even verified, his accounts of many events in his book. Nevertheless, like any historian, Kotkin is responsible for whatever he puts into his own book. He could, and should, have verified all the fact claims and checked all references. One such event is the Katyn massacre, the killing of thousands of Polish officers. In 1943 the Germans, abetted by the anti-communist London Polish government in exile, blamed this on the Soviets. In January, 1944, the Soviets blamed the Germans. In the last years of the USSR, Mikhail Gorbachev and his cronies decided to go along with the anti-communist and Polish nationalist line and blame Stalin and the Soviets. This is now the official version. Kotkin's version of Katyn is on pages 744-5. Kotkin repeats the Soviets did it version and cites only secondary sources. Kotkin cites no research of his own at all about Katyn, which has to mean that he has not done any. He simply ignores the research by Russian scholars who have been arguing for more than 20 years now that the Soviets did it version of Katyn is a fabrication. One of the most prominent of these researchers is Professor Valentin Sakharov of Moscow University, author of a monumental study of Testament of Lenin. In the first volume of his Stalin biography, Kotkin relies heavily on Sakharov's study, checks many of Sakharov's references, and concludes that Sakharov is correct. The so-called Testament of Lenin is indeed a forgery. But here Kotkin ignores Sakharov's research on Katyn, which goes far to demolish the Soviets did it version. Kotkin repeats the Polish nationalist story that when asked about the Polish POWs Merkulov and Beria told somebody one person named is Zygmunt Berlin, we made a big mistake with them. 795, Kotkin fails to inform his readers that Merkulov derisively denied this remark when under interrogation in 1953, Politburo I dello Beria, 130. Katyn is one of the most heavily falsified anti-communist horror stories, and also one of the most influential. After years of studying Katyn and becoming more aware of the contradictions in the official version, I published a short article about it in 2013, a short book about it in 2015, and a much fuller book-length study in 2018.11 examining all the accounts of Katyn, including all those Kotkin sites and a great many more, was a fascinating task. The result is unequivocal: the Soviets could not possibly have killed the Poles. Therefore, the Germans did it. I refer the reader to my 2018 book. 11. The official version of the Katyn massacre dis Pirovan. Discoveries at a German mass murder site in Ukraine. Socialism and Democracy 27, 2, 2013, 96-129, Le Massacre de Katyn. Un Refutation de la Version Officielle. Paris, Editions Delgat, 2015, The Mystery of the Katyn Massacre, The Evidence, The Solution. Kettering OH, Erythros Press and Media LLC, 2018. Kotkin, however, has clearly never studied the Katyn issue. He just repeats the falsified version supported by Polish nationalists and by Mikhail Gorbachev. It is the only version acceptable to the anti-Stalin paradigm. The suicide of Stalin's wife. Stalin's wife Nadezhda, Nadia, Allelyeva committed suicide in 1932. This leads Kotkin, as it has other anti-communist falsifiers, to fabricate stories about supposed tensions between Stalin and his wife. Kotkin. The effects of her exposure to the student milieu, young women in the city selling themselves to make ends meet, students with ties to the famine-stricken countryside, remain difficult to gauge. She kept an emotional distance. 317, 109. Note 317, 936, has nothing remotely related to young women selling themselves. So this remark is a cheap shot. And weren't young women selling themselves in every city in the capitalist world in 1932? Only in note 321, on page 936, does Kotkin tell us that Nadia had several times threatened to commit suicide. In this footnote, Kotkin quotes from Vladimir Allelyev's book, see below, that her suicidal threats were caused by headaches, due to a disease of the cranial sutures, not from any tension with her husband. Though Kotkin cites Vladimir Allelyev's book on Stalin's family, he does not mention the passage where Alleliev says that Stalin and Nadia loved each other. Cyrillic. But in our family we knew that Nadezhda and Stalin loved each other. Stalin and his wife raised Artem Sergeyev, orphan of a Bolshevik hero, in his household as one of their own children. Sergeyev wrote about Nadia's migraines and how, in his view, they caused her to commit suicide. 12. He says that Nadia had been looking forward to life after graduation. Kotkin cites Sergeyev's book, 1107, but ignores what Sergeyev wrote about Stalin's wife and her death. 12. Artem Sergeyev, Yekaterina Glushik. Bestie o Stalin. Moscow, Krimsky Most 9D Forum, 2006, 38. Kotkin gives no evidence at all for this statement. Svetlana's subsequent account, unreliable in most respects, rightly surmised that her father was too intelligent not to know that people always commit suicide to punish someone. 348. 112. Svetlana Allilyeva's memoirs are indeed not reliable on a number of topics that can be checked. But this statement is not even a fact claim, only a subjective assessment. What's it doing here? Evidently, its purpose for Kotkin is to make it seem as though there was hostility between Stalin and his wife. Kotkin does include the following anecdote that shows Stalin's strong love for his wife and attacks Svetlana Allilyeva's credibility, though he buries it in a footnote. One of his bodyguards recalled late in life that Stalin would sit for long periods at Nadia's grave at Moscow's Novodevichy Cemetery. Svetlana asserted that her father never visited the grave. Stalin, film by Thames Television, London, 1990, Allilyeva, 20 letters, 113. Note 348, page 937, 13. 13 Sergeyev, 39, also testifies to Stalin's weeping and deep sadness at his wife's death. But then Kotkin continues with another falsehood. Some writers have asserted that a copy of Ryadin's appeal denouncing her husband was found in Nadia's room. Radzinsky, Stalin, 296, quoting a Vilasik interview with N. Antipenko, Rayfield, Stalin and his hangman, 239-40. 937. There is no evidence for this at all in Rayfield, who just asserts it on page 240 of his book. Eduard Radzinsky, whose biography of Stalin, Russian edition, as used by Kotkin, has no evidence for this claim either. Cyrillic. Further, the commander of Stalin's bodyguard, N. Vilasik, told the historian Drive N. Antipenko that Nadezhda once brought home and showed to Stalin a copy of Ryadin's appeal to the party which had been slipped to her in a class at the Industrial Academy, and in which Stalin was called an agent provocateur and much else. But Vladimir Allilyev, whose book, Kronika Odnoy Semyi, Story of One Family, Kotkin cites 5 times, wrote this. Cyrillic. 31. But the story that on the nightstand in Nadezhda's bedroom there lay a copy of the Ryadin platform, which Stalin himself may well have given to her, is fully convincing. Kotkin ignores this statement, though it directly addresses the issue Kotkin himself has raised. Evidently Kotkin does not wish to portray Stalin as either a loving husband or a person who would give his wife opposition literature that contained bitter attacks on himself. Chapter 11a. Miscellaneous falsehoods, continued. Trotsky lied. Stalin not so much. From remote Prinkipo, his Leon Trotsky's exposure of the Soviet regime's lies reverberated around the world and inside Stalin's office. 1913. Kotkin has no evidence that there were such lies or that Trotsky exposed them. In reality it was Trotsky, not Stalin, who was lying. 1 Trotsky claimed that Stalin was lying, but not a single one of his claims has been proven to be true. We have discussed the contents of Note 19 in Chapter 4. 1 See furr, Trotsky's amalgams, and furr, Trotsky's collaboration. Who violated the Versailles Treaty? Secret military cooperation with Germany, in violation of the Versailles Treaty, had been underway for years. 21. Germany did indeed violate the Versailles Treaty. But unlike Germany, Soviet Russia/USSR was not a signatory to the Versailles Treaty and so was not bound by its provisions. Therefore, Soviet Russia did not violate it. Most of Kotkin's readers will not know this. He should have explained it to them. Why didn't he? In order to give the false impression that Soviet Russia, after December 30, 1922, the USSR, had also violated it. Was the Shukti trial a frame-up? In conspiring with the dictator to manufacture the 1928 Shukti trial, Yevdokimov had become an all-Union star, and in 1930 would receive his 4th Order of the Red Banner, 81, 23. Note 18, 914-81. Papchinsky and Tumshi's, Shit, Raskolotay Mekam, 208-9. Even Papchinsky and Tumshi's, the very source that Kotkin cites here, say that Stalin believed this was a real conspiracy. Cyrillic, point 2. After examining the documents, Stalin declared, "It's clear to me that we are dealing with people who deliberately disrupt production, but it's not clear to me who is leading them." How many specialists sentenced? Thousands of specialists had been sentenced. Point 254. Stalin had also written to Molotov that 2 or 3 dozen wreckers from the finance commissariat must be executed. He wanted them linked to the rightists, adding that a whole group of wreckers in the meat industry must definitely be shot and their names published in the press. 256. 50. Note 254, 919-254. An estimated 3,000 engineers had been arrested in the Donbass in 1928-29. Over the last several years we liquidated counter-revolutionary organizations almost in every sphere of the economy, the OGPU reported in May 1930. Sevastyanov etal, Sovrsheno Secretno, 8/2, 1140, TSAFSB, F2, OP8, POR 435, L 169-241. Kotkin writes 2 falsehoods here. First, the text says sentenced but the footnote says arrested. Not the same thing. Second, the last line of this document Kotkin cites from Sevastyanov, which is online at http://istmat.info/node/27045, reads thus. Cyrillic. Over the past 2 years we have eliminated counter-revolutionary organizations in almost all areas of the national economy: coal, transport, heavy metallurgy, the gold industry, the military industry, and so on. There is no mention of any estimate of 3,000 engineers. Evidently Kotkin invented this large number. Begging the question. Again. On October 2, 1930, Mazinsky sent Stalin interrogation materials relating to a clandestine industrial party. To the OGPU, Comrade Mazinsky. In person only. From Stalin, the dictator wrote back, specifying the exact content of the conspiracies and demanding corroborating testimony, which, if extracted, will be a serious victory for the OGPU. Stalin either believed or made it appear that he believed in the fabrications, instructing Mazinsky's interrogators to ascertain, 1. Why was the foreign military intervention in 1930 put off? 2. Is it because Poland was not ready? 3. Perhaps because Romania was not ready? 4. Perhaps because the Baltic states and Romania have not yet come to terms with Poland? 5. Why have they put off the attack to 1931? 6. Might they put it off to 1932? Stalin added that the confessions would be made available to the workers of the world. We shall launch as broad a campaign as possible against interventionists and thwart them in their attempts for the next 1 or 2 years, which is of great significance to us. 54. Note 277, 920-277. Kostov etal, Lubyanka, Stalin IVCHK, 256-7, TSAFSB, F2, OP9, D388, L270-1, October 1930, Communist, 1990, number 11, 99-100, Rgaspi, F558, OP1, D5276, Kosheliva, Pisma Stalina Molotovua, 187-8, Libtal, Stalin's letters to Molotov, 195-6. Kotkin cites no evidence that the Industrial Party trial was a fabrication. No wonder no such evidence exists. Kotkin simply assumes that when he should prove it. This is the logical fallacy known as begging the question. The fact that Stalin believed the charges is itself evidence, though not primary source evidence. An English translation of the trial transcript, including the final statements of those accused, 157 ff, is Records on Trial. Ed. Andrew Rothstein, New York, Workers' Library, printed in England, 1931. The testimony in the trial is primary source evidence. 30,000 heads of households executed. All told, around 5 million people were dekulakized by the police, by their fellow peasants, or by choosing to flee, with an untold number perishing during deportation or not long after. Up to 30,000 heads of households were summarily executed. 75. The nearest footnote is note 42, 924. 42 Rgaspi, F17, OP 162, D9, 1. 138. On February 25, 1931, the Politburo resolved by telephone poll to recommend that during the course of 6 months the OGPU prepare Kulak settlements for 200,000 to 300,000 families near Karaganda in northern Kazakhstan. Kostov etal, Lubyanka, Stalin IVCHK, 263, APRF, F3, OP30, D149, L51. Kotkin's statement here is simply false. Rgaspi, F17, OP 162, D9, 1. 138 is a page from the February 25, 1931 Politburo meeting. Point 3. There is nothing in it, or in the document on page 263 of the Kostov collection cited, about any executions at all, much less of 30,000 people, much less of heads of households. The document published in Kostov, 263, is online here, together with explanatory notes, http://istmat.info/node/45960. 3c https://articles/nfl/noe-icesport-hif-ssr-v-conce-192-0-h-h-nhl-190-hy-nh-hy-n-nh-hy-n-g-hy-n-h-hy-n-nh-l-v-conc. And the falsehoods keep on coming. For a time, urgent requests for cheap Kulak laborers skyrocketed, but sites that had large numbers of the deported often begged not to be sent anymore, the ones they had were just dying. Rgaspi, F17, OP 120, D26, L37, Kuznetsk-Stroy, Viola, Unknown Gulag, 4. There is nothing in this document about anyone dying, either those already there or anybody else. This document Rgaspi, F17, OP 120, D26, L37 is online at http://istmat.info/node/37271. It is a request from the chief at Kuznetsk-Stroy not to send any more families of Spetspozelenцы, exiles, since they do not have the means to house, feed, or clothe them. Kulaks and their families might be Spetspozelenцы, but there's nothing here about kulaks or laborers here. And most significantly, it says nothing about anybody dying. Kotkin evidently invented this too. Charged? Or just arrested? In 1930-31 more than 3,000 former Tsarist officers in Kharkov, Kiev, Moscow and Leningrad were charged with conspiracy and espionage. 66, 77. And 66, 925. 66 Artizov etal, Rehabilitatsiya, Kak Ito Bilo, 2, 671-788, Z Archiva VUCHK, GPU, NKVD, KGB, No. 1, Issue 18, 2002 209, Kostov, Lubyanka, Stalin IVCHK, 212-3, Rgaspi, F17, OP 162, D7, 188, 192, Zdanovich, Organy, 423-31. The main scholarly authority, who provides a list of names while admitting the impossibility of establishing exact figures, writes that as many as 10,000 officers might have been arrested and sentenced. Tinchenko, Golgotha, 242, 248-311. See also Burkin, Voenea Reforma, 261. Artazovtal is the Spravka of the Shvernik Commission of 1963. The entire text. This is the text that Kotkin should have cited always, but which he in fact seldom does. The number of 3,000 arrests of former Tsarist officers is on page 729. It does not state that the officers were charged, much less with what. Zdanovich, Organy, does not cite any figure for the number of officers arrested. Tinchenko lists several hundred officers who were arrested. In section 2, Razdel 2, he usefully reprints confession interrogations of a number of them. Confessions of guilt are prima facie evidence of guilt. They can never be evidence of innocence, though Kotkin implies that these officers were innocent. What government would not arrest officers who were plotting against it? Tinchenko claims that no fewer than 10,000 persons were repressed, but he lists only a few hundred. Tinchenko, V. Mesto Predislovia, p. 3. Burkin's book is titled Military Reform in the USSR 1924-1925. Naturally, it says nothing about the matter Kotkin is discussing here, the arrests of officers in 1930-1. So this is yet another phony reference point. 4. Page 261 of Burkin's book states briefly that, during 1924, 2,201 officers and employees of the former White Armies left military service and thousands of new officers were trained. 10,000 demonstrators, or ex-demonstrators. 10,000 demonstrators ransacked the party and police buildings, tossed the communists out the window. Stalin dispatched Kaganovich, who mobilized local party agitators to speak with workers and himself heard out their grievances. 205, 95. Note 205, 931 205. Davies, Crisis and Progress, 188-91, citing APRF, F3, OP22, D39, 16-7. This is a falsehood. Davies says nothing about any 10,000 demonstrators or any number of demonstrators. Nor does he cite the document from APRF. In fact, Kotkin appears to have simply copied this from Klevniuk, Hosiane, page 93, which covers the same events and cites the same APRF document that Kotkin cites here. But Klevniuk says nothing about any 10,000 demonstrators either. Did Kotkin even read this archival document? Or did he just find it in Klevniuk's book and cite it as though he had read it? 1/3 the casualties, and then there was the famine. More than 126,000 forced laborers did the work on the Belomar Canal, almost entirely without machines, and probably at least 12,000 died doing so, while orchestras played in the background. 134. Kotkin gives no evidence for this figure of at least 12,000 died doing so. No wonder. To be sure, the main source gives the figure as 12,318, 1,438 in 1931, 2,010 in 1932, 8,870 in 1933. CAI. Kokurin, IU. N. Morikov, eds. Stalinskie Stroiki Gulaga 1930-1953. Documenty. Stalinist Gulag Construction Moscow, MDF Madarik 2005, 33-4. However, 1932-33, the years with the higher casualties, were the years of the Great Famine throughout the USSR, not only, or even mainly, in the Ukraine, as Ukrainian nationalists claim. These years had the highest mortality rates throughout the USSR, including in the camps. So the prisoners did not die doing so, that is, from poor or brutal conditions of work. They died from famine and from disease, as well as from other, natural causes. The orchestras were part of the cultural and educational programs for prisoners. I have not found similar cultural activities for American prisoners during this period. In fact, a big issue in the USA at the time was the brutal conditions and high mortality in chain gangs. And compare the horrendous, in fact, fascist abuse and murder of black prisoners in the USA after the Civil War, discussed by Douglas Blackman. 5. Douglas Blackman. Slavery by Another Name. The Re-Enslavement of Black Americans from the Civil War to World War II. New York, Anchor Books, Random House, 2008. See to the excellent webpage at http://www.slaverybyanothername.com. But Kamina didn't say that. From the rostrum they issued self-flagellating calls for unity, with Kamina defending Stalin's personal dictatorship, in contrast to his bold denunciation of it back at the 14th Party Congress. 184. This is about Kamina's speech to the 17th Party Congress in January, 1934. But Kamina said nothing about Stalin's personal dictatorship, or anything like it, in this speech, which is online at http://www.hrono.ru/vkpb_17/20_7.html. Maybe there should have been no scrutiny. Local party head he was empowered to approve executions on his own from September through November. 17, 190. Note 17, 959-17. Kostov et al., Lubyanka, Stalin IVCHK, 566, APRF, F3, OP58, D246, L1, September 2, 1934, Kostov and Samuelson, Stalin, NKVD, 70, Rgaspi, F17, OP162, D17, L31, Klevniuk et al., Stalinskoye Politbyuro, 19, 58-66. Only the last citation, from Stalinskoye Politbyuro, refers to this authority given to Eek. Here are the references. First, the authority is granted to the judicial troikas to use the death penalty against armed banditism. 53. Cyrillic. 11/1933 R. 116/102. 17. 162. 15. 27. 143. 64. Politburo Resolution on Yagoda's Question. August 11, 1933. 116/102. Question of Com. Yagoda. In cases of armed banditry, temporarily permit assignment to judicial troikas of the OGPU of Ukraine, the Northern Caucasus region, the Lower Volga region, Belorussia, Kazakhstan, the Urals, and the Western Siberian region of the right to apply to the organizers and the gangster asset the highest measure of punishment. Ritskidney. F17. OP 162. D15. L27. Protocol number 143. Next, authority is given to Robert I. Eek, First Secretary of Western Siberia, to allow, or not to allow, the death penalty during September and October of 1934. 55. Cyrillic. 19-1934 R. 51-19.9. 1934. Point 17. Point 162.1743. 14. 65. Resolution of the Politburo by Molotov's telegram September 19, 1934. 51 Telegram by Com. Molotov from 19.9. Accept the proposal of Com. Molotov, give Com. Eek the right to permit the death penalty in Western Siberia during September and October of 1934. Ritskidney. F17. OP 162. D17. L43. Protocol 14. For some reason carelessness. Kotkin says that EK's authority to approve executions, or, of course, to disapprove them, but Kotkin fails to point this out, ran from September through November. But the document he cites, the second one above, clearly says during September and October of 1934, the bold-faced words. Since when does sabotage equal terrorism? On the plenum's eve, resistance to Stakhanovism had been designated as terrorism. 234, 278. Note 234, 978 234. Damage of machinery while operating it as well as the production or supply of poor quality goods became crimes of sabotage too. Andreev gave the main report, for which he had been copiously supplied with NKVD materials on sabotage of the Stakhanovite movement. Other speakers cited cases of anti-Stakhanovite sabotage in their regions. Davies et al., Years of Progress, 171-2, citing Regaspi, F73, OP1, D141, 1205, F17, OP2, D561, L32, Rindin, Pravda, December 29, 1935. It is false and a gross distortion of Davies' text to claim, as Kotkin does, that resistance to Stakhanovism was designated as terrorism. Here is the passage from Davies that Kotkin cites. Davies, Years of Progress, p. 171. Andreev, a secretary of the party Central Committee and Politburo member, in preparing for the Central Committee plenum of December 21 to 25, at which he gave the keynote speech, was supplied with a considerable amount of NKVD material on the resistance of conservative and counter-revolutionary elements to the Stakhanov movement. The material indicates that by December hundreds of cases of sabotage had already been discovered or concocted. The NKVD used the following headings to describe resistance to Stakhanovism: deliberate damage of the equipment of Stakhanovites, creation of unfavorable conditions for their work, including supplying them with poor quality tools and materials, and allocating inappropriate personnel to Stakhanovite work teams, illegal reduction of rates for the job and increases of norms, deception by economic agencies. This obviously refers to inaccurate reports, counter-revolutionary agitation against Stakhanovite methods, terror against Stakhanovites. 40. The main point is opposition to sabotage, not terrorism. Sabotage was not to be considered terrorism. Terrorism murdering Stakhanovites is listed last. If only Kotkin were as truthful as Stalin. Stalin was a liar, a chameleon, who talked out of both sides of his mouth and often said what interlocutors wanted to hear. 309. But Kotkin cites no evidence here. In fact, Kotkin has no evidence anywhere in this massive book even of a single lie of Stalin's, or of Stalin talking out of both sides of his mouth, or of Stalin saying even once what interlocutors wanted to hear. This remarkable fact can only be explained in one way, that Kotkin could not find even a single example of a genuine lie by Stalin. For it he had found even one, surely he would have included it in his book. Wouldn't he? A scuffle is not the same as a punch in the face. Stalin had stressed the work of checking up by punching people in the face, September 2, 1930, point 48, 441. Note 48, 1048. Lihetal, Stalin's letters to Molotov, 210-1. This is the English translation of the Stalin-Molotov letters. Why doesn't Kotkin quote from the original Russian edition, which he lists it in his bibliography? p. 1092, Kernel 3. Here, perhaps, is the reason. The English edition reads: in my opinion, the leadership of Gazbank and Finance has to be replaced with people from the OGPU and the Worker-Peasant Inspection once these latter bodies have conducted some inspecting and checking up by punching people in the face. Letter 63, September 2, 1930. But the Russian edition, the original reads: Cyrillic. After these last bodies carry out the work of a fight for verification there. The word mordoboy here clearly means a fight, meaning a sharp struggle. What it does not mean, as used here by Stalin, is punching people in the face, though this is the literal meaning. 6 The persons who were replaced were the heads of Gazbank, Bryukhanov, and Pyatakov. Nobody was literally punched in the face. 6 See the definitions in the Dictionary of Synonyms at https://dic.academic.ru/dic.nsf/dic_synonyms/81034/. Stalin's grandson Evgeny. Stalin never recognized Yevgeny as his grandson. 140, 523. Note 140, 1012 140. Galina would later deny that this was her half-brother, Vinachev, Vinuka Stalina obelik Piatniak v Istoriai Svoi Semi, Argumenti I Facti, November 3, 1999. Kotkin's own source states that it was not Stalin but Galina Jugashvili, Yevgeny's stepsister, who refused to recognize Yevgeny as her father's son and therefore Stalin's grandson. This is what the source in Kotkin's footnote in Argumenti I Facti, a rumor-mongering publication and a completely unreliable source, says. According to the Russian Wikipedia page on Evgeny Jugashvili, Stalin was pleased with Olgia Golisheva, Yakov's partner. Cyrillic. 5. Stalin was, apparently, happy with Olga. Alexei Pimenov in his book Stalin, The Tragedy of a Family unequivocally asserts that this time the father also approved the choice of the son. He even arranged for the young people to be given a small apartment in the center of Moscow. So why does Kotkin say it was Stalin who refused to recognize his grandson, when in fact it was Evgeny's stepsister who refused to do so? Because it makes Stalin appear mean? Something like that, perhaps. All Soviet workers and their families starved to death. A Soviet worker needed to labor for 62 hours to purchase a loaf of bread, versus about 17 minutes for an American. 544. Sometimes Kotkin's zeal to make the USSR during the 1930s look very bad goes off the rails completely. As here. Kotkin cites no evidence for this statement. No wonder it cannot possibly be true. It would mean that a Soviet worker could work 6 10-hour days plus 2 hours more, and still only earn one loaf of bread. All the Soviet workers and their children would have starved to death very quickly. Win the battle or be killed by the NKVD. To be sure, failure for Zhukov at the Halha River against the Japanese could have meant death in NKVD cellars. 160 But then again, that was true for every Soviet commander. Note 160, 1032 160. Eriksson, Soviet High Command, 522. But that is not what Eriksson wrote. Zhukov could have had no illusions about this assignment, failure was out of the question. To win and win decisively, even spectacularly, would alone suffice. Eriksson, 522. Eriksson says nothing about death in NKVD cellars, true for every Soviet commander, etc. In fact, there is not a single example in Soviet history of a commander being executed because he failed to win a battle. Did Stalin say that Nazi Germany had become objectively progressive? Stalin further stated in the little corner that the division of capitalist states into fascist and democratic no longer makes sense. Such a division had never held much meaning for him even when, in 1935, he had allowed the Comintern to announce a popular front against fascism, which, in the form of Nazi Germany, had become objectively progressive. Hitler, without understanding it or desiring it, is shaking and undermining the capitalist system. 176. Note 178, 1033 176. Banak, Diary of Georgy Dimitrov, 115-6, September 7, 1939. This passage reads as follows. Before the war, opposing a democratic regime to fascism was entirely correct. During war between the imperialist powers that is now incorrect. the division of capitalist states into fascist and democratic no longer makes sense. The war has precipitated a radical change. Yesterday's United Popular Front served to ease the position of slaves under a capitalist regime. Under conditions of an imperialist war, the prospect of the annihilation of slavery arises. Nothing in this passage says or implies the absurd notion that fascism has become objectively progressive. Moreover, Stalin was right in an important way. World War II so weakened the imperialist powers that, during the 1940s through the 1970s, every colony of every imperialist power got independence. Those who won it by fighting, such as the Chinese and Vietnamese, did so against repression so vicious from the freedom-loving Western imperialists that the violence far outdid anything that the Soviet bloc countries had even been accused of, much less actually done. Other colonies, like Algeria, France, and Kenya, Great Britain, endured massive torture campaigns and massacres of non-combatants by the free world imperialists. And they were outdone in violence, terror, and torture by the US war in Vietnam. These anti-imperialist victories did not lead to the achievement of egalitarian communist societies. But they did mean an end of the domination by Eastern, Japan, and Western, US, Belgian, French, British, Dutch, Italian, imperialist powers. To that extent, at least, Stalin was correct. NKVD quotas again? Despite people's evasions and self-misrepresentations, the NKVD full of half-educated people amassed a stunning amount of operational information, seizing local archives and personnel files, and using censuses and tax registers, to enumerate the entire population politically. The NKVD locked factory gates with the workers inside until registrations were complete, and put the onus on urban landlords, who would answer with their heads, to march whole apartment buildings to pre-arranged sites for registration. In villages, volunteer or conscripted facilitators were promised rewards for meeting quotas of farmers delivered to in-person registrations. Point 62. Note 62, 1046, contains no evidence to support the statements in this paragraph. Specifically, it says nothing about quotas. Kotkin merely says that he saw very detailed NKVD materials in Khabarovsk, Siberia, concerning the preparations made for exiles. Chapter 12. Strategies of Misdirection. An analysis of the falsehoods in Stalin, Volume 2. Stalin, Volume 2 is not an attempt to give a truthful account of the events it discusses. It is something else, an attempt to convince the reader that it is a truthful account. In other words, Stalin, Volume 2 is a fraud, a work of propaganda disguised as a work of historical research. Stalin, Volume 2 is a book that is designed to mislead its readers. Judging from the book reviews published as of January 2019, it has been very successful in misleading them. The main reason for its success is what I have called the anti-Stalin paradigm, ASP. Stalin, Volume 2 tells its readers what they, broadly speaking, already knew, that is, what they thought they knew, that Stalin and the Soviet leadership were evil people who deliberately murdered a great many innocent persons. Stalin, Volume 2 fills out the paradigm of Stalin and the Soviets as evil with scholarly-looking examples and documentation, much as hot air fills out a balloon. In addition to the techniques of misrepresentation and misdirection, other factors are involved. Chief among them is the power of the ASP. This epidemic of self-imposed blindness exists because there is no powerful institution that is devoted to the pursuit of historical truth. The historical profession is supposed to be such an institution. But it is not, at least as regards Soviet history of the Stalin period. In this field, falsehood is rewarded as long as it serves anti-communist purposes. Meanwhile, the truth is discouraged or penalized when, as is usually the case, it does not serve those purposes. The techniques of misdirection employed in Stalin, Volume 2 are not original or sophisticated. Once they have been pointed out, they appear almost transparent. But they have fooled many reviewers. At the time I am writing this, I have yet to find a single reviewer who has identified even one of the dozens of falsifications in Kotkin's book. If someone were to write a book accusing the American government of atrocities on the scale of those Kotkin falsely attributes to Stalin and the Soviet leadership, we can be certain that many scholars would check every statement and examine all the evidence. The fact that up to now no one has done this is, no doubt, due in part to the fact that in Stalin, Volume 2 Kotkin is telling people that which they have assumed to be true all along. What we have done in the present book is simply to apply to Kotkin's fact claims, accusations, and allegations against Stalin and the Soviet leadership in Stalin, Volume 2 the critical, scholarly examination that any careful reviewer of a book alleging crimes by the United States government and leadership would adopt. The result is devastating to Kotkin's book. A typology of prevarication. In an earlier work I termed the different kinds of falsification in Nikita Khrushchev's secret speech a typology of prevarication. In that work I was able to show that what Khrushchev stated in this infamous speech was false. In most cases I did not have enough evidence to discover what really happened. I did find enough evidence to prove that more than 40 revelations made by Khrushchev in that speech are deliberate lies and that 20 more are also falsehoods, probably, but not provably, deliberate. In The Murder of Sergei Kirov I discussed the studies by Matthew Leno, Asmund Egg, and Alakiri Lena. I discovered that these scholars had tortured the available evidence in order to reach the only conclusion congruent with the ASP, that Kirov's assassin, Leonid Nikolov, was a lone gunman and that Stalin fabricated the criminal cases against everyone else. In the case of Kirov's murder we do have enough evidence to prove that those persons convicted of the murder by the Soviet court in December 1934 were indeed guilty. But I did not give a theoretically informed account of the errors and methods of misdirection that these prior scholars used. In the case of Stalin, Volume 2 I think such an account is warranted. The fact claims against Stalin and the Soviets are so universally false, and the failure of experienced reviewers to notice this so complete, that we are forced to admit that the techniques of falsification in Stalin, Volume 2 have been successful. If they have fooled the reviewers, including at the time of this writing a few scholarly reviewers, they will also fool the general reader. These techniques of falsification are simple in principle. But they are only disclosed as simple in practice if one studies them closely. The widespread acceptance of the ASP discourages any attempt to verify fact claims that are convenient to that paradigm, since the process of verification dismantles the paradigm itself. A review of the techniques of misdirection in Stalin, Volume May 2nd prove helpful in warning the reader against naive acceptance of the ASP in other works too. Under its controlling influence every piece of evidence is bent to fit it, while everything that does not fit it is ignored, discarded, caricatured, or denied. One conclusion stands out: no authority, no expert regardless of his or her academic pedigree, should be simply believed. Given the ideologically charged field that is Soviet history of the Stalin period, no accusation of wrongdoing against Stalin, the Soviet leadership, or pro-Soviet forces, no matter what its source, should ever be accepted as true unless it has been thoroughly verified first. The sooner this fact is generally recognized, and the sooner the practice of verifying everything that fits the ASP is taken seriously, the better for those of us who wish to discover the truth. Objectivity. In any academic discipline it is essential that the researcher determine to be objective from the outset of her study. History is no different. The historian must make every effort to survey all the primary sources that bear upon her subject, and all the secondary sources that study this evidence, whether or not these secondary sources reflect the same biases, preconceived ideas, or values as her own. Since objectivity is, among other things, an attitude of distrust of the self of one's own preconceived ideas and biases, the historian must compensate for her own limitations by trying especially hard to give a supportive reading to primary and secondary sources whose tendency is opposed to her own biases. At the same time she must determine to be especially suspicious of that evidence and those works of scholarship that tend to confirm or agree with her own biases. This practice is essential in order to counteract the natural tendency to cherry-pick the evidence, to look with special favor upon statements that reflect one's own views. 1. Michael Scudson. Discovering the News. A Social History of American Newspapers. New York, Basic Books, 1978-77. In her historical practice, the historian must observe the tenets of objective research from the outset. If the historian does not begin with a determination to find the truth no matter whose ox is gored, if she does not remain vigilant, ready at every moment to discover a truth that she finds disillusioning, her research is doomed. She will never stumble across the truth by accident along the way. Moreover, if a historian does not begin from a determination to discover the truth, we must ask the question, what, then, is her purpose in writing the book? If the historian is not out to discover the truth and report it to her readers, what is she doing? Kotkin ignores these tenets of historical objectivity. Therefore, no one should be surprised that his book is filled with historical falsehoods. It could not be otherwise. Methods of Falsification in Stalin, Volume 2. Avoidance of objectivity takes many specific forms. There are many different ways to smuggle in fact claims without evidence. Among these methods of falsification are logical fallacies. One of them, the argument from incredulity or fallacy of personal incredulity, in a sense represents the whole of Kotkin's book. For Stalin, Volume 2 represents what Kotkin believes about Stalin and the events of the 1930s. Presumably, Kotkin believes his account, but who cares what he believes? The evidence just does not support what he believes. Instead of changing what he believes to conform to the evidence, Kotkin ignores or distorts the evidence that refutes what he believes. Technique of deception. Characteristics. Examples. Bias of omission. Perhaps the most important technique of deception because it is the most difficult to recognize. Reliance on the reader's ignorance. Yakir's letter to Stalin, Frenovsky's statement, Yakovlev's confession, Cooks's discoveries, Kostov's quotation, ch10, Humbert draws, ch8, Ryutin, ch8, Nazi instigation of the Barcelona May days, ch7, two different editions of Dubinsky Mukids on Orjanovikij. Phony scholarship. Asterisk fact claims contradicted or disproven by the sources Kotkin cites in support of them. Phony references that will fool all but the most attentive readers. Block letter, ch4, Roslyakov, ch2, Feuchtwanger. Asterisk fact claims not supported by the sources Kotkin cites. Sources that do not document the fact claims Kotkin has made, though he cites them as though they did. Krasnikov, ch2, Primakov, ch7, Yaroslavsky, ch8. Asterisk citations to phony scholarship that do the falsifying. Citing credentialed scholars who falsify consistently lends a fraudulent air of legitimacy to one's own fact claims. Oleg Klevniuk on Orjonikij, ch3, 6. Reliance on dishonest fact claims by others that do not pretend to be secondary sources. Mainly official sources that are seldom questioned. Khrushchev's secret speech and memoirs, a Rayo telegram, from the Spravka. Phony appearance of scholarship. Citation of same document from different publications as though they are different sources. 5 or 6 different editions of the same document, the Spravka of the Shvernik Commission. Fact claims unsupported by any evidence. Assertions without even the fig leaf of evidence. Collective farmers enslaved, ch1 and 2, Blocken, the executioner with Walther pistols, 1,000 German communists handed over to Hitler for execution, ch11. Logical fallacies. Asterisk argument from incredulity. Claim that because Kotkin can't believe something, it is not true. Feuchtwanger, ch6, fantastic plot, ch9. Asterisk fact claims that Kotkin cannot possibly know. Illogical assertions. No military conspiracy, ch9, Artuzov fabricated documents, ch9, Tkaczewski convicted of crimes he did not commit. Ch9. Asterisk begging the question. Petitio principii, assertion without evidence, assuming that which is to be proven. Stalin caused the famine. Ch1, Moscow trials defendants tortured, promised their lives for false confessions. Asterisk name calling. Insulting words instead of evidence and logic. Stalin a dictator, then, a despot. Ch3, Ch9. Asterisk argument by scare quote. Using scare quotes in lieu of evidence that a statement is false. Ch5, Ch9. Asterisk the nominal fallacy, here, psychologizing, giving something a name, then assuming that you have explained it. Claiming that Stalin was thinking something or had some psychological condition. Channeling Stalin. Ch9, Ch10, Stalin's paranoia, passim, Stalin's profoundly dark spirit. Ch10. Asterisk appeal to authority, argument from authority. Mere assertion, often from failure to research a topic at all. Accepting some mainstream fact claim or interpretation, or, inventing some explanation, without doing the research to verify or disprove it. Similar to the last category. Hotel Bristol issue, Katyn massacre, torture telegram, Ch11, Klim no mistakes, Ch11. Other strategies of misdirection. Alternative theories relegated to footnotes only. Historians are supposed to discuss theories alternative to their own. The theory of environmental causes of the 1932-33 famine, Ch1. Asserting falsehoods long since disproven by other scholars. Few readers will know these fact claims have been disproven. Quotas for repression, Ch10, execution lists, Ch10. Lack of source criticism, use of long discredited sources, other examples. Use of sources that scholars know to avoid but readers will not know that. Orlov, Secret History, Ch5, Boris Nikolovsky, Ch5, Krivitsky, Ch9. Also, see separate chapter. Analysis of the prevarications in Stalin, Volume 2. The success of a work as corrupt as Stalin, Volume 2 requires explanation. How can a book that is largely composed of demonstrable, provable falsehoods have been published? Once published, how can it be praised by newspaper and magazine reviewers? How can a work utterly lacking in integrity be published in thousands of copies by a major publisher? Part of the answer lies in the historical role of pseudo-scholarship as propaganda for anti-communist purposes. The demonization of Soviet history dates back to the Russian Revolution itself. Already in 1920 Walter Lippmann and Charles Merz showed how the New York Times, newspaper of record then as today, reported the triumph of the whites and the defeat of the Reds numerous times, always falsely. Lippmann and Merz concluded that the reporters had not deliberately lied. Rather they had reported not what they saw but what they and their bosses wanted to see. Point 2 The Times's reporters included Walter Duranty, who was later to be attacked for being insufficiently anti-communist when, during the 1930s, he insisted on reporting only what he saw or knew for a fact rather than what he had not witnessed. Point 3. To a test of the news. Supplement to the August 8, 1920 issue of the New Republic. At https://archive.org/details/Lippmann-Merz 8 News. 3 See furr, Blood Lies, 111-113. A few of the many dishonest books and articles attacking Duranty on these fraudulent grounds are listed in the Wikipedia page devoted to Duranty. Stalin, Volume 2 was published by Penguin Random House, a commercial rather than an academic publisher. Academic presses require that manuscripts submitted for publication be vetted by academic specialists in the field. This does not guarantee that falsehoods will be caught and that standards of evidence routine in other areas of history will be observed. Far from it. Nevertheless, some of the more glaring falsifications in Stalin, Volume 2 might have been recognized as such by an academic review unless the reviewers had been selected more for their anti-communist fervor than for excellence of research. The praise Stalin, Volume 2 has garnered from newspapers and magazines are understandable. All mainstream publications from right-wing conservative to liberal left and social democratic are dogmatically anti-communist and anti-Stalin. When it comes to hostility to Stalin, there is often little difference along the continuum from Trotskyist to anarchist to left liberal to far right. And it is publicity and promotion from these publications that determine commercial success. The author and his publisher are making a lot of money. Not a careful search for the truth, but profit is the goal of commercial publication. Anti-communist bias is not a barrier for mass commercial success, rather, it is a positive requirement. Anti-communist scholarship. Kotkin's determined flouting of objectivity would be of little consequence if it were an exception. Stalin, Volume 2 and similar works would be rejected during the vetting process and not be published. Those works that for whatever reason manage to evade the vetting process and be published anyway would be quickly critiqued, their errors, carelessness, and deliberate dishonesty identified and exposed. Negative reviews would warn potential readers away. This is how the system of scholarly and semi-popular reviewing is supposed to work. But in the field of Soviet history it does not work this way. Scholarship on the Stalin period in the Soviet Union is constrained by an informal but strict code of political correctness. Stalin must be depicted as a moral monster and the Soviet Union during his time as a place of government-sponsored corruption, repression, and mass murder. No substantive deviation from this formula is tolerated. This is what I have termed the ASP. Only rarely can one find a refutation of even the most absurd accusations of crimes by Stalin. In his 2010 study that concluded that Stalin did not have a hand in the murder of Sergei Kirov in Leningrad on December 1, 1934, Matthew Lino felt compelled to write a page-length profession of his anti-communist and anti-Stalin convictions. Lino begins by stating the credo, Stalin was one of the deadliest tyrants of world history. Naturally, no evidence is cited. For Lino's academic audience, no evidence is needed. Who needs evidence, when everybody knows it? Lino admits that he did so lest someone suspect him of apologizing for Stalin for rejecting the view that Stalin had had Kirov killed, even though that interpretation had been abandoned by Soviet and Russian experts 2 decades earlier and there had never been any evidence to support it in the first place. Point 4. In what other field, and about what other historical personage, would a scholar feel the need to apologize for discovering that his subject did not commit a crime? But Lino is correct, absolving Stalin of the accusation of some crime or other is just not done. For Matthew Lino, The Kirov Murder and Soviet History, New Haven, Yale UP 2010, 16-17. Even this is an exception. Claims that Stalin committed some crime, no matter how poorly supported by evidence, are typically passed over in silence if really absurd, and otherwise are accepted and even repeated, as Kotkin does many times in Stalin, Volume 2. As we have suggested in the introduction, in history of the Stalin period a kind of Gresham's law prevails where bad scholarship drives out the good. When good scholarship is produced, it is carefully written so as not to contradict any tenets of anti-Stalinism that the researcher thinks may be an inviolable part of the ASP. Good research is being done in the field of Stalin-era Soviet history. But it is typically confined to the close examination of primary sources, especially when newly available sources are used. Research that is narrowly focused on specific events, places, and time periods can be very revealing. Even when marred by bias, research that reproduces new primary sources can be valuable because flawed interpretations can be critiqued and discarded and the texts of the primary sources themselves appropriated for more objective research. An anti-communist scholarly environment or industry has been created where scholars churn out anti-communist falsehoods and then cite each other's falsehoods as evidence that the falsehoods are true. Primary sources are either distorted by misinterpretation or else ignored entirely. The scholars or academic practitioners in this industry assume in their writings that it is not primary source evidence and its interpretation, but the consensus of anti-communist researchers, that establishes a statement as true. This is the logical fallacy of appeal to authority. Kotkin follows this practice with enthusiasm. Stalin, Volume 2 is an example of what that practice produces. When Kotkin cites primary sources at all, he often gets them wrong. Kotkin often cites secondary sources by scholars of the anti-communist industry, scare quotes deliberate here. This produces a body of anti-communist pseudo-scholarship based upon bias and falsehood alone. In addition to falsehood, the system produces and reproduces ignorance. Anti-communist scholars inevitably become lazy when no one criticizes their research because it has the correct anti-communist tendency or line. Why worry about the truth if what matters is not objectivity and skillful analysis and interpretation of primary source evidence, but striking the right anti-communist tone? Why bother to do the hard, time-consuming work of genuine research, of discovering the truth, when the path to academic success is to repeat anti-communist assertions with little or, often enough, no regard for the evidence? Our study of Stalin, Volume 2 has disclosed that Kotkin is not only biased. He is also ignorant about much of the history of which he poses as an expert. His readers should not assume that Kotkin has worked hard to discover the truth about the important issues discussed in this book, and then gone on to construct deliberate lies in order to disguise this truth. The reverse is much more likely, that Kotkin has no idea what the truth is because he has never tried to find it. He has mastered the anti-communist position or line on these and, perhaps, on other issues, and this can be got from reading the works of a limited number of recognized anti-communist scholars without troubling oneself about primary sources or real research of any kind. Chapter 13. Bias of Omission. Introduction. Why believe Trotsky? That same day, a Politburo decree ordered the execution of the OGPU espionage operative Yakov Blyumkin. His fatal act had been to meet on Principo with Trotsky, his former patron, who revealed that he had managed to carry out secret documents, which he intended to publish to expose Stalin, and predicted the regime's downfall, averring that the underground Bolshevik-Leninists needed to strengthen their opposition. Blyumkin evidently sensed that Trotsky was fantasizing, yet he had agreed to carry messages to Moscow from Trotsky, written inside books in invisible ink. 109 He became one of the first Communist Party members executed by the Soviet regime for a political crime. 28. Note 109, 915 109. Blyumkin had served as Trotsky's adjutant, then was invited to rejoin the secret police, rising to proconsul in the Soviet satellite of Mongolia and then to undercover OGPU station chief in Istanbul. OGPU agents went around whispering that Radek had betrayed Blyumkin, a story that, as intended, reached Trotsky, damaging relations between him and Radek, conveniently for Stalin. Radek would not deny he had informed on Blyumkin. Trotsky is said to have received a letter detailing Radek's betrayal. Kak I Ziekto Stalin Rastrelial Blyumkina Byulatin Oppositii, No. 9, February-March 1939-11. More than 30 years ago Pierre Brouet, the most prominent Trotskyist scholar in the world, concluded that Blyumkin, a Soviet intelligence agent, was secretly working for Trotsky. Trotsky lied in his article about Blyumkin's execution. 1 C. Brouet, compliments à un article sur les Trotskistes nu.r.s.s. Kayaz Leon Trotsky 1985, 24, pages 63-72. Kotkin does not cite Brouet's article, though he cites many other articles by Brouet. If, somehow, Kotkin did not know about this article, then he did not research Trotsky and Blyumkin and so had no business writing about them. Kotkin also fails to mention a major publication about Blyumkin by Oleg B. Mazakhin, Confession of a Terrorist in an important historical journal in 2002. 2 Kotkin cites 3 works by Mazakhin in his bibliography, but not this one. Blyumkin, while being a Soviet agent, was working for Trotsky. 2 Oleg B. Mazakhin, Lspob Terrorista. Voennoistorический Archiv 6, 2002, 25-59. As a left socialist revolutionary, Blyumkin had assassinated the German ambassador, Count Merbach, on July 6, 1918, as part of the Left SR attempt to sabotage the Brest-Litovsk peace with Germany and as a signal for the Left SR revolt against the Bolshevik Revolution. Blyumkin was declared an outlaw by the Bolsheviks, fled, but then had joined the Bolsheviks and was reprieved. His betrayal to Trotsky was the last straw, and he was executed. Trotsky blamed Radek for turning Blyumkin. But in his confession, Blyumkin informed on Radek's Trotskyist activities. There's little doubt that Trotsky attacked Radek as a cover for his, Trotsky's, continued collaboration with Radek. According to Boris Bazanov, a secretary of Stalin's in the 1920s who fled to the West, Blyumkin was actually betrayed by Liza, Elizaveta, Zarubina, another Soviet agent. Mazakhin 59. Either Kotkin did not know about this important article, and so had no business writing about Blyumkin at all, or he did know about it but hid it from his readers for the sake of a less complicated, anti-Stalin story. A crime, not a practice. Kotkin cites the following crime committed during confiscation of a Kulak family's property. A favored trick was the auction. One new village party secretary managed to obtain a 4-room house, valued at 700 rubles, for 25.172, 37. Note 172, 917 172. Hughes, Capturing the Russian Peasantry, 99, citing Gano Corpus 2, F2, OP 2-1, D 3506, 1. 2, OP2, D 366, L 189-98. In Hughes' Book 3 but not his article, which Kotkin quotes here, Hughes points out that this abuse was punished. For this litany of abuses only one person was punished, removed from office and expelled from the party, the Okrug plenipotentiary responsible for the area, who happened to be the Okrug deputy procurator. 56, Hughes, Stalinism 110. 3. Stalinism in a Russian province. A study of collectivization and dekulakization in Siberia. Palgrave Macmillan, London and New York, 1996. Hughes writes, one practice of the Baisk authorities was to refuse to accept monetary payments to the value of the grain delivery quotas. Rather, when there was a refusal to sell, they auctioned off peasant property at cheap prices as an exemplary punishment. 39, Hughes, Stalinism 103-4. Kotkin fails to point out that this was exposed as an abuse in an official party document. Later in the year, in the autumn when the grain had been collected safely, party reports on the campaign became more circumspect and critical of abuses. The Rubtsovsk Procuracy condemned numerous illegal acts in grain collection when plenipotentiaries enforced razverstka. Hughes, Stalinism, 104. Kotkin also fails to tell us that the numbers of peasants whose property was sold off was small. By the end of April, approximately only half of 1% of farms in the okrugs of Barnaul, Baisk, and Rubtsovsk, and even less in Slavgorod, had property sold for failure to pay a multiple fine. Hughes, Stalinism, 104. So the number sold off dishonestly, as in this case, was smaller still. But back to the village party secretary who bought a 4-room house, valued at 700 rubles, for 25. This specific act was probably punished, although only a study of the archival documents could tell, and Kotkin fails to give them to us. In note 56 of his book, page 235, Hughes but not Kotkin tells us more about this abuse. Concern about the numerous cases when property confiscated under Article 61 was auctioned off too cheaply was also raised at a meeting of Baisk Okrug Procuracy officials and OGPU representatives on May 28, 1929, GAAK, F 917, OP1, D 10,1. 244-5. So abuses occurred. But they were not Soviet policy. Nor is there any evidence that such abuses were tacitly permitted. Moreover, Kotkin confuses these events. The document he cites is a complaint from a peasant woman in April 14, 1929, while the events Kotkin is discussing occurred from January-February 1930 and thereafter. Groman and Kondratiev. What's the evidence? A note to page 50 of Kotkin's book reads thus. Note 256, 919, 256. Stalin singled out the Tsarist-era economists Vladimir Groman and Nikolai Kondratiev, of long-wave fame, insisted they were linked to Bukharin, Tomsky, and Rykov, and wrote that Kondratiev, Groman, and a few other scoundrels must definitely be shot. Koshaliva, Pisma Stalina Molotov 193-6, Lihetal, Stalin's letters to Molotov, 200-1, August 6, 201N8, Rgaspy, F17, OP3, D793, 13. Kotkin's readers will surely get the impression that Groman and Kondratiev were shot. But they were not shot. Kotkin omits the fact that Groman and Kondratiev were prominent in the Menshevik trial of 1931. Many of the materials of this trial have been published. Groman's lengthy confessions are in Volume 1, 311-384. Kondratiev's statements are not printed, but there is a lot of testimony from others about his activities. Point 4. For Menshevistski Processi 1931 Goda. Spornik Dokumentov v2 Kh Nagak. Moscow, Rospin, 1999. There is no evidence that this was a frame-up. Groman was convicted and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment, which he served in the Verkhnuraleske and then the Suzdaleske political isolators, equivalent to minimum security prisons in the USA. Groman died there in 1940, age 66. Kondratiev was convicted in the same trial and sentenced in 1932 to 8 years imprisonment. In 1938 he was tried, convicted, and executed for continuing counter-revolutionary activity in the Suzdal Isolator 5. Kotkin conceals this information from his readers. 5 Cyrillic. This information is available on a Memorial Society page http://list.memo.ru/d17/f175.htm number sign N1. Wife of Kirov's assassin was guilty. Kotkin. The Kirov and Kremlin affair investigations were now running in parallel. In Leningrad on March 10, Milda Dral was tried and executed, along with her sister and brother-in-law. There was no public announcement. 264. No 264, 966 264. Lino, Kirov murder, 287-8, Rgani, F6, OP13, D33, L49-50, Ulrich to Stalin, March 11, 1934. The note to Lino is in error, it should read 387-8. Gf. Kotkin omits to mention that, even in this excerpt from a letter of Ulrich to Stalin, Ulrich states that Dral confessed her guilt. To the question of what goal she was pursuing when she sought a ticket to the meeting of the party activists on December 1, where Comrade Kirov was to deliver his report, Milda Dral answered that she wanted to help Leonid Nikolov. With what? That should have been obvious from the circumstances. Lino 388. Lino also states that on January 10, 1935, Dral gave damning evidence against her husband. Milda Dral signed testimony asserting that Nikolov had visited Latvian consul in Leningrad Bisanix to discuss the question of detaching various national regions from the USSR. Lino 387. Kotkin knows this. He cites Lino's book more than 50 times. But he fails to inform his readers, and so gives them the impression that Dral was executed simply because she was Nikolov's wife. 6. I discuss this in more detail in Sergei Kirov, pages 180 to 181. Kotkin ignores Stalin's struggle for democracy. On page 287 Kotkin discusses Stalin's interview with American newspaper publisher Roy Howard. But Kotkin makes no mention of the most remarkable, and most remarked on, of Stalin's comments, his promise of a democratic constitution with contested seats. This is discussed in some detail in Yuri I. Zhukov, in Oi Stalin, pages 207 to 210, a book that Kotkin cites, though not here as well as in the Stalin-Howard interview. Kotkin clearly knows about it, but never informs his readers. Point 7. 7. See the Stalin-Howard interview. New York, International Publishers, 1936. In Russian it is in volume 14 of Stalin's collected works. Throughout this large book Kotkin avoids all mention of Stalin's energetic fight for democratic reform in the Soviet Union. See also my discussion in Stalin and the Struggle for Democratic Reform, Part I. Point 8. 8. Cultural Logic 2005. Now at https://ojs.library.ubc.ca/index.php/c-logic/article/view/1918661/1888830. Kotkin conceals Stalin's opposition to mass repression. Kotkin on the January, 1938, Central Committee Plenum. On January 13, the Kiev Provincial Party Committee was deemed littered with an exceedingly great number of Trotskyists, and 3 days later Postyshev was replaced as Kiev Province Secretary by Sergei Kudryavtsev, while the Kharkov Provincial Party boss was replaced by Nikolai Jakalo. 370, there is no note to this passage. Gf. Kotkin omits the fact that Pavel Postyshev was removed for massive repressions of party members. The long quotation below is from furr, Yezho vs. Stalin. The January 1938 CC plenum. It appears that this plenum was called in a hurry to deal with a serious situation of mass expulsions and arrests of party members, including many party officials. Sometime around the beginning of the year, Politburo member A.A. Andreev was assigned the task of gathering compromising material on Postyshev's party expulsions in Kuyabyshev. These documents included documentation of mass party expulsions from the Kuyabyshev Soviet, from the ranks of party district committee secretaries, and from other organizations. One report from the Bazarnosizhinsky district noted that large numbers had been expelled as enemies by order of Postyshev's men, though the NKVD subsequently found reason to arrest very few of them. Based on the materials Andreev compiled, the Politburo decided only on January 7 to use the occasion of a Supreme Soviet meeting to convene a plenum for January 11, a lead time of only 4 days. Getty and Naumov 498-499, 501. This whole section, pages 99-103, contains the evidence against Postyshev. Kotkin simply ignores it. He also omits it at page 475. Here is a fuller discussion. Postyshev was the harshest in mass expulsions, and was expelled for this at the January 1938 CC. Getty and Naumov discuss this at length on pages 498-512. Getty quotes at length how Postyshev was raked over the coals at this plenum for excessive repression. Zhukov's analysis. At the January 1938 plenum the main report was done by Malenkov. He said that the first secretaries were brandishing not even lists of those condemned by the troikas, but just 2 lines with an indication of the number of those condemned. He openly accused the first secretary of the Kuyabyshev obkom of the party PP. Postyshev, you have imprisoned the entire party and Soviet apparatus of the oblast. At which Postyshev replied in the same vein, that I arrested, am arresting, and will arrest, until I annihilate all enemies and spies. But he was in a dangerous solitude. 2 hours after this polemic he was demonstratively dismissed from his post as candidate member of the Politburo, and none of the members of the plenum stood up to defend him. Komsomolskaya Pravda, November 19, 2002. The document confirming Postyshev's expulsion and arrest is reprinted in Getty and Naumov, pages 514-6. Khrushchev was one of those who spoke up forcefully against Postyshev, GNN 512. For Khrushchev's appointment to replace Postyshev as candidate member of Politburo, Stalinskoye Politbyro, p. 167. Rogovan's excerpt from January 1938 CC Plenum on Postyshev. On the character of Postyshev's speech, which was in fact converted into his interrogation, the following fragment of the transcript will give an idea. Postyshev, the leadership there, in the Kuybuyshev Oblast, both that of the party and of the Soviets, was enemies, beginning from the Oblast leadership and ending with that of the Rayans. Mikoyan, everybody. Postyshev, how can you be surprised? I added it up and it comes out that enemies have been sitting there for 12 years. On the Soviet side the same enemy leadership has been sitting there. There they sat and selected their cadres. For example, in our Oblast Executive Committee we had the most obdurate enemies right down to the technical workers, enemies who confessed to their wrecking activity and behaved insolently, beginning with the chairman of the Oblast Executive Committee, with his assistant, consultants, secretaries, all were enemies. Absolutely all the sections of the Oblast Executive Committee were soiled with enemies. Now take the chairman of the Rayon Executive Committees, all were enemies. 60 chairmen of Raiispokoms, all enemies. The overwhelming majority of second secretaries, I'm not even speaking of first secretaries, are enemies, and not only enemies, but there were also many spies among them, Poles, Latvians, they selected all kinds of dyed-in-the-wool swine. Bulganin, were there at least some honest people there? It turned out that there was not a single honest person. Postyshev, I am talking about the leadership, the heads. From the leading body, of the secretaries of the Rayon committees, the chairman of the Raiispokoms, there was almost not a single honest man. And how can you be surprised? Molotov, aren't you exaggerating, Comrade Postyshev? Postyshev, no, I'm not exaggerating. Here, take the Oblast Executive Committee. People are in prison. We have investigative materials, and they themselves confess their enemy and espionage work. Molotov, we must verify the materials. Mikoyan, it turns out that there are enemies below, in every Rayon committee. Beria, is it possible that all members of the plenums of the Rayon committees were enemies? Kaganovich, there is no basis to say that they are all swindlers. Stalin evaluated Postyshev's methods this way: this is the massacre of the organization. They are very easy on themselves, but they're shooting everybody in the Rayon organizations. This means stirring up the party masses against the CC, it can't be understood any other way. Furr, Khrushchev lied, 283 to 285. Kotkin conceals the fact that Stalin was opposed to mass repressions of party members. That would ill comport with Kotkin's portrayal of Stalin as a bloodthirsty tyrant. Kotkin smears Voroshilov. Voroshilov had never acquired genuine military training. He had not served in the Tsarist army, despite being the right age. 395. Kotkin gives his readers the impression that Voroshilov was a draft dodger or some other kind of shirker. But there is no reference to this passage. No wonder. Voroshilov had been exiled for his radical political activity, which went back to 1903 and involved many arrests and several sentences of exile, from which he escaped. He was amnestied, but was unable to find work. Voroshilov was just the sort of person the Tsarist recruiters wanted to keep out of the army. Pursued by the police, he eventually got a job in an armaments factory in Tsaritsyn after having been unable to find work in Lugansk, in the Donbass. My source for this is the Russian Wikipedia page on Voroshilov. 9 The corresponding English language Wikipedia page does not have this information on Voroshilov. 9 at https://ru.wikipedia.org/wiki/comma__. Workers on the Moscow-Volga Canal. On April 22, Stalin paid his third visit to a part of the 80-mile canal linking the Moscow and Volga rivers. The canal was built by Gulag laborers, more than 20,000 of whom likely perished. 404. No evidence is given for this statement. Note the word likely. Kotkin doesn't know the number but puts one in anyway. The primary source for this kind of information is A.I. Kokurin, I.U. and Morikov, eds. Stalinskie Stroiki Gulaga 1930-1953. Dokumenti. Stalinist Gulag Construction Moscow, MDF Madarik 2005, 30-102. The mortality figures cited here are not for canal workers but for the Dmitlag camp as a whole. The total of deaths recorded in the camp between September 14, 1932 and January 31, 1938 is 22,842. By far the highest number of deaths, 39% of the total is recorded for 1933, 8,873. 77. This was the year of famine in much of the USSR, and also of serious typhus. There was a severely elevated death rate throughout the Soviet Union during these same years. Omitting this information gives the impression that these people were worked to death or died from poor conditions. But that is not the case. According to the same source, 63, the working day was 10 hours long. Breakfast lasted 45 minutes, dinner 2 hours, and 3 hours in the evening were devoted to cultural and educational activities. These were better conditions than existed for millions of workers in the capitalist world, to say nothing of the colonies of the Western imperialist countries. And far better than for prisoners in the prisons of the West. More lies about Lavrentiy Beria. About the June, 1937 Central Committee plenum, Kotkin writes. Instead of allowing discussion of Beria's past, Stalin had Kaminsky arrested and expelled that very day. 68, 510. Note 68, 1010-68. Pavlyukov sick, should be Pavlyukov, Ezhov, 296-7. Kotkin suppresses the fact that Pavlyukov takes this testimony from the Gorbachev-era anti-Beria slander book One Malkali. Then Pavlyukov refutes it, proves it wrong. We have already shown that One Malkali is no good as a source. Zavoronkov and Pereyatsky is also in One Malkali, 199-214. They cite Khrushchev, see above, and otherwise quotes unpublished memoirs, that is, rumors. Kotkin even notes that these people did not attend the plenum. Kaminsky got 10 years without the right of correspondence, which meant he was executed. 71, 511. Note 71, 1010-71. The sentence was carried out February 10, 1938, at Yagoda's former dacha, Kommunarka. This is false. According to the Russian Wikipedia page on Kaminsky and to the lists compiled by the Memorial Society, he was sentenced on February 2, 1938, to execution for membership in a terrorist organization, not to 10 years, etc. 10 Cyrillic http://lists.memo.ru/d15/fl73.htm number sign N122, https://ru.wikipedia.org/wiki/cock_prop_heo. Kaminsky was accused by a number of others, including Yakovlev and Krestinsky, and Kaminsky himself accused others of being part of the right Trotskyist bloc, conspiracy. He is named a dozen times in the materials sent by Yezhov to Stalin and printed in Golgotha. So Kaminsky was not arrested, much less tried, sentenced, and executed, for anything he said about Beria. In fact, Beria was not yet in the NKVD yet. That did not happen until August, 1938. Why was Viktorov imprisoned? Why Stalin let Yezhov remain at the helm for so long remains mysterious. By summer 1938, the insanity in the NKVD had gotten to the point that at least one newly appointed provincial NKVD chief released large numbers of prisoners and wrote to Lubyanka about the outrageous falsifications. 225, 540. Note 225, 1014-225. One example was Mikhail Viktorov, Novoslav, newly named as NKVD chief in Sverdlovsk, who turned up a shocking state of affairs, even by standards of the terror, in the work of his predecessor, Dmitriev. Viktorov freed a large number of prisoners and sent Lubyanka a long analysis of local falsifications of cases. Pavlyakov, Ezhov, 444-5, citing TSAFSB, Sledstvo Delo No. R24334, T.1, L67-8. Viktorov would be arrested on January 22, 1939, and sentenced to 15 years, he died in a camp in 1950. Kotkin fails to say why Viktorov was arrested and imprisoned. But there is a report on Viktorov, in the so-called Stalin shooting lists 11. Viktorov was convicted of being a participant in Yezhov's conspiracy to overthrow the government. He was named by others in the conspiracy including Yezhov, Uspensky, Nastkin, and Belsky. 11 at http://stalin.memo.ru/sbravk/13-063.htm. In 1941 Viktorov was sentenced to 15 years imprisonment. He is listed as Category 1 in the shooting lists, which means that the NKVD recommended that he be executed if found guilty. But he was not executed. Instead, he was sentenced to 15 years and died in a prison camp in 1950.12. 12 Cyrillic https://ru.wikipedia.org/wiki/bapo_mka_repo. This is yet another example that the so-called Stalin shooting lists were not shooting lists at all, but recommendations by the NKVD to the prosecutor, of sentences in the event the accused was convicted. See lies about the lists in Chapter 10, above. Viktorov was one of many cases in which the recommendation was not followed by the court. Kotkin ignores Stalin's struggle for democracy, too. On October 11–12, 1938, Stalin convened a two-day expanded session of the Politburo, an Ersatz Central Committee Plenum, 575. Kotkin mentions nothing about the abandonment of contested elections, which is discussed in Zhukov, Inoi Stalin, 475-6. Stalin was outvoted even in the Politburo. Some dictator. Was Adolf Hitler ever outvoted by his own party leadership? Nuff said. Kotkin suppresses all this. Why? At least two reasons. 1. Stalin was struggling for a kind of representative system, with contested elections, that Kotkin's readers would recognize as democratic and sympathize with. 2. Since Stalin was defeated by his own Politburo, it would be clear to Kotkin's readers that Stalin was not a dictator. Wasn't an innocent? Beria and Kobylov put me on a chair and sat on either side and punched me in the head, playing swings, recalled Yevgenindin, the press officer of the Foreign Affairs Commissariat. They beat me horribly, with the full force of their arms, demanding I give testimony against Litvinov 260. No 260, 1027 260. Din, Katastrofa I Vodoro 6 should be Vitero Rozdani, 128-52. Din would be the only one to survive to old age from the Soviet embassy or trade mission to Berlin. Kotkin either did not check, or chose to hide from his readers, the report, Spravka, on Din from the Stalin lists. 13 The report, prepared by the NKVD, accuses Din of espionage for Germany in some detail, the most serious charges conceivable. 13 at http://stalin.memo.ru/sbravk/13-098.htm. Din was named by other conspirators, including Mikhail Koltsov, in a face-to-face confrontation. Din is also mentioned at least 52 times in Koltsov's confessions. In the list itself, Din is Category 1 recommendation to execute if convicted. Yet Din too was not executed. See Viktorov, above. 14. 14 at http://stalin.memo.ru/name/p87.htm number sign N76. Once again, we see that the so-called Stalin shooting lists were not shooting lists at all, not death warrants, whatever that is supposed to mean. In Nden's case, as in Viktorov's, the prosecutor and judges must have found some mitigating circumstances, or at least that some of the accusations were unreliable. In 1941, under Beria, he was sentenced to 10 years. His letter to the Presidium of July 16, 1953, was evidently used in the campaign against Beria by Khrushchev etal 15. 15 http://istmat.info/node/27469. So was Nden telling the truth about being beaten by Beria and Kobylarov? Maybe, or maybe he was just lying. July, 1953, was a good time to expect leniency if one gave the kind of evidence against Beria that Khrushchev wanted. Kotkin ignores this, or perhaps he is ignorant of it. His account gives the impression that Nden was an innocent victim. Maybe he was. Maybe not. But the evidence at our, and at Kotkin's disposal today does not suggest innocence. Was Isaac Babel innocent? Kotkin writes. Babel suffered from his association with Yezhov, who, under interrogation, had named him as a spy. According to the interrogation protocols, Babel implicated Eisenstein. The organizers of the Soviet film industry were preventing gifted individuals from revealing their talents to the full. Solomon Mikhoels, constantly dissatisfied that the Soviet repertoire gave him no chance to demonstrate his talents, and Ehrenberg, in Ehrenberg's view, the continued wave of arrests forced all Soviet citizens to break off any relations with foreigners. 306 Babel would also sign a bloodstained protocol confessing to membership in a Trotskyite espionage organization on behalf of France, linked to Malraux. 307, 635. Note 306, 1028 306. Shantalinsky, KGB's Literary Archive, 42, 47. See also Povarov, Prichyna Smerty Rastral, Pirozhkova, at his side, 115. Note 307, 1028 307. Shantalinsky, Proshumenia Vislushet, 430 to 43.16. 16. This is the second part of Shantalinsky's book Rabi Svobody, 1999. It is far easier to obtain it there than in the format cited here by Kotkin, a 1991 article in the hard-to-obtain journal Vozhvrishchiny. A confirmed anti-communist, Vitaly Shantalinsky is strongly committed to the position that Babel and other executed or imprisoned artists were innocent. But even Shantalinsky admits that there is a great deal of evidence against Babel. He was certainly closely involved with both Yezhov and his wife. None of the books Kotkin cites have any evidence that Babel was innocent. Moreover, Babel made long confessions of guilt, some of which are quoted at length in Rabi Svobody and other books by Shantalinsky. KGB's Literary Archive quotes excerpts only at pages 42 and 47. All the authors whose works Kotkin cites in note 306 assume, without evidence, that Babel was innocent. On page 115 Babel's wife Pirozhkova simply writes that Meyerhold and Koltsov were arrested at almost the same time as Babel. She fails to note that this was because they were all accused, and eventually convicted, of being involved in Nikolai Yezhov's plot to overthrow the Soviet government, a plot about which we have a lot of evidence, some of which I discuss in Yezhov vs Stalin. 17. 17. Pirozhkova reveals that when she was called for party work, she was a party member. She reminded her superior that she was the wife of a man Babel arrested for a serious crime. She was told that this had no bearing on your situation, and was assigned to party work like any other member. Babel subsequently retracted his confessions. But Yezhov and Koltsov accused Babel, and perhaps others did too. According to Soviet practice, Babel would have been convicted by evidence other than his confessions, which could not be used at trial if retracted by the defendant. To make an intelligent assessment of Babel's guilt or innocence we would need both Babel's entire investigative file, and the confessions against him by his accusers. Since Kotkin includes a discussion of Babel in his book, he should have pointed out these barriers to understanding Babel's conviction and execution. But he fails to do so. What about Meyerhold? V. Vsevolod Meyerhold, the USSR's most renowned theater director, who had traveled to Leningrad to finalize the choreography of a mass spectacle of physical culture involving 30,000 young athletes moving in unison to glorify the regime, was rewarded by being arrested. At Moscow's infamous Butyrka prison, he would be tortured into confessing to espionage for Britain as well as Japan. The investigators began to use force on me, a sick, 65-year-old man, he wrote in a letter to Molotov. I was made to lie face down and then beaten on the soles of my feet and my spine with a rubber strap. When those parts of my legs were covered with extensive internal hemorrhaging, they again began to beat the red-blue-yellow bruises with the strap, and the pain was so intense that it felt as if boiling hot water was being poured on those sensitive areas. I began to incriminate myself in the hope that this, at least, would lead quickly to the scaffold. Meyerhold's interrogators had urinated into his mouth and smashed his writing, hand to bits. 40, 649. Note 40, 1029-40. Kalyazin, Vernite Mne Svobodu, 220-40. The documents in Kalyazin 220-240 record Meyerhold's attempts to retract earlier confessions. But we do not have the text of those earlier confessions. Why not? As in the case of Babel, Kotkin should have pointed out that the fact that an accused person first confesses guilt and subsequently retracts his confession does not establish whether the person was guilty or innocent. What it does is to force the prosecution to place more importance on testimony against the defendant by others who inculpate him. This is maybe what occurred in Meyerhold's case. Kotkin fails to inform his readers that Meyerhold was named as a Trotskyist and spy by Mikhail Koltsov and Isaac Babel, among others. RKEB 1, 270-272, he named others in turn. We don't have the testimony against Meyerhold given by Koltsov and Babel. The claim that the interrogators urinated into his mouth and smashed his right hand is contradicted by documents Kotkin himself cites. The words in the quotation above are from his statement of January 13, 1940. There Meyerhold claims that his NKVD interrogators told him they would leave his head and his right hand untouched. Kalyazin, 230. There is nothing about interrogators urinating into his mouth. Why did Kotkin feel obliged to compose these fabrications? Did he actually read Kalyazin, pages 220-240? The fact that a person retracts his confession of guilt raises the question, was he lying then? Or is he lying now? After all, we normally expect that both the innocent and the guilty will deny their guilt. But a person who has been beaten tortured into signing a false confession may well deny it later. So we don't know. As in Babel's case, Kotkin should have explained the difficulties in assessing Meyerhold's guilt or innocent. Yezhov named both Meyerhold and Babel. On page 740 Kotkin states, on January 17, 1940, Stalin approved a sentencing list containing 457 prominent people, 346 were to be shot, including Yezhov, as well as the writer Isaac Babel, the journalist propagandist Koltsov, and the dramaturge Meyerhold, three of the country's long-standing brightest lights, each of whom Yezhov had implicated as spies. 198. Note 198, 1041 198. APRF, F3, OP24, D177, 1. 116-36. This archival identifier will not help Kotkin's readers. It is an error for this one, APRF. F3. OP24. D377. L116-136. This is the Stalin shooting list of January 16, 1940, where Babel and Meyerhold are listed, along with many of Yezhov's torturer interrogators who were complicit in his mass murders. The murder of Zinaida Reich, correctly, Rick Kotkin. Right around the same time, his Meyerhold's GF's second wife and lead actress, the Russified ethnic German Zinaida Reich, was brutally stabbed to death, including through the eyes, in their home. 41 None of her valuables were taken. 42, 649. Note 41, 1029. 41. Medvedeva, Chanoy Lito 1939. Goda, 318-66, Braun, V. Vsevolod Meyerhold, 145-62, Morrison, People's Artist, 99-100, citing Regali F. 1929, OP1, ed. KHR 655, 126 OB, Lena Prokofyeva, Sick, Zagadka Smerty Zinady Reikha, Komsomolskaya Pravda, November 14, 2005. Zinaida Reikha's murderers were caught, tried, and executed. A report, Spravka, on the burglars and murderers is in the Stalin lists. 18 Why doesn't Kotkin tell us that? Is it because it seems more sinister, as if Stalin, or Beria, or someone, might have had her murdered? 18 http://stalin.memo.ru/spravk/13-059.htm. Kotkin's omissions/falsifications about September, 1939. September, 1939, the Soviet seizure of Western Ukraine and Western Belorussia from Poland. There was no Soviet declaration of war. Potiomkin summoned Polish ambassador Grzybowski at 3:15 a.m. and read aloud a note, in the name of Molotov, unilaterally abrogating the Soviet-Polish non-aggression pact. The envoy refused to take the document. 255. On the radio, Molotov announced a Soviet military action supposedly necessitated by the disappearance of the Polish state and the possible ensuing chaos. The Soviet government regards as its sacred duty to proffer help to its Ukrainian and Belarusian brothers in Poland, he stated. 257 In fact, the Polish government continued to function, having relocated to Kutaisi, in the southeast, on the Polish side of the border with Romania. 683-4. The sentences above in boldface are misleading because Kotkin conceals from his readers many crucial facts. Here are some of them. 1. There was no declaration of war because the USSR was not at war with Poland. The myth of the joint invasion is a fabrication by the anti-communist Polish government in exile. It was rejected by the Allies at the time but picked up once the Cold War began in the 1940s. All the Western Allies recognized Soviet neutrality. 19. For evidence that the Soviet Union was neutral in the German-Polish War, see Soviet neutrality at https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-ferg/mlg09/soviet_neutrality.html. Winston Churchill strongly supported the Soviet incursion into eastern Poland. In his radio speech of October 1, 1939, printed in the New York Times on October 2, 1939, page 6, Churchill, at the time First Lord of the Admiralty, said, "Russia has pursued a cold policy of self-interest. We could have wished that the Russian armies should be standing on their present line as the friends and allies of Poland. But that the Russian armies should stand on this line was clearly necessary for the safety of Russia against the Nazi menace." Churchill also agreed that it was in the interest of the Allies to have the Red Army occupying these territories. Here these interests of Russia fall into the same channel as the interests of Britain and France. 2. The Polish state had indeed ceased to function. Neither the Polish army nor Ambassador Grzybowski were able to contact it. Grzybowski did not even know where it was. 3. Later the same day, September 17, 1939, the Polish government crossed the border into Romania, where it was interned and was no longer a government. 20. 20. See the evidence at https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/mlg09/polish_leaders_flee.html and Masicki and his resignation at https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/mlg09/mosicki_resignation.html. 4. The Germans had told the Soviets that if they did not intervene, a pro-fascist Ukrainian state would be formed next to the Soviet border. 21. 21. See the evidence at https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/mlg09/no_partition.html. 5. No treaty was broken, since a fundamental change in circumstances had occurred. Rebus sic stantibus. Latin, at this point of affairs, in these circumstances. A tacit condition attached to all treaties to the effect that they will no longer be binding as soon as the state of facts and conditions upon which they were based changes to a substantial degree. 22. Clausula rebus sic stantibus. In public international law, clausula rebus sic stantibus, Latin for one things thus standing, is the legal doctrine allowing for treaties to become inapplicable because of a fundamental change of circumstances. It is essentially an escape clause that makes an exception to the general rule of pacta sunt servanda, promises must be kept. 23. 22. West's Encyclopedia of American Law, Edition 2. Copyright 2008 The Gale Group Incorporated. https://legal-dictionary.thefreedictionary.com/rebus +sic +stanti-bus. 23. At https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/clausula_rebus_sic_stanti-bus. The Polish government had lost contact with its ambassador to the Soviet Union and with the Polish army, which was in the process of fleeing to internment in Romania. Some parts interned themselves in the Baltic states. The German army would have come up to the Soviet border if the Red Army had not intervened. Kotkin hides from his readers that during the 1950s American professor George Ginsberg's published 2 articles that vindicate the Soviet position. Ginsberg's 24 concluded. For all these various reasons, it may safely be concluded that on this particular point the Soviet argument was successful, and that the above considerations do not allow for any doubt that there did not exist a state of war between Poland and the USSR in September, 1939. 72. In spite of scattered protests to the contrary, the consensus heavily sides with the Soviet view that by September 17, 1939, the Polish government was in panic and full flight, that it did not exercise any appreciable control over its armed forces or its remaining territory, and that the days of Poland were indeed numbered. De facto, then, one may well accept the view that the Polish government no longer functioned as an effective state power. In such a case the Soviet claim that Eastern Galicia was in fact a terra nullius may not be unjustified and could be sustained. 73. 24. George Ginsberg's, A Case Study in the Soviet Use of International Law, Eastern Poland in 1939. The American Journal of International Law, Volume 52, Number 1, January, 1958, pages 69-84. The Lie of the Joint Military Parade. On the afternoon of September 23, a ceremonial joint military parade was held in Brest-Litovsk to mark the German handover of the town that morning to the Soviets. Presiding over the event, on an improvised low platform, were the respective tank commanders Heinz Guderian, who had been born just 300 miles away in Chelmno, Kulm, and Semyon Krivoshein. The two shook hands. But the Luftwaffe flew aggressively low passes, and the two sides tussled over the city's war booty. 273, 686. No 273, 1035 273. Krivoshein, Mezdyuburi, 234-9, Schmidt-Skeeter, Reporter der Halle, 101, Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung, September 25, 1939. This is a falsehood. There was no joint victory parade. Brest, on the border between the German and Soviet spheres of influence, was handed over to the Soviet Commander General Semyon M. Krivoshein by the German commander, Heinz Guderian. Both men wrote about this event in their memoirs. Krivoshein wrote that a parade had been stipulated in the agreement between the Soviet and German commands and therefore he was forced to agree to one, though unwillingly. But Krivoshein refused to have a joint parade since the German troops had been rested for a week while his own had just made a night march of 120 kilometers and would not have the spit and Polish appearance necessary for a parade. The two commanders agreed that the German troops would march by while the Soviet troops, upon entering Brest, would stand on the side of the road and salute the German troops while the two orchestras played military marches. 25. Krivoshein, Mezdyubary. Voronezh Belgorod, 1964, p. 258. Guderian called this a farewell parade and ceremony of changing of flags, after which the German troops withdrew from Brest. Een Abscheidsparade und Einflagenwechsel in Gegenwart de Generals Krivoshein bindet unseren Aufenthalt in Brest-Litovsk. 26. A farewell parade and an exchange of flags in the presence of General Krivoshein ended our stop in Brest-Litovsk. 26. Heinz Guderian, Erinnerungen eines Soldaten, 1951, p. 74. The preceding passage about the Brest events is taken from my book Blood Lies, the evidence that every accusation against Joseph Stalin and the Soviet Union in Timothy Snyder's Bloodlands is false. New York, Red Star Publishers, 2013, 329-330. Krivoshein and surprisingly Guderian too agree that the Soviet forces prevented the Germans from driving off with trucks of booty looted from Brest. There is an excellent article online, in Russian, that gives yet more evidence. 27 Oleg Vishlyev's well-documented refutation of the joint parade fiction is strongly recommended. 27 Myth, the joint Soviet-German parade in Brest Cyrillic, r Cyrillic http://wiki.ismat.info/::_____. 28 Oleg Vishlyev, Nakanoon 22 Yulia 1941 Gota. Moscow 2001. 108-110. The preceding passage about the Brest events is taken from my book Blood Lies, the evidence that every accusation against Joseph Stalin and the Soviet Union in Timothy Snyder's Bloodlands is false. New York, Red Star Publishers, 2013, 329-332. The Soviet Union was not an aggressor. At least 70,000 Poles were killed and nearly 700,000 taken prisoner by the aggressors on both sides. 276. There was no aggression on the Soviet side. Every country recognized Soviet neutrality. Kotkin has to know this. But his readers will not know it. Once again, Kotkin has falsified an important political historical issue. The following passage from my book Blood Lies gives the evidence that the Soviets were not guilty of aggression. The USSR did not invade Poland and everybody knew it at the time. When Poland had no government, Poland was no longer a state. That meant that Hitler had nobody with whom to negotiate a ceasefire, or treaty. Furthermore, the MR Treaty's secret protocols were void, since they were an agreement about the state of Poland. But no state of Poland existed any longer. Unless the Red Army came in to prevent it, there was nothing to prevent the Nazis from coming right up to the Soviet border. Or as we now know they were in fact preparing to do. Hitler could have formed one or more pro-Nazi states in what had until recently been Eastern Poland. That way Hitler could have had it both ways. He could claim to the Soviets that he was still adhering to the spheres of influence agreement of the MR Pact while in fact setting up a pro-Nazi, highly militarized fascist Ukrainian nationalist state on the Soviet border. Once the Germans had told the Soviets that they, the German leadership, had decided that the Polish state no longer existed, then it did not make any difference whether the Soviets, or some hypothetical body of international jurists, agreed with them or not. In effect, the Nazis were telling the Soviets that they felt free to come right up to the Soviet border. Neither the USSR nor any state would have permitted such a thing. Nor did international law demand it. At the end of September a new secret agreement was concluded. In it the Soviet line of interest was to the east of the sphere of influence line decided upon a month earlier in the secret protocol and published in Izvestia and in the New York Times during September 1939.29. In this territory Poles were a minority, even after the Polonization, making more Polish, campaign of settling Poles in the area during the 20s and 30s. How do we know this interpretation of events is true? How do we know the USSR did not commit aggression against, or invade, Poland when it occupied eastern Poland beginning on September 17, 1939 after the Polish government had interned itself in Romania? Here are 9 pieces of evidence. 1. The Polish government did not declare war on USSR. The Polish government declared war on Germany when Germany invaded on September 1, 1939. It did not declare war on the USSR. 2. The Polish Supreme Commander Rydz Śmigły ordered Polish soldiers not to fight the Soviets, though he ordered Polish forces to continue to fight the Germans. 31. 3. The Polish President Ignaz Misicky, interned in Romania since September 17, tacitly admitted that Poland no longer had a government. 4. The Romanian government tacitly admitted that Poland no longer had a government. 32. The Romanian position recognized the fact that Misicky was lying when he claimed he had legally resigned on September 30. So the Romanian government fabricated a story according to which Misicky had already resigned back on September 15, just before entering Romania and being interned, NYT October 4, 1939, p.12. But even Misicky himself did not make this claim. Romania needed this legal fiction to try to sidestep the following issue: once Misicky had been interned in Romania, that is, from September 17, 1939 on, he could not function as president of Poland. Since resignation is an official act, Misicky could not resign once he was in Romania. For our present purposes here is the significant point. Both the Polish leaders and the Romanian government recognized that Poland was bereft of a government once the Polish government crossed the border into Romania and were interned there. Both Misicky and Romania wanted a legal basis, a fig leaf for such a government. But they disagreed completely about this fig leaf, which exposes it as what it was, a fiction. 5. Romania had a military treaty with Poland aimed against the USSR. Yet Romania did not declare war on the USSR. The Polish government later claimed that it had released Romania from its obligations under this military treaty in return for safe haven in Romania. But there is no evidence for this statement. It is highly unlikely that Romania would have ever promised safe haven for Poland, since that would have been an act of hostility against Nazi Germany. Romania was neutral in the war and, as discussed below, insisted upon interning the Polish government and disarming the Polish force once they had crossed the border into Romania. The real reason for Romania's failure to declare war on the USSR is probably the one given in a New York Times article of September 19, 1939. The Romanian viewpoint concerning the Romanian-Polish anti-Soviet agreement is that it would be operative only if a Russian attack came as an isolated event and not as a consequence of other wars. 33. That means Romania recognized that the Red Army was not allied with Germany in its war with Poland. 6. France did not declare war on the USSR, though it had a mutual defense treaty with Poland. See this page 34 for the reconstructed text of the secret military protocol of this treaty, which has been lost, which probably means that the French government still keeps its text secret. 7. England never demanded that the USSR withdraw its troops from western Belorussia and western Ukraine, the parts of the former Polish state occupied by the Red Army after September 17, 1939. On the contrary, the British government concluded that these territories should not be a part of a future Polish state. Even the Polish government in exile agreed. 35. 8. The League of Nations did not determine the USSR had invaded a member state. Article 16 of the League of Nations Covenant required members to take trade and economic sanctions against any member who resorted to war. 36. But no country took any sanctions against the USSR. No country broke diplomatic relations with the USSR over this action. However, when the USSR attacked Finland in 1939, the League did vote to expel the USSR, and several countries broke diplomatic relations with it. This very different response tells us that the League viewed the Soviet action in the case of Poland as qualitatively different, as not a resort to war. 37. 9. All countries accepted the USSR's declaration of neutrality. All, including the belligerent Polish allies France and England, agreed that the USSR was not a belligerent power, was not participating in the war. In effect, they accepted the USSR's claim that it was neutral in the conflict. Here is President Franklin Roosevelt's proclamation 2374 on neutrality, November 4, 1939. A state of war unhappily exists between Germany and France, Poland, and the United Kingdom, India, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the Union of South Africa. 38. FDR's statement on combat areas of November 4, 1939, defines belligerent ports, British, French, and German, in Europe or Africa. 39. The Soviet Union is not listed among the belligerent states. That means the United States government did not consider the USSR to be at war with Poland. 29. See the map here, http://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/mlg09/new_spheres_0939.html. 30. A map that shows ethnic and linguistic population is here, http://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/mlg09/kurzionline.html. 31. See the documents at this page, http://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/mlg09/research/don't_fight.html. 32. See the evidence at http://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/mlg09/mocicki_resignation.html. 33. Romania anxious, watches frontier. NYT September 19, 1939, p.8. 34. http://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/mlg09/m-rpact.html. 35. See the texts reproduced here, http://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/mlg09/mazeky_102739_102739.html. More phony charges of torture. Around this time, death sentences based upon fabricated evidence were implemented for cultural figures, as well as former NKVD First Deputy Mikhail Frenovsky, former Deputy Foreign Intelligence Chief Spiegelglass, former Intelligence Chief and Comintern Operative Trelesser, Yefim Yevdokimov, and Rydens, Stalin's ethnic Polish brother-in-law, part of a Polish diversionary espionage group. Under interrogation torture, Rydens had admitted his complicity in the annihilation of innocent people while working atop the NKVD in Ukraine, Moscow, and Kazakhstan. His wife Anna Nadia's sister and their 2 boys were not touched, and the family continued to live in the elite house on the embankment and were allowed to visit Svetlana at Zubilovo, but not the Kremlin. 204, 742. No 204, 1041 204. Zhukovsky, Lubyanskaya Imperia NKVD, 214-5. Pages 214-5 of Zhukovsky's book are about Efim Evdokimov, another of Yezhov's killers. Kotkin must mean pages 217-8, which are about Rydens. There is no evidence of fabricated evidence against any of the unidentified cultural figures, or against Frenovsky, Spiegelglass, Evdokimov, or Rydens. Kotkin has invented, indeed, fabricated, the business about Frenovsky and Rydens being tortured. During the Gorbachev era there was an attempt to rescind Rydens' Khrushchev-era rehabilitation, that is, to unrehabilitate Rydens, because even Gorby's men, who were rehabilitating a very large number of people, thought Riedens was guilty. But the statute of limitations, the time period during which his rehabilitation might have been withdrawn, had long elapsed. So Riedens remains rehabilitated. And therefore we can have access to his NKVD investigative file, since as of 2018 the FSB is only permitting access to the files of those persons who have been rehabilitated. Riedens' file, now declassified, contains much useful evidence, see Yezhov vs. Stalin, Chapter 15, The Testimony of Stanislav Frantsevich Riedens. Riedens testified at length and in detail about Yezhov's conspiracy against Stalin and the Soviet government. Kotkin does not mention any of this. Incompetence. Dishonesty. In another chapter of the present book we examine Frenovsky's statement of April 11, 1939. We point out that Frenovsky is very clear that the Moscow trial's defendants were guilty, that the Zinovyevist, Rightist, Trotskyist, and Yezhov NKVD conspiracies did exist and were serious threats. We point out that Kotkin does not reveal any of this to his readers. An English translation of Frenovsky's statement has been online since 2010.40. Kotkin could have cited it. It would have helped his readers. Why didn't he? 40. It may be read in English at https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde/furg/research/fridaynovskayang.html. Finland, the Russo-Finnish War/Winter War, and the Nazis. Just as the Winter War had definitively pushed Finland into the German camp, the seizure of Bessarabia and northern Bukovina consolidated Romania as a staunch German ally. 78. Note 78, 1046-78. Gafencu, Last Days of Europe, 390-2. This is as phony a footnote as they come. In Kotkin's bibliography, 1083. Kernel 2, the Gafencu book is by Yale University Press, 1948. As I write these lines I have that edition before me. There are no pages 390-2. The last page in it is numbered 239. What's more, the words Bessarabia and Bukovina do not occur in this book. In the preceding footnote, number 77, Kotkin mentions that Romania had annexed Bessarabia. But Kotkin does not reveal that Bessarabia had been taken by force from Soviet Russia. Accordingly, Soviet Russia never recognized Romania's claim to Bessarabia. Britain, France, and Italy decided that Bessarabia should join Romania in the Treaty of Paris, 1920. Japan did not ratify the treaty. The United States refused to do so as well, because Soviet Russia was not represented at the talks. Readers who do not study his footnotes, however, will not know this. Since its founding in 1918, Finland had been extremely hostile to the Soviet Union. It had allowed foreign powers to use its territory to invade the fledgling Soviet Russia and had massacred communist and pro-communist rebels during the Finnish Civil War. It was no democracy. The very popular Finnish Communist Party was outlawed. Finland and Romania were already in the German camp and would have allied with Hitler in any case, since neutrality was impossible and they would never have sided with the Soviet Union. 41. 41 CNI. Baryshnikov, The Soviet-Finnish War of 1939-1940. Soviet Studies in History 3, 1990, 43-60. According to German Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop, Finland was egged on in its hostility to the USSR by England. England was behind Finland, and according to intelligence received, England was also responsible for the failure of the Russo-Finnish negotiations last November. 42. 42 Nazi-Soviet Relations 1939-1941. Documents from the German Foreign Office. Ed. Raymond James Sontag and James Stewart Betty. Washington, D.C., Department of State, 1948, p. 130. The Finnish political scientist and military historian Martti Turtila has written. It simply cannot be overlooked that Finland pursued a dangerously aggressive, menacing foreign policy prior to the war. 43. 43 Martti Turtila, guilty or innocent? Approaches to the Winter War in Research and Memoirs, in Yearbook of Finnish Foreign Policy. Helsinki, 1990, 45. See the Finnish Wikipedia entry about Martti Turtila at https://fi.wikipedia.org/wiki/Martti_Turtila. Kotkin omits all this important contextual information. Who dismembered whom? Cripps believed it was possible to go beyond even the latter and get Britain and the Soviet Union to join forces against Germany, notwithstanding the Hitler-Stalin non-aggression and trade pacts, the dismemberment of Poland, the aggression against Finland, and now the Soviet annexation of the Baltic states. 85 A lawyer rather than a diplomat, Cripps was capable of criticizing Soviet realities, but he had defended Stalin's arrests of British nationals as spies in fabricated trials, as well as the Soviet Union's 1939 seizure of eastern Poland. 776. Note 85, 1046, is about Sir Stafford Cripps. Cripps, not Kotkin, was correct. The trials were not fabricated. In previous chapters we have shown that Kotkin can cite no evidence that they were. But fabricated trials is an essential component of the anti-Stalin paradigm. So the mere lack of evidence cannot stop Kotkin and others from falsely claiming that they were fabricated. For the positive evidence that they were not fabricated, see the Moscow trials as evidence. Kotkin does not mention that it was Poland that had dismembered Soviet Russia in the Polish-Soviet War of 1919 to 1921. In defeat, Russia was forced to give Poland Western Ukraine and Western Belorussia. In 1939 the USSR took back from Poland the areas that Poland had taken by force from Soviet Russia. A discussion of the Curzon Line and the Treaty of Riga of 1921 is essential for any understanding of this issue. But the Curzon Line is only mentioned once in this huge book, 690, and is never explained. 44. 44 For the Curzon Line, see the Curzon Line at https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/mlg09/curzonline.html and the whole article. Did the Soviet Union invade Poland in September 1939? No. At https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/mlg09/page_of_links.html I also discuss it in Blood Lies, see the index. Chapter 14. A little source criticism by Kotkin. Why doesn't he do it all the time? Poland, a nasty regime sandwiched directly between two nastier ones, sought a middle way. Some members of Polish ruling circles latched onto the idea of throwing in their lot with Hitler to deflect him farther eastward, even at the high cost of territorial concessions, and a few high-placed Poles fantasized about a joint Polish-Nazi attack on the USSR, an aggression in which they imagined Poland could wrest Ukraine from the Soviets, a delusion that Nazi officials cynically encouraged. 86, 596. Note 86. 1022-86. DGFP, Series D, DAP, v. 167-8, Ribbentrop and Beck, January 26, 1939, Gromyko etal, SSSRV Borbizier Mir Nakanun, 171-3, AVPRF, F059, OP1, PAP 300, D2075, L46-9, Suritz, January 27, 1939, God Krzyza, I, 194-6, Meltiukhov, Sovtisko Polskie Wojna, 2001, Haslam, Struggle for Collective Security, 160-4. Citing hearsay from Hans Adolf von Moltke, Luftwaffe Lieutenant General Alfred Gerstenberg, the German Air Force attaché in Poland in 1938, who would fall into Soviet captivity and be interrogated on August 17, 1945, would assert that Hermann Göring, while traveling to Poland on the pretext of hunting, bribed Beck to work on behalf of Nazi Germany. Gerstenberg knew how much the Soviets despised Beck. Tani diplomatai itrat ego Reich should be Reich 581, TSAFSB, DN 21147, T1, L 35-53. Gerstenberg's information about Beck is at fourth hand, Göring von Moltke Gerstenberg interrogator. That does not mean it is false, but it does not mean that it is true either. Here is the text, from Tani diplomatai itrat ego Reich 581. Question: It is well known that Göring often visited Poland. Was he really only interested in hunting in Poland? Answer: Göring often went to Poland and other countries to hunt, but in reality he was not so much interested in hunting as in carrying out political tasks under the skies. Before my departure for Poland, Göring told me that he would be traveling to Poland for hunting and would facilitate my task. And in fact in 1938 Göring arrived in Poland, where he went hunting together with Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs de Beck. During this hunting trip Göring gave Beck a check for 300,000 marks, after which Beck began to strongly champion friendship with Germany. Question: How do you know that Göring bribed Beck? Answer: I learned that Beck had been bribed by Göring from Moltke, German ambassador to Poland, who took part in the hunting trip. In this connection Moltke said that Beck would not escape from our clutches. In today's Poland Beck is honored as a national hero. So Gerstenberg's testimony is threatening to the present Polish regime and its dishonest glorification of the racist and fascist Polish regime of the 1920s and 1930s. In 2013 the moderator of H Poland, an academic mailing list hosted by Michigan State University, refused a post of mine about Gerstenberg's revelation. I was informed that the members of the board of the Polish Studies Association have concurred that this is not a topic that we wish to pursue on H Poland 1. In other words, if the Polish government and its propagandists find it uncomfortable, don't discuss it. One email to me from the H Poland moderator, December 19, 2013. Kotkin is correct to point out that Gerstenberg's testimony is hearsay. And this raises an interesting question: why does Kotkin employ source criticism here, when the fact alleged makes anti-communists like Joseph Beck and the pre-war Polish leadership look bad, while failing to use source criticism when the facts alleged reflect badly upon Stalin and the Soviet leadership? Why does he cherry-pick when to use source criticism? An objective historian, determined to discover the truth at all costs, even if it should contradict his own bias, is obliged to employ source criticism all the time. But as the analysis in this book amply shows, Kotkin is simply not such a historian. Moreover, Kotkin has buried this important fact at the end of a long footnote. Few of his readers will see it. It should have been promoted to the main text. Did Stalin praise Hitler for murdering his rivals? Izvesty Ya dedicated 4 columns on its front page to Hitler's Reichstag speech about the Night of the Long Knives. 315 What a guy Molodets, Stalin exclaimed to his inner circle, according to Mikoyan's later recollections. Well done. Knows how to act. 316. 175. Note 316, 956 Nekrich, 1941, 19, citing a personal conversation in the 1950s with Suritz, the envoy in question. In reality the story is not in the 1995 Russian edition of Nekrich's book, the one that Kotkin cites here. See his bibliography at page 1100, column 1, though Nekrich does claim that Stalin was sympathetic to Hitler's action. This would be fourth-hand information, Stalin Suritz Mikoyan Nekrich. But let's pursue the story farther. Valentin Beryskov, one of Stalin's translators, also claimed that Mikoyan told him. Cyrillic 1934. 2. When Hitler annihilated his comrade in arms, the head of the SA, Sturmabteilung, Ernst Röhm and other commanders of the SA assault detachments in 1934, Stalin gave this bloody massacre a high rating. Mikoyan told me that at the very first meeting of the Politburo after Röhm's murder Stalin said, "Have you heard what happened in Germany? Hitler, what a great fellow. That's how to deal with political opponents. 2. Cyrillic. At https://royalib.com/read/bear-gkov_valentine/cat_stalin.html number sign 20480. Beryskov says nothing about Suritz. He claims that Mikoyan told him, Beryskov, directly. In his autobiography Tak Bilo, Thus It Was, Mikoyan tells a very similar story. Cyrillic. 374/446. When Hitler, striving to strengthen his power, sent his comrades in arms to the attack room barracks and carried out the massacre on the spot, without trial, of the leadership of the left-wing SA. Rome and others, this amazing atrocity caused general outrage. And I was amazed when Stalin, returning several times to this fact, admired the boldness and persistence of Hitler, who took such measures to confirm his power. There's a great fellow, that's great, said Stalin. We must learn how to do this. We can't check this specific story by means of other sources. As far as we can tell, only Mikoyan claimed to have heard Stalin say this. What about the reliability of Mikoyan's memoirs? Michael Ellman, a ferociously anti-Stalin scholar, has his doubts. At the very end, Mikoyan here we should write Mikoyan regrets the lack of democracy in the USSR. Ellman writes. Tak Bilo is lively and interesting, but in some cases one has the suspicion that what is written reflects the views of the editor Mikoyan's son at least as much as those of his late father. Did A.I. Mikoyan really dictate or write the final paragraph of the book, or did the editor add it to make the book more palatable to modern readers? 141. Ascertaining to what extent Mikoyan's memoirs are accurate would require detailed checking of particular incidents against other sources. For example, neither Khrushchev nor Simonov remembers the bold speech Mikoyan recalls giving at the October 1952 plenum, and this speech differs substantially from Efremov's, Mukhaytinov's, and Shepilov's reports of what took place at that dramatic and sinister meeting. It cannot be excluded that Mikoyan here reports what in retrospect he thinks he should have said at the plenum rather than what he actually said. 148, 3. 3 Slavic Review, Volume 60, Number 1, Spring, 2001, 140-150. We can go farther than Ellman. For example, we know that the defendants in the 3 Moscow trials were guilty of at least the crimes to which they confessed. We also know that the military conspirators, and specifically the commanders tried and executed with Marshal Mikhail Tukhachevsky in June 1937, were also guilty. But Mikoyan claims they were all innocent. Mikoyan tells the tale that Stalin was prostrate at the beginning of the war, was almost unable to act at all, and acted as though the others on the Politburo were going to arrest him. This is not only unconfirmed by anyone else in a position to know it is clear that it is false. We have good evidence that Stalin was very active from the outset of the war. Mikoyan defends Khrushchev's secret speech of February 25, 1956, to the XX Party Congress. We know today that every accusation in that speech leveled against Stalin and Lavrentiy Beria is provably false. 4 In his memoir, Mikoyan repeats a number of these false accusations of Khrushchev's, and upholds Khrushchev's speech. 4 See furr, Khrushchev lied. Gabriel Gorodetsky, whose book Kotkin cites 50 times, has this to say about Mikoyan's credibility. A. Mikoyan, the Politburo member and Commissar of Foreign Trade, whose memoirs have given rise to a number of false interpretations of Stalin's policies at the time, suggested that Schulenburg gave Dekanizov a clear-cut warning. Much as this revelation captures the imagination, it is not borne out at all by the actual records of the meeting. 5. Gorodetsky, Grand Delusion, Stalin and the German Invasion of Russia. New Haven Court, Yale University, 1999, 212. So it appears that Mikoyan lied a great deal in his memoir. At the very least it is a highly unreliable source. The story about Stalin praising Hitler for killing his rivals in the Nazi Party comes only from Mikoyan. Therefore, absent independent corroboration, it should not be accepted as true. Of course Kotkin could and should have known all this. When including this incident in his book, Kotkin should have informed his readers about Mikoyan's bias and unreliability concerning Stalin. So why does he include this story? Evidently, to associate Stalin with Hitler, a propaganda move, beloved by anti-communists. Kotkin repeats rumors by Beria's murderers. Kotkin. Beria would now systematically annihilate Lakova's kin and associates. 47, 507. Note 47, 1010-47. This started with Mgloblishvili, whom Beria had chosen to lead the honor guard accompanying Lakova's casket home from Tbilisi and who was arrested for ties. Popov and Apokov, Berevshkina, 1991, number 1, 48-9. The story goes that Beria's men beat Tsari to testify that Lakova had wanted to sell Abkhazia to Turkey. She evidently refused, even when they beat her 14-year-old son Rauf in front of her. She was said to have died of torture in her cell. Medvedev, Let History Judge, 495-6. The story goes, evidently, was said to have died. What kind of history is this? These are, what rumors? From no source? Popov and Apokov, 48, quote from an interrogation of Petra Afanasovich Sharia by Khrushchev's men of August 15, 1953. Sharia states that Mgloblishvili accompanied Lakova's casket. But he says nothing about his arrest. This interrogation, or statement, or whatever, of Sharia's, if it exists, is not printed in the 1086-page volume Politburo I dello Beria published in 2013. But the same material is summarized in the preface, Predislovie, to this book, pages 6-7, without any references. Medvedev has no evidence whatsoever for the horrible story about torturing Lakova's wife and son. The Russian-language Wikipedia page about Saria Lakova states that she died in a prison hospital, not in a cell. The only reference is to a book of memoirs, impossible to verify. 6 The references on the Russian Wikipedia page on Lakova have no such evidence either. 7. 6 Cyrillic at https://ru.wikipedia.org/wiki/comma___. 7 In a book that Kotkin cites, though not here, Donald Rayfield tells the same story but cites no evidence whatsoever. Evidently, he had no evidence. Stalin and his hangman, an authoritative portrait of a tyrant and those who served him. New York, Viking, 2004, 303. This story is one of many attacks on Beria in Kotkin's book. Beria was murdered by Khrushchev, abetted by the other Presidium formerly Politburo members. This was an unprecedented event in Soviet history. Moreover, Khrushchev and Molotov agree that there was no evidence against Beria when he was either arrested or more likely murdered, on June 26, 1953. Therefore, in order to justify this act and the violent repression of persons associated with Beria that followed, Khrushchev et al. Proceeded to invent stories about various crimes of Beria. Popov and Apokov summarized Khrushchev-era NKVD and judicial materials from the period of Beria's arrest. Medvedev wrote his book to curry favor with Khrushchev, and uses Khrushchev-era attacks on Stalin and Beria as his evidence. It is simply not possible that Kotkin, who has spent decades studying Soviet history of the Stalin period, does not know these things. But it is certain that very few of his readers will know about them. This Khrushchev-era attack of slander against Beria and his associates means that it is irresponsible to simply take at face value all the crimes attributed to Beria during the Khrushchev period and repeated during the Gorbachev period. We know many of them are lies. We have already said something about the provable falsehoods in one of the most important and most influential anti-Beria books of the Gorbachev period, One Malkali. Don't believe Rudenko. Inside the Soviet police, first-class sadists were fewer than one might think. Boris Rodos, in that context, stood out, a chopper, Kolun, who could reliably smash those under interrogation to near death. He would snap a whip across a prisoner's legs, continuing after he collapsed to the floor, pour freezing water over him, then force him to scoop his diarrhea with his tin cup and swallow, then shout, "Sign! Sign!" 272. 548. No 272, 1015 272. Petrov, Rodos. This is the article by Nikita Petrov, Rodos, Ostrov Archipelago Gulaga, in Novaya Gazeta, September 22, 2010, 1102.8. In it, Petrov claims to be quoting from the appeal to Stalin of February 20, 1940, of Belosyudov, a Komsomol official, who stated, Cyrillic. I asked Rodos to take me to the bathroom to urinate, and he said, take a glass and urinate. I did it and asked where to put the glass. He grabbed it and brought it to my mouth and wanted to pour into my mouth, while he himself shouted, drink, shit in human skin, or confess. I, being beside myself, what can I say, I didn't care anymore, and he shouts, sign, sign. And I said, all right, I will sign everything, I don't care now. 8NG is an ideologically anti-Stalin newspaper of which former Soviet President and Communist Party First Secretary Mikhail Gorbachev is part owner. If this statement is genuine, Belosyudov claimed that Rodos made him urinate into a cup, then tried to make him drink the urine or sign, whereupon Belosyudov agreed to sign. It was not diarrhea, and Belosyudov did not drink the urine. Where does Kotkin get these disgusting lies from, anyway? What's more, Petrov is not quoting from Belosyudov's appeal to Stalin. He is quoting from prosecutor Roman Rudenko's February, 1956, recommendation to Khrushchev's Supreme Court to deny Rodos' appeal for clemency of his death sentence. It is in the volume Politburo I dello Berta, 2013, 864-866. Kotkin makes no use of this important document collection. It is also online at the excellent istmat.info site, http://istmat.info/node/22351. This document is part of Khrushchev's attack on Beria, whom he and the other Presidium members murdered, whether judicially, in December, 1953, or in fact, on June 26, 1953. We know that Rudenko lied in defense of Khrushchev's falsifications. Matthew Lino points this out in his book on the Kirov assassination, and Lino is extremely anti-Stalin. 9. 9 See furr, Kirov 128-129 for further discussion, and citations to Lino's book. For example, Rodos is charged with taking part in frame UPS against a number of high-ranking party members, including Pavel Postashev, Politburo I dello Beria, 864. But we know that Postashev was not innocent. We now have the documentation that he was murdering party members in the Ukraine, for which he was dismissed from the CC, then expelled from the party, then tried and executed. See the discussion in Chapter 14 for the evidence. So it is Rodos who is the victim of a frame-up here. We can't just believe Rudenko, who was busy doing Khrushchev's dirty work, either to frame Beria if Beria were indeed still alive or to justify Beria's murder. Why was Rodos prosecuted in the first place? If he had beaten prisoners at the order of the head of the NKVD, Beria, as charged, then he was just doing what he had been told to do, certainly not a capital crime. And we can't even establish that as a fact. Perhaps Rodos refused to fabricate some anti-Beria stories, and so was executed. It seems that this is what almost happened to General Pavel Sudoplatov, except that Sudoplatov succeeded in convincing the prosecution that he was insane, and so spent 2 years in a hospital, and then 15 years in prison. See the discussion later in this chapter. Kotkin must know this. But whether he does know it and is lying, or does not know and is simply incompetent, the result is the same: his readers are deceived. Don't believe Sarav, either. Also on May 19, Beria had executed a confidential task. Radek had his head fatally smashed on the floor of the Verkhny Uralsk prison, where he was serving a 10-year term. Rumors were loose that Radek had been killed in a fight with a fellow inmate. In fact, the murder was instigated by a specially dispatched NKVD team. So much for the promise Stalin had made to not execute Radek, in exchange for testimony that Radek had duly delivered against Trotsky and Trotsky at point 315, Sokolnikov, another defendant in the January 1937 Trotskyite trial who had been spared death in exchange for his testimony, would also be murdered in prison, in Tobolsk on May 21. 637. Note 315, 1028-15. APRF, F3, OP24, D455, L33-5, June 1956. Note from KGB Chief Sarav to the Central Committee, D448, L184, 189, testimony by operatives Fedotov and Mitasov. See also Petrov and Petrov, Empire of Fear, 69.10. 10 Petrov and Petrov, Empire of Fear, was published in 1956. It is useless as evidence for anything. Kotkin has not done his homework. Sarav's note is full of provable lies. My article Nikita Petrov's Amalgam discusses this document thoroughly. It may be consulted at the URL in this note, together with an English translation of Sarav's fabrication. Point 11. 11 at https://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/fur_petrovs_amalgam.pdf. PDF format reproduces both Cyrillic and Latin fonts. Convicted without evidence, or did Stalin kidnap and murder General Kulik's wife? 2 days before, Stalin had colluded with Beria to have Kulik's beautiful Jewish second wife, Kira Simonik, kidnapped. The despot then pretended he had no idea where she might be, advising Kulik to remarry and forget the nympho female spy. She was the daughter of the former Okaranka chief in Helsinki who had been executed by the Cheka in 1919. Her first husband had been an Eatman with foreign connections. Her 2 brothers, one of whom had been an officer for the Whites, were arrested for espionage. Her mother left for Italy in 1934. Nonetheless, Kulik had refused Voroshilov's entreaties to divorce the fetching Kira. 288, 758. Note 288, 1044. 288. Kira was evidently seized on May 5, 1940, by a squad overseen by Merkulov. She was executed by Blokhin without indictment or trial. Beria Protiv Kolika, in Babrina and Ryazantsev, Palaki I Jertvi, 197-264, especially 195-201, 211-3, Sokolov, Istrabilny Marshally, 300-1, Lskov, Stalin I Zagovortikakevskogo, 53-5, Montefiore, Court of the Red Tsar, 293-4. Kotkin must think that Stalin and the NKVD simply did not have anything else to do. What was the point of this supposed kidnapping and murder? In Stalin I Zagovortikakevskogo, Valentin Lskov supports the theory that Tikakevsky and the other commanders were in fact guilty. Kotkin does not tell his readers that. In the same passage cited by Kotkin, Lskov says that Kira was the daughter of the former head of Tsarist intelligence in Helsingfors, today Helsinki, shot by the Soviets in 1919. Lskov also opines that Kira was probably not murdered but recruited as a counterintelligence agent in the West. Kotkin cites Lskov's book. Why doesn't Kotkin tell us what Lskov thinks? Because that story does not have an anti-Stalin tendency? Babrina and Ryazantsev was published in 1993. The updated edition, Zyka and Babrina, was published in 2011. It contains the same long chapter, Beria Protiv Kolika, pages 528 to 618. The documents quoted in it in short excerpts are published in full in the volumes Politburo I delo Beria, Moscow, Kirchkovo Pol, 2012, and Delo Beria. Pregovor. Obzhalovani Ione Podlas hit. Moscow, MDF, 2012. Boris Sokolov, author of Istravelnyi Marshali, was expelled from the Free Historical Society for an unacceptable attitude towards historical sources and incorrect citation of the work of others. 12. Gennady Ospov, sociologist and member of the Russian Academy of Sciences, has called Sokolov a most indefatigable historical falsifier. 13. This kind of thing is very unusual, all the more so because Sokolov is fanatically anti-Stalin, a bias common among Russian academics. 12. See the Society's statement of May 13, 2016, at https://volnogo-istovolnogo-iskaliushni-bv-sokolova. 13. Quoted in the article on Sokolov at http://5.3canal.in.ua/novosti-ukraini/item/3649-14534055599. Here, indeed, is an issue that demands source criticism. What is the status of these confession interrogations? For example, those of Volodymyrsky, who was tried and executed in December 1953, as one of Beria's gang and who was trying to escape his fate, quite possibly by saying whatever his interrogators wanted him to say. But in his interrogation of August 4, 1953, if it is genuine, Volodymyrsky said only that he had indeed kidnapped Kulik's wife and brought her to prison Commandant Blokhin. He denied knowing anything after that, even the reason that she was seized. All the documents in these collections are Khrushchev-era stuff that blacken Beria's name. Beria's men were under great pressure to accuse him of crimes. Even so, a number of them were executed in December 1953. Others, like Boris Rodos, were executed during the following years. General Pavel Syudoplatov, arrested in 1953, survived, spent 15 years in detention and then in prison for, supposedly, being an accomplice of Beria in planning to overthrow the Soviet government, experimentation on people, kidnappings, and murders. There is no evidence that he did any of these things any more than there is that Beria was guilty of any of them. Syudoplatov wrote that he was arrested and imprisoned because he refused to fabricate lies about Beria's activities. It is reasonable to assume that other NKVD men like Volodymyrsky limited what they said to the minimum. In Volodymyrsky's case it was not enough. He was tried, convicted, and executed by Khrushchev & Co. in December 1953. Kotkin is quick to claim that the interrogations and confessions of the defendants at the 3 Moscow trials, plus all those of the high-ranking officers in the Tykhaevsky affair, should be regarded as fabrications due to torture. He has no evidence that they were tortured, he simply assumes they were. So why doesn't Kotkin make the same assumption here, in the case of Volodymyrsky's interrogation confessions? Presumably, because these confessions accuse Stalin, either indirectly or as Kotkin claims here directly. Former NKVD man Goest, the partial text of whose interrogation is dated September 1, 1953, told a story quite different from Volodymyrsky's. Volodymyrsky had not mentioned Goest's participation. PDB 329, former prosecutor, procureur, of the USSR Viktor M. Bakhkov, who was interrogated on January 24, 1954, claimed that he remembered nothing about any kidnapping of Kira Kulik, PDB 572. None of these versions claims that Stalin colluded with Beria, as Kotkin states. Evidently Kotkin fabricated this falsehood himself. How many Poles were deported and from where? In eastern Poland, the NKVD had deported more than 1 million of the 13.5 million residents to labor camps. 771. There is no footnote, no evidence given, for this statement. Here are the two closest footnotes. Note 60, 1045-60. Gross observes that the Polish military underground organization, the ZWZ, which thrived under the Nazi occupation in spite of persistent Gestapo efforts to destroy it, never had a chance under the NKVD. Gross, Revolution from Abroad, 148. Note 61, 1045-661. Gross, Nature of Soviet Totalitarianism. Because Poland underwent Nazi and Soviet occupations simultaneously, it would seem the ideal, if that is the word, place to make the case for totalitarianism as a concept encompassing both regimes, yet Gross, a proponent of the term, also noted significant differences between the nature and consequences of Nazi and Soviet rule. Gross, Revolution from Abroad, 230-1. The significant differences between the Germans and the Soviets noted by Gross include the fact that, unlike the Nazis, the Soviets were anti-racist, and thus had great support from the Ukrainians, Belarusians, and especially the Jews in the newly reclaimed territories of Western Belorussia and Western Ukraine. These lands had been taken by force by Poland from Soviet Russia in 1921. The Soviets liberated Jews hiding in the woods from the Nazis and from the Polish Home Army, a violently anti-Semitic organization praised as heroes in today's Poland because of their anti-communist terrorism. Communist partisans welcomed Jews into their units, the Home Army murdered them. The Polish government severely repressed the languages and cultures of all non-Poles there, restricted their religious practices, and discriminated against them in other ways. Poland also sent many thousands of Polish settlers, often military men, to Polonize, make more Polish, these areas. These are the people, the Polish imperialist infrastructure whom the Soviets deported. Both works by Gross are from the 1980s, when the primary sources we have now were not available. They are worthless now. Gross himself, a ferocious anti-communist, is far from objective. The actual number of persons deported from Western Belorussia and Western Ukraine, formerly Eastern Poland, is 201,000.14. Kotkin has to be aware of this important and well-known document collection. But he does not cite it? Perhaps this is because the number of deportees is 1/5 of Gross's figures, which therefore make the Soviets look worse. 14 Stalinskie Deportacji 1928-1953, p. 791. What happened to Bronislava Metallikova Poskrebysheva? Stalin had allowed Beria to imprison Poskrebyshev's beloved wife as a Trotskyite in 1939. Beria had sent a large basket of fruit to their two baby girls. He then executed their mother. 17, 889. Note 17, 1067-17. Recollections of one of Poskrebyshev's two daughters, Natalia, http://sloblib.narod.ru/slob/poskreb.htm. Poskrebyshev's first wife, Jadwiga, a Pole, had died in 1929 of tuberculosis. There are a number of important matters to note about Kotkin's statement. 1. Beria had no authority to imprison or execute anybody. The NKVD could not even arrest anyone without an order from a prosecutor. The judicial organs conducted the trials and issued sentences, which were carried out by the NKVD. In the case of Alexander Poskrebyshev's wife, this would probably have been the prosecutor of the Soviet Union. Poskrebyshev was Stalin's personal secretary, meaning, in charge of documentation. He worked very closely with Stalin. 2. The daughter to whose brief online memoir Kotkin refers did not remember her mother. She was only 1 year old at the time. Everything she wrote, including the basket of fruit, is hearsay. 3. There is little information about Bronislava Metallikova Poskrebysheva. Evidently, no documents about her purported trial, imprisonment, and execution have been located. One source says she was arrested on April 29, 1939.15. Another states that she was arrested on September 8, 1940.16. 15 at http://lists.memo.ru/d22/f333.htm number sign N55. 16 at https://web.archive.org/web/20101834/http/russians.euro.ru/repress/com/1941/metallikova.htm. 4. The Russian Wikipedia page states that her fate is unknown. 17 Cyrillic. Cyrillic at https://ru.wikipedia.org/wiki/___. Kotkin, like all historians, has the obligation to inform his readers about these evidentiary matters. The simple fact is that we don't know words that every honest historian must be ready to utter, or to write, instead of fabricating, or repeating, rumor as bogus fact. According to Fokaganov, who evidently interviewed Galina Poskrebyshev's and Bronislava's daughter, Beria continued to visit with our family, Vivat v Nashi Semi, and Stalin knew the family well. Galina, naturally, believes that her mother was innocent. But that is not evidence. Point 18. 18 Fokaganov, Stalin. Politichesky Portret, Moscow, Novosti, 1991, Chapter 3. There are many different editions both in print and online. This information is in Chapter 3, Viber I Borbier. All sources agree that Bronislava Metallikova Poskrebysheva was rehabilitated on October 10, 1957. That means that her NKVD investigation file should be available to researchers. 19 It should have long been available to her immediate family. But evidently no one has requested it or, at least, no one has published anything about it. Kotkin should have pointed that out, too. 19 As of this writing, late 2018, the FSB archivists are only allowing access to files of rehabilitated persons. Chapter 15. Conclusion. In historical scholarship, falsification, plagiarism, and fabrication were devastating types of fraud. They might not be indictable in a court of law, but they undermine the very foundations of scholarly authority. What was more, they tested the profession's ability and willingness to police itself. Peter Charles Hoffer 1. Peter Charles Hoffer. Past Imperfect Facts, Fictions, Fraud, American History from Bancroft and Parkman to Ambrose, Bell Siles, Ellis, and Goodwin. New York, Public Affairs, 2004, 139. Implications. The implications of Kotkin's virtual wholesale falsification of 1930s Soviet history go far beyond Kotkin himself, even beyond the field of Soviet history. Certainly, one should never take Kotkin himself at his word. When, for example, the third volume of his Stalin biography is published, every reader should be aware that any and all negative statements about Stalin and those in the Soviet leadership who supported him, Malenkov, Kaganovich, Beria, Molotov, must be double-checked. That is what we have done, in great detail, in the present book. Judging from other falsified works masquerading as scholarship such as Timothy Snyder's Bloodlands, we might predict that in his third volume Kotkin will accuse Stalin of having Solomon M. Mikhoels, a well-known director of Jewish theater in the USSR, murdered in 1948. The documents purporting to prove this are crude forgeries. But one can only discover this by careful study. Unless Kotkin undertakes such a study, he is destined to repeat this scholarly canard, one fashioned originally by Russian Zionist writers. Perhaps Kotkin will repeat the claim that, driven by anti-Semitism, Stalin might have deported Soviet Jews to Siberia, that Stalin framed the medical doctors who had treated Politburo member Andrei Zdanov in 1948, that he masterminded the frame-up of Soviet doctors in 1952-53, that he framed the military commanders arrested, tried, and executed for treason during World War II, such as General Dmitry Pavlov, that he framed the Leningrad Party leaders tried and convicted, and some of them executed, in the Leningrad affair of 194 July 1950, and so on. There is no evidence to support these claims, frequently made by anti-communists, and in some cases we have evidence to disprove them. But will Kotkin's readers know that? Kotkin will use Khrushchev-era and Gorbachev-era sources. But Khrushchev and his men, and Gorbachev and his men, lied and fabricated about Stalin and the Stalin period, to an extent that can scarcely be overestimated. One would think that professional historians of the Soviet Union would have figured this out. But these anti-Stalin lies were so useful in the anti-communist struggle, both during the Cold War and since, that they have never been seriously questioned. They are still not questioned. Kotkin does not question them in Volume 2. There is no reason to think that he will suddenly begin to do so in his final volume. Indeed, he can't do so, for if he did he would deconstruct, disprove, virtually the whole of Volume 2, as we have done in the present study. Because of the power of bias by omission, simply not mentioning evidence that contradicts one's preconceived paradigm or idea, double-checking Kotkin's fact claims on these matters is not going to be an easy task even for those who are familiar with the primary and secondary sources in the field. The 75-year period by which, in Russia, documents are to be declassified has given us some access, at least, to primary documents from the 1930s and before. But it will be a long time before this 75-year time period elapses for events of the post-war period. The 75th anniversary of Stalin's death and the murder, judicial or otherwise, of Lavrentiy Beria, will not occur until 2028. Even then, there is no guarantee that the Russian government of that day will indeed declassify all the primary documents related to the events of this period. For the vast majority of Kotkin's potential readers, those who are not familiar with the primary sources, it will be impossible to double-check Kotkin's fact claims. And dishonest or lazy scholars have plenty of dishonest scholarship from which to cherry-pick any conclusion their bias suggests. So we can predict, sadly but with confidence, that Kotkin's falsifications in that future volume will be accepted at face value by reviewers and by most readers, just as his falsifications in this second volume have duped them. Some of Kotkin's earlier work, specifically, Volume 1 of his Stalin biography, has been better. But in this second volume Kotkin has permitted his anti-communist biases to ruin his research. As we have demonstrated in the present book, nothing Kotkin writes that is negative about Stalin and those closest to him is true. Nothing. Readers want bread, Kotkin gives them a stone. Point 2. Is Kotkin deliberately lying? This is a legitimate question in the light of all the falsifications he has introduced into his book. I do not contend, however, that Kotkin is deliberately lying. It may well be the case that his anti-Stalin and anti-communist bias is so powerful that it has robbed him of all ability, as well as the desire, to look for the truth, to be objective. Kotkin may not be consciously lying. But he is deceiving his readers, because those readers expect a search for the truth. However, Kotkin's subjective intention, even if we could determine what it is ultimately not important. We have firmly established in this book that Kotkin's research, the statements in his text, the citations in his footnotes cannot be trusted, insofar as they concern Stalin. Since his book purports to be a biography of Stalin, this is a devastating discovery that utterly invalidates the book for any legitimate use. Unfortunately, Kotkin's book will continue to serve the purpose for which it is no doubt intended, as anti-communist propaganda with footnotes. Kotkin's book proves the opposite of what it is intended to prove. Ironically, Kotkin's book proves the opposite of what its author intended. It proves that Stalin committed no crimes during the 1930s. For if there were any evidence that Stalin did commit crimes during this period, surely Kotkin would have found that evidence and included it, or references to it, in this book. Kotkin's references to evidence, perhaps scare quotes are appropriate here, so evidence are very extensive. He has clearly done a lot of reading. Strictly speaking, a negative cannot be proven. We have pointed out places in his text where Kotkin is guilty of this very error. But Kotkin has been researching the Stalin era in the USSR all his professional life. The fact that he has found no evidence of any crime by Stalin, and that every allegation of such in this book turns out, on careful inspection, to be fraudulent, is perhaps the best evidence we have at present that Stalin committed no crime that can be documented by evidence. This conclusion will strike many readers as shocking, even outrageous. But the truth is not established by consensus, much less by the consensus of anti-communists. Anyone who bases her judgment not on the consensus of experts but on the evidence will be forced to draw this conclusion. That is what we have done in the present book. Doing so reveals the bankruptcy of the field of Soviet history of the Stalin period. The anti-Stalin paradigm exposed. This fact in turn exposes the bankruptcy, dishonesty and shallowness of anti-communist and anti-Stalin scholarship. It is not a matter of Kotkin's unreliability only. There is no evidence that Stalin committed any crime in the 30s. Yet the flood of anti-Stalin and anti-communist falsehoods continues unabated. Evidently lies are necessary appears in order to make Stalin, the Soviet Union of his day, and the communist movement look bad. This level of dishonesty in the mainstream historiography of the Soviet Union means that little of the mainstream academic research on Soviet history of the 1930s is helpful for those trying to understand what actually happened in the USSR during this period. But the 1930s are crucial in understanding not only the successes, but also the later failure, of the USSR. The Stalin period led not only to the successful industrialization, the costly victory against the fascist invasion, and the post-war increase in living standards for the Soviet population. It led to a worldwide struggle for workers' rights and for liberation from Western and Japanese colonialism. It also led, upon Stalin's death, to the coup d'état on March 5, 1953, the second coup against Lavrentiy Beria of June 26, 1953, Khrushchev's accession to leadership and the beginning of official, wholesale falsification of Soviet history in the service of reforms that abandoned, piece by piece, the goal of transitioning to communism. These developments led eventually to the renewed falsification of Soviet history under Gorbachev, the breakup of the Soviet Union, and the restoration of predatory capitalism. The historian's purpose and aim should be to study historical events with a view to understanding historical change. Understanding the history of the Soviet Union is essential for any accurate understanding of world history. The last book by the late Moshe Lewin, a famous, albeit conventionally anti-Stalin and anti-communist, historian of the USSR, is titled The Soviet Century. By century Lewin meant the 74 years between the 1917 revolution and the end of the USSR in 1991. In reality, the term could be applied to world history during this same period. The Russian Revolution, the fight for socialism, the international communist movement, were determining forces in world history. This is not the place to list the major historical developments of the Soviet century. But every one of them was shaped in a significant way by the international communist movement and the USSR. One brief example must suffice here. An accurate understanding of World War II must include the fact that, by stopping the Tukhachevsky and Trotsky-led military conspiracies that threatened to put the massive human and natural resources of the Soviet Union on the side of the fascist powers, Stalin and the Soviet government saved the people of the world, including those of the West, from a far greater catastrophe than the one that did occur. No account of world history that omits this fact has any claim to accuracy. Yet because of anti-Stalinism and anti-communism, this fact is not just unacknowledged, it is staunchly denied, as Kotkin does in Stalin, Volume 2. Anti-Stalinists and anti-communists, including much or most of the left, falsify Soviet history and deny the truth even when it is slowly, painstakingly uncovered. This denial and falsification stretches from the left Trotskyists and anarchists to the mainstream and the far-right fascists. Do they believe their own falsifications? For the most part, they do. But why? Because of the dishonesty of mainstream historiography of the Stalin period. If the mainstream acknowledged and publicized the truth, instead of the flood of falsehood like that we find in books like Kotkin's, it would be far harder for people to ignore, or be uniformed about, the truth. We cannot understand any aspect of the history of the past century without an accurate account of Soviet history of the Stalin period. This book aims to contribute, however modestly, to the aim of uncovering the truth about this era. Appendix: Nikita Petrov's Amalgam: The Prison Murders of Radek and Sokolnikov. Grover Furr. Introduction. Nikita Vasilievich Petrov is a Russian historian, the author of several influential books in the history of the USSR during the Stalin period. His articles appear frequently in the Russian mass media and he has been featured in television interviews. Petrov is a prominent figure in public discourse about the Stalin years and about the USSR generally. The organization that employs him, the Memorial Society, has published or aided in the publication of a number of volumes of documents from former Soviet archives. Petrov's work, with German historian Mark Jansen, on the career of Nikolai Ezhov, People's Commissar of the NKVD during the Bloody Great Terror, or Ezovshchina, of massive extra-legal executions in the USSR in 1937 to 1938, is a valuable source of quotations from primary documents and, to some extent, as a chronology. The same should be said for Petrov's works on the Gulag and his two biographical dictionaries on NKVD employees. In sum, Petrov's works are useful as sources of documents and dates. But Petrov's own interpretations of these documents, and his assertions generally, show such a profound and uninterrogated anti-communist bias as to be not merely useless but harmful. The same thing is true of the article under discussion here. In early 2012 Petrov published a book titled Cyrillic Executioners. They Carried Out Stalin's Orders. It was published by Novaya Gazeta, the thrice weekly newspaper which has frequently featured Petrov's articles. The subject of the present study is one of the chapters of this book titled Cyrillic Stalinist Order, How Sokolnikov and Radek Were Murdered. This chapter is the same as the text of an article in Novaya Gazeta on May 6, 2008 with two additional paragraphs and very brief biographical sketches of some of the NKVD men. I have chosen to examine the specific article in question because it is one whose sources can be checked. In this case we are not left to either believe or disbelieve Petrov. Thanks to published documents from former Soviet archives, it is possible for any careful reader to see that Petrov's article is grossly falsified. Early in his article Petrov makes the following statement. Cyrillic. It has been irrefutably proven that Stalin was personally behind the murder. Irrefutably proven is a bold claim. It virtually challenges the reader to try to disprove Petrov's thesis that Stalin was personally responsible for Radek's and Sokolnikov's murders. The present article does precisely that. It refutes Petrov's claim by checking the assertions Petrov makes in this article against primary sources that are now available. Doing so enables us to affirm that Petrov has deliberately lied to his readers. The claim irrefutably proven, as Queen Gertrude remarks in Shakespeare's Hamlet, doth protest too much, it exaggerates in order to cover up the truth and is itself a lie. Petrov's article ends by reprinting a report of June 29, 1956 by General Ivan Sarav, at the time the chief of the KGB. We begin our study by examining Sarav's statements in the light of evidence now available. This section is followed by a close examination of Petrov's own claims. At the end we draw some basic conclusions about Petrov, his employer the Memorial Society, the politicized nature of the study of Soviet history, and historical objectivity. Sarav's lies. Sarav's report dated June 29, 1956 is comprised of 12 paragraphs. We begin by discussing the assertions in each paragraph. Next we examine in depth those claims of Sarav's concerning which we now have independent evidence. We conclude with the evidence that Sarav himself, and one of those he names, Lobov, have previously been shown to have lied. In the text of this article we have reproduced quotations from Sarav's report only when absolutely necessary. In other cases the reader should refer as needed to the attached translation of Sarav's report. Paragraph by paragraph. The assertions in Sarav's first paragraph are all a bluff. He cites no evidence to support them. Sarav claims that documents in the KGB archive suggest. But Petrov had access to this archive. If Petrov he found any such documents he would have cited them. Something may well exist, for Sarav doesn't claim that the documents prove anything, but merely suggest. This constitutes an admission that he cannot prove Beria and Kobylov planned to murder Radek and Sokolnikov. Second paragraph, no evidence is given to support what Sarav claims about Kropotkin and Charuk. Petrov gives none either. Third paragraph, no evidence whatsoever is cited to support Sarav's claims about Sokolnikov's murder. Fourth paragraph, according to this and the following paragraph, Sokolnikov was murdered by a fellow prisoner named P.M. Kotov. No evidence is given to support Sarav's statement that Kotov was really Lobov. The fifth paragraph is evidently a quotation from a real document, a transcript of an interrogation of Kotov, relating how he argued with and then killed Sokolnikov. Sixth paragraph, no evidence is cited of the involvement of Kropotkin, as Sarav alleged. Seventh paragraph, once again we evidently have a quotation from a real document, the report of Radek's death at the hands of a Trotskyite named Verezhnikov. It says nothing about any plan. It is of interest that Sarav did not claim Verezhnikov was really Stpanov. This elaboration was added some years later. This is logical since, as time progressed, former NKVD men spun more and more elaborate falsehoods at the request of Khrushchev-era investigators, as we shall see. The eighth paragraph is comprised of falsehoods concerning the careers of Kropotkin and Charuk. We will examine it in detail below. Paragraph 9 contains no evidence that Arnold or Stroilov ever renounced their confessions. Had they done so, why would Beria and Kobylov have waited until September 1941, when the Nazis were closing in rather than employing a specially designed plan to have them killed, as they allegedly had done to Radek and Sokolnikov 28 months earlier? Conversely, if Arnold and Stroilov had renounced their confessions and could be safely left to live, why not act the same way with Radek and Sokolnikov? In this same paragraph Sarav lies about the shootings at the Orlov prison in September, 1941. Evidence about this incident was published in 1990. We will examine it below. Ovchinnikov. The concluding paragraphs, 10 through 12, concern former NKVD man Ovchinnikov. We examine them in detail below in the light of primary sources now available. Sarav wrote. Cyrillic. 1941. 24-1941. The fate of the former head of the Prokopevsky City Department of the NKVD Ovchinnikov is of particular interest in this same plan, with whom Arnold was in contact. In December 1940, Ovchinnikov was convicted by the military tribunal of the West Siberian district to 10 years imprisonment. While in custody, he told his cellmates about the falsification of the case against Arnold and announced his intention to write a statement about it. On March 24, 1941, without the presence of any additional materials, the case of Ovchinnikov was reviewed and by verdict of the military tribunal, he was sentenced to death. We now have a number of primary source documents concerning Ovchinnikov. They permit us to determine that Sarav is lying here. A. The report of trial and death sentence of Ovchinnikov, dated March 24, 1941. B. A brief review of his case dated December 19, 1955. C. A review of Ovchinnikov's case dated January 6, 1956. This appears to be the review available to Sarav himself. In addition, we have D. A memoir about Ovchinnikov's crimes from one of his victims, L.I. Medvedeva, written down in May 1989 in Tomsk. Finally, we have a statement about Ovchinnikov in the work of two highly anti-communist and anti-Stalin researchers, Jung and Binner, in their work Kak Terror Stal Bolshim, How the Terror Became Great. Jung and Binner cite repression statistics from Tomsk, where Ovchinnikov was chief of the NKVD in 1937 to 1938, to demonstrate the massive illegal repression and murders of which Ovchinnikov was guilty and for which he was tried and executed after Beria took over as People's Commissar of the NKVD. As Sarav reported, Ovchinnikov was tried and convicted on December 2, 1940 and sentenced to 10 years, Document B. Sarav may have taken them from this very document, as the date and sentence are not given in Document A. Document A gives the fullest details about Ovchinnikov. As chief of the Tomsk City NKVD, he had been convicted of many instances of torture, forcing false confessions, false arrests, false imprisonment, and falsifying evidence leading to death sentences against innocent people. Document D recounts one survivor's memories of Ovchinnikov's depredations more than 50 years after they took place. Document A relates the fact that Ovchinnikov was sentenced under Article 193 to 17b of the Criminal Code of the RSFSR, abuse of his official position under exceptionally aggravating circumstances 1, which permitted imposition of the death sentence. Ovchinnikov was sentenced to death on March 24, 1941 and shot on May 19, 1941. 1 Cyrillic M. The review of Ovchinnikov's case dated January 6, 1956 details his connection with Arnold and Shestov, and repeats the summary of his crimes. It adds that he engaged in anti-Soviet agitation among the other prisoners while awaiting trial. The review document states that Ovchinnikov had confessed his guilt in part, but that the court also possessed witness and documentary evidence against him. According to Document B, dated 3 weeks before Document C, Ovchinnikov was sentenced on December 2, 1940 to 10 years in a correctional camp and again on March 19 to 24, 1941, to death. This review makes it clear why there were two trials. In the first, Ovchinnikov was convicted under Article 58 to 10 of the Criminal Code of the RSFSR, while on March 19 to 24, 1941 he was convicted under Article 193 to 17b. Article 58 to 10 dealt with espionage, including giving or gathering state secrets to other governments, counter-revolutionary organizations, or private persons. Unless it entailed exceptionally serious consequences for the state, it required a sentence not less than 3 years too. Cyrillic 2 Article 58 of the Criminal Code of the RSFSR 1926 version, at http://ru.wiki/k_58_/wiki/1926_. So Ovchinnikov was tried twice for different offenses and was executed after his second conviction. Documents A and C mention only the latter, death sentence. This disproves Sarav's statement that Cyrillic 24 1941 JDJM. On March 24, 1941, without the presence of any additional materials, the case of Ovchinnikov was reviewed and by verdict of the military tribunal, he was sentenced to death. Emphasis added, Gf. Sarav claims that the second trial was not in fact a trial at all but simply a review to punish Ovchinnikov for threatening to write a statement about the fact that the case against Arnold was supposedly a falsification. We've already seen that this is false. Documents B and C make it clear that the March 1941 court action was not a review but a new trial, and that additional evidence was indeed brought forward for the new charge. The NKVD-KGB information about Ovchinnikov's atrocities is independently corroborated by Document D, Medvedeva's account of 1989 written during the Gorbachev years when the search was on for horrors carried out during Stalin's time, and published in Tomsk itself in 2004. No one at either time had any motive to disprove any Khrushchev-era attack on Stalin, quite the contrary. We include Medvedeva's account here for the sake of completeness. By itself, without any corroboration, it might be considered unreliable given the passage of more than 50 years between the events described and the writing of the memoir account. But it is completely consistent with the information from the official documents we have about Ovchinnikov. Jung and Binner have this to say about Ovchinnikov. Cyrillic No 00447 1937, to IV1 CE, 97.3. The high degree to which the Operation Accord to Order No. 00447 marks the boundary in the history of the disastrous year 1937 is shown by the following statistics of arrests and sentences in Tomsk and its environs: 97, where the head of the NKVD, IV. Ovchinnikov, was one of the most brutal security officers during the Great Terror. 3 Mark I Unga, Rol F. Binner. Kak Terror Stil Balshim. Secretny Prikaz No 00447 I Technologia Ego Ispalnini. Moscow, Air 0-20, 2003, p. 36. We have information about Ovchinnikov from several mutually independent sources. Is it credible that a person such as Ovchinnikov would have threatened to write a report about a falsified case? And to whom would Ovchinnikov have written such a report? He himself had falsified many cases, causing the imprisonment and deaths of many innocent persons. This was the conclusion not only of the NKVD tribunal in 1941, but of the KGB review of January 1956. The conclusion is inescapable: Sarav was lying. Ovchinnikov was executed after a second trial on additional charges. It is simply not credible that he would have complained about false charges against Arnold. Sarav unquestionably had access to the 1941, 1955, and 1956 documents and more. Therefore, Sarav deliberately lied about the Ovchinnikov-Arnold situation. There is also no reason to believe Sarav's claim that Arnold had retracted his confession. We will see this confirmed again when we discuss the Erlo prison execution of September 1941, below. Kutbotkin's and Sharik's careers. Neither Kutbotkin nor Sharik had worked up to this time as ordinary employees of the NKVD apparatus, as Sarav claimed. We have our evidence for this from Nikita Petrov's own 2 books on the NKVD, who led the NKVD 1934 to 1941. A handbook. Moscow, Memorial, 1999, and who led the organs of state security 1941 to 1954. A handbook. Moscow, Memorial, 2010, point 4. For Cyrillic I 1934 to 1941. 1999, and I 1941 to 1954. 2010. Kutbotkin is listed in the earlier volume. According to the account in Petrov's own book, by 1939 Kutbotkin was a rising star in the NKVD. He had not been a ryadovoy, or rank-and-file officer of the NKVD, since 1930. In May 1939 he had already been assistant to the chief of the Special Division of the Odessa Oblast Division of the GPU, 1934-5, chief of the Frunz-Rayon Division of the NKVD, Odessa Oblast, chief of the UGB of the UNKVD of Odessa Oblast, 1936 March 1937, student at the Central School of the NKVD of the USSR from March to August 15, 1937, Chief of the 1st Section of the 4th Division of the GUGB NKVD USSR after August 15, 1937, Chief of the Section of the 4th Division of the GUGP of the 1st Directorate of the NKVD of the USSR 1938 to 1939, and Secretary of the Party Committee of the GUGB of the NKVD of the USSR from 1939 until June 1939.5. 5 Kutbotkin, Pyotr Nikolaevich. In Petrov 1999, 255. At http://www.memo.ru/history/nkvd/kto/biogr/gb261.htm. A short career biography of Sharik is given in the second of Petrov's volumes on NKVD personnel. Sharik was not an ordinary employee of the NKVD apparatus either. At the time of Sokolnikov's and Radek's murders, Sharik was assistant chief of the 1st Division of the 2nd Section of the GUGB of the NKVD of the USSR, November 1938 to October 5, 1939.6. 6 Sharik, Grigory Fyodorovich. In Petrov 2010, 919 to 920. Both Kropotkin and Sharuk did receive promotions during 1939, Kropotkin to Chief of the Directorate of the NKVD of Moscow Oblast in June 1939, Sharuk to Assistant Commissar of the NKVD of the Kazakh SSR, Republic, on October 5, 1939. There is no indication that these promotions had anything to do with the murders of Sokolnikov and Radek. Moreover, strictly speaking, Sarav did not in fact claim that they had. Sarav wrote only that shortly after the murders Cyrillic, they were given new appointments. This is not true either. Sharuk's promotion in October 1939 cannot be described as shortly after the murders. And if these promotions were related, why did Sharuk's come 4 months after Kropotkin's? We know Sarav was lying when he described Kropotkin and Sharuk as ordinary employees of the NKVD. Sarav's report presents no evidence for any of his other assertions about this supposed plan. The Orlov prison executions of 1941. In his report Sarav wrote, Cyrillic, 1941, 11-1941. Other convicted in this case, Stroilov and Arnold, who also refused to testify, were kept in the Orel prison of the NKVD until the autumn of 1941, and on September 11, 1941, in absentia, by the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR, issued without any justification, were shot along with other prisoners. Arnold and Stroilov were not singled out at all, much less for supposedly renouncing their confessions. They were among 170 prisoners previously convicted of serious crimes who were shot at the Orlov prison as the German armies advanced on September 11, 1941, evidently for continuing anti-Soviet activity. We know this was the charge from the documents published in an official Gorbachev-era Communist Party journal in 1990.7. Beria, commissar of the NKVD, had been informed by the heads of the Directorate of Prisons, Bashtakov and Nikolsky, that at least 76 of the prisoners were carrying out anti-Soviet agitation and planning to escape. With the advance of German troops, Orlov was actually taken by the Germans on October 3, 1941. On September 8, 1941, the plenum of the Soviet Supreme Court met, reconsidered Arnold's case in which he was charged under Article 58-10 of the Criminal Code of the RSFSR. He had originally been convicted of violating Articles 58-8 and 58-11 and received a sentence often years, and sentenced him to be executed. 7. Tragedia v Medvedevskom Lisu. O Rastrel Politsakli Yukonik Orlovskoy Tiermy. The tragedy in the Medvedevsk woods. The shooting of political prisoners of the Orlov prison. Izvestia Tisk KPSS number 11, 1990, pages 124 to 131. We can be reasonably certain that subversive activities were in fact going on because Dr. D.D. Pletnev, sentenced to 25 years imprisonment at the Third Moscow trial of March 1938, wrote about those activities in a letter, one portion of which has been published. On January 15, 1941, in a letter to Voroshilov, Pletnev complained about his prison conditions and stated, Cyrillic, point 8. I am numb from the lies and cold that surround me among the pygmies and worms that are carrying on their subversive work. 8 Tisk KPSS number 1, 1989, p. 119, Colonel 2. That means that Pletnev's final sentence in this letter fragment in part confirms Beria's allegation of later that same year that some prisoners in the Orlov prison were in fact engaging in a repetition of the subversive activity for which they were imprisoned in the first place. The 1990 article confirms that Arnold was convicted in absentia on September 8, 1941 along with the others. It proves that there was a basis for their resentencing to death the alleged subversive activity and that Arnold and Stroilov were not executed for retracting their confessions or, indeed, for anything related to their trial at all. Other Moscow trial defendants were among those executed at the same time. No one has claimed that they retracted their confessions. Sarav cites no evidence that Arnold or Stroilov had renounced their trial confessions, and Petrov did not find any. Sarav's lies during Khrushchev's time. Matthew Lino 9 gained access to many documents related to the investigation of the Kirov assassination and the Khrushchev-era attempt to blame it all on Stalin. According to Lino, the Khrushchev supporters in charge of the investigation, including KGB chief Ivan Sarav, sought to collect as much material as possible incriminating Stalin. This is what Khrushchev wanted, so that he could discredit his political rivals. The 1960–1961 investigation run by the Party Control Commission, KPK, was aimed explicitly at inculpating Stalin in the Kirov murder. 7–8. 9. Matthew Lino, The Kirov Murder and Soviet History, New Haven, Yale UP 2010. Page references to Lino are to this text. Lino reveals that Sarav destroyed some evidence and withheld other evidence in order to construct a false scenario of Kirov's murder, 591–2. If the official charges in the first two trials that former Zinoviev supporters /592/ had conspired to murder Kirov were entirely bogus, then the indictments in all of the succeeding show trials collapsed. But if there was some truth to the charge that Zinovievites conspired to kill Kirov, then that preserved the possibility of arguing that the latter charges were also valid, at least in part. Therefore Sarav and Rudenko chose to make a clear-cut argument that Nikolov had had no relationship at all with the ex-Zinoviev supporters convicted in the trial of the Leningrad Center. It appears that Sarav or his boss had thought through this strategy, to deny any connection at all between Nikolov and the Zinovievites, even before the secret speech. On January 27, 1956, the KGB destroyed central records on the case file Svoyuk, the all-Union surveillance operation against the Zinovievites. It seems likely that Svoyuk contained more evidence than Sarav wanted Molotov to see, either of counter-revolutionary talk among former Zinovievites and/or of Nikolov's connections with the accused in the Leningrad Center. Sarav concealed other evidence of connections between Nikolov and the ex-Zinovievites Kotalinov, Antonov, and Shatsky. The excerpts from Nikolov's diaries that he released to the Molotov Commission in April 1956 contained no references to these men. But we know from later releases of data that Nikolov did mention all three in his diaries. Sarav presumably feared that Molotov would construe such connections as evidence of criminal conspiracy. At the same time the Molotov Commission was debating these issues, Rudenko, Sarav, and KPK officials were already taking actions based on the assumption that the charges in the show trials were false. Sarav's report 10, 595–599, is full of outright lies. We will cite only a few of them here. Sarav. On March 13, 1938, the military collegium found Bukharin, Rykov, Yagoda, and other accused, guilty in carrying out the villainous murder of S.M. Kirov. 10. This report is in English translation in Lino 595–599. The original Russian text has not been released by Lino or by his publisher, Yale University Press. This statement of Sarav's is a lie. The court's verdict says nothing of the kind. Bukharin and Rykov were convicted of entirely different crimes. Yagoda was convicted only of giving special instructions to his accomplices working in the Leningrad administration of the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs not to hinder the perpetration of the crime. 796–7. Sarav claimed. Yagoda in essence recanted his earlier testimony with regard to the participation of the rightists in the murder of Kirov. Rykov and Bukharin, who supposedly made the decision to carry out this terrorist act, categorically denied. 598. This is false, as Sarav had to know. Yagoda did not deny but rather confirmed the role of the rights in Kirov's murder. Anyone who reads the trial transcript can see that Yagoda only denied that he himself had played any active role in, or had specific prior knowledge of, the plot to kill Kirov. Yagoda did insist, however, that he had given instructions to his subordinates not to hinder any such attempt as might be made. That is, Yagoda denied he was an accomplice to the murder, but agreed that he was an accessory. During the trial, prosecutor Vyshinsky and Iagodot argued at some length over precisely this issue. As for Rykov and Bukharin, neither of them was charged with making the decision to kill Kirov. Lobov lied. Serav's report on the Radek-Sokolnikov murders states that P.M. Lobov was one of the participants. However, neither Serav nor Petrov offer any direct testimony by Lobov to this effect. Even if they had done so, however, that testimony could not be accepted, for Lino establishes that Lobov lied during the 1950s and 1960s, no doubt because Serav insisted he do so. According to Lino, in 1956 Lobov's testimony was in accord with the conclusions of the March 1938 Moscow trial. But by 1960 Lobov was giving false testimony that supported Party Control Commission member Olgia Shatunovskaya's preconceived idea that Stalin had been behind Kirov's murder. Another witness deployed by Klimov was P.M. Lobov, who had murdered Grigory Sokolnikov in 1939 for Beria. 11 Lobov's post-Stalin testimony showed extensive embellishment and grew more florid over time. Thus, in 1956 he testified that at the Kolyma labor camp Zaporozhets had told him that Nikolov had been taken into custody once and that Yagoda had ordered him freed. In 1960 Lobov went much farther, stating that he had personally interrogated Nikolov, who intimated that he had high-level connections. He also claimed that at Kolyma Zaporozhets had told him that Stalin himself had ordered Nikolov's release. This was precisely the smoking gun that Shatunovskaya and the other investigators needed to accuse Stalin of Kirov's murder. Lobov delivered this evidence, which he had not mentioned in 1956, very conveniently for the KPK Party Control Commission in October 1960. 622-3, evidence added, gf. 11 Lino's evidence for Lobov's murder of Sokolnikov is the same report by Serav that we are examining here. Lino concludes that Lobov's testimony is unreliable. Against this is the unanimous testimony of credible Leningrad NKVD officers who survived the terror, credible meaning -PM Lobov and PP Petrovsky. Serav's report, conclusion. Serav's report is a falsification. We can confidently assert that because every statement in it that can be verified cross-checked against other evidence we now have is false. The only primary source evidence quoted in Serav's report are statements from NKVD reports that Sokolnikov was murdered by Kotov and Radek by the Trotskyist Varazhnikov. Neither Serav nor Petrov cites any evidence that Kotov was really Lobov. Evidently even Serav did not claim that Varazhnikov was really an NKVD man named II. Stepanov, as Petrov does. With the collapse of Serav's report as evidence that Stalin had Radek and Sokolnikov murdered, the main prop supporting Petrov's article has been destroyed as well. However, Petrov adds yet more details to the story, so we will proceed to study what Petrov wrote. Most of the assertions Petrov has added himself are falsehoods as well. We will examine them next. Petrov's lies. Besides appending Serav's article to his chapter in his book, Petrov also reprinted it in his own book on Serav in 2008. But Petrov makes additions of his own to the story. Most of them are also falsehoods, like Serav's. The rest of this article examines them. Stalin's vengefulness. Petrov states. Cyrillic. But could Stalin have left his perennial critics and opponents alive? His vengefulness has become legendary. Petrov provides no evidence that Stalin was vengeful, nor does he refer to anybody else's evidence. This appears to be an example of weasel words, of implying something that is not actually stated, since the sentence "his vengefulness has become legendary" is not quite an assertion that Stalin was, in fact, vengeful, only that he is assumed to have been such. A commission formed immediately after the 20th Party Congress. Petrov states. Cyrillic, 1936-1938. 1936-1938. The investigation into the circumstances of the murder of Radek and Sokolnikov began immediately after the XX Party Congress, when a commission was set up to study the materials of the Moscow trials of 1936-1938, All materials in the KGB archives related to the trials were taken up and studied. The conclusion of the commission was unambiguous: all the show trials of 1936 to 1938 were falsified. This is completely false. The first such commission was the so-called Molotov Commission. As we have seen, Lino discusses in some detail how Sarav, Khrushchev's man, withheld evidence from and lied to Molotov. Despite Sarav's withholding of evidence, the Molotov Commission did not conclude that all the show trials of 1936 to 1938 were falsified as Petrov claims. On the contrary, its report of December 10, 1956 did not reject the verdicts of any of the Moscow trials. The report refused to review the cases of the major defendants in the Moscow trials. Though the report accepted some of the criticisms that Khrushchev's men, aided by Sarav, vigorously promoted, it explicitly refused to reconsider the three Moscow trials of 1936, 1937, and 1938. The Commission's report concluded as follows. Cyrillic, 1938, 1936, 1937, 1938, 1937, 1935. 1936. Point 12. The Commission concludes that there are no grounds for reviewing cases against Bukharin, Rykov, the trial of 1938, Zinoviev, Kamina, Evdokimov, the trial of 1936, Pyatakov, Radek, the trial of 1937, Rakovsky, Yagoda, Krestinsky, trial of 1938, Sokolnikov, Serebryakov, trial of 1937, Zalutsky, Safarov, convicted in 1935 in connection with the murder of Kirov, Bakayev, and Smimov in. Trial 1936, because for many years they headed the anti-Soviet struggle directed against the construction of socialism in the USSR. In relation to others convicted in these trials, the Commission considers it possible to review cases individually for each. It is not clear how Petrov thought he could get away with such an obvious falsehood. The Molotov Commission is well known, at least to historians of the period. Its final report is even available online. Point 13. 12. Rehabilitatsiya. Kak Ito Bilo. February 1956. Nakolo Adkh Godov. T2. Moskva, Matarik, 2003. RKEB 2, 207. Identifying information in square brackets is mine. 13. At http://www.perpetrator2004.narod.ru/documents/kirov/molotov_commission_memo.doc. The testimony of Fedotov and Mitasov. Petrov writes. Cyrillic 1961. R. As the former leading officials of the secret political department of the GUGB NKVD 14, PV. Fedotov and Ya.N. Mitasov, summoned to the CPSU Central Committee in 1961, explained. The operational NKVD branches at political isolators 15 sent their reports on the behavior of Radek and Sokolnikov and similar persons directly to Beria personally, who sent or reported to Stalin what the department employees knew both from the words of Kobylov and from the sense, as far as I can remember, of his written instructions on the reports of the political isolators. Moreover, both Fedotov and Mitasov claimed that the murder of Radek and Sokolnikov was committed under the orders of Stalin. 14. Main Directorate of State Security of the NKVD, NKVD equals People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs. 15. Prisons for prisoners convicted of crimes against the state. Perhaps Fedotov and Mitasov did say something like this. But we know that Sarav and the Shvernik Commission were not looking for the truth, but to support Khrushchev's preconceived position that everybody was innocent. We discuss the Shvernik Commission briefly below. Even if genuine, this is hearsay at best. In any case, no testimony should simply be believed even if it is not hearsay, as this is. Would Petrov advocate believing the testimony of the defendants at the Moscow trials? Furthermore, neither Fedotov nor Mitasov was in a position to know what Beria did with any reports sent to him or what Stalin did or did not order. Fedotov, Mitasov, and other former NKVD KGB employees had plenty of motive to say whatever Sarav wanted them to. Khrushchev had overseen the trial and execution of a number of KGB men who had worked under Beria and had refused to tell Khrushchev's investigators what they wanted to hear. Stalin's inscription on a drawing. Petrov writes. Cyrillic, 1940. Later, in the 1940s, Stalin indirectly confessed to and even indicated the motive for Radek's murder. The inscription, apparently in Stalin's hand, says. Cyrillic. Radek, the lousy redhead. If he had not pissed against the wind, if he had not been unkind, he would be alive. J. Stalin. Objectively speaking, Stalin's words here could never be interpreted as an admission of anything except, perhaps, some lingering affection for Radek. They could just as easily be evidence that Stalin regretted Radek's death. This inscription only demonstrates that Stalin knew Radek was dead and blamed it at least partly on Radek himself. Radek's alleged denunciation of the Moscow trials. According to Petrov. Cyrillic. Of course, Radek talked with his cellmates about how all the Moscow trials were fabrications. Petrov cites no evidence, even of a hearsay nature, to support this statement. Even if he did, that would not mean that Radek really did so, much less that the trials were actually a fiction. Evidence from the Trotsky archive and other sources make it clear that the trials were not a fabrication by the Stalin leadership at all. A few examples. Asterisk, we know that the block of Rights and Trotskyists really did exist, because Trotsky and Sedov wrote to each other about it, Harvard Trotsky Archive. Not incidentally, this also proves that the Gorbachev-era rehabilitation reports and related documents are false, since they deny the existence of the block of Rights and Trotskyists which we know did exist. Moreover, the Gorbachev-era's Soviet Party leadership knew this too. We know this for certain because Archgetty's article noting the proof of the block's existence /yen as actually translated into Russian and published in the Communist Party journal Voprozy Istory IKPSS in 1991. Asterisk, at the 1937 Moscow trial, Radek told the precise truth about the letter he claimed he had received from Trotsky in the early months of 1932. We know this because the return receipt of this letter to Radek noting the date of delivery is preserved in the Harvard Trotsky archive. Getty's article notes this fact too. It would be a great coincidence if the only true statements made by trial defendants were precisely those we can now verify independently. This suggests that other statements made during that trial by Radek, at least, may also be true as well. Asterisk, thanks to the work of the late American researcher Alvin Cooks, we have other non-Soviet evidence of the right Trotskyite and the military conspiracies. Cooks interviewed former officers of the Japanese army who had been assigned to work with NKVD defector General Genrikh S. Lyashkov, who deserted to the Japanese army across the Manchurian border on June 13, 1938. In his published articles, written while he was working for the propaganda section of the Japanese army, Lyashkov denied the existence of the conspiracies. But he confirmed the existence of these same conspiracies privately to his Japanese handlers. They in turn reported this to Cooks, who was baffled by it. It is possible that former NKVD men may have told Sarav's men that Radek denounced the trials as fabrications. But that would only mean that they were telling Sarav what he wanted to hear. A document from the archive of the Shvernik Commission. This document basically only adds to Sarav's report the detail that, supposedly, the Trotskyist Varaznikov was really Cyrillic. 1939. II. Stepanov, former commandant of the NKVD of the Chechen-Ingush Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic, arrested in February 1939 for serious misconduct in office. In November of the same year, at the direction of Beria, Stepanov was released from custody. The order to dismiss the case stated that he had fulfilled special assignment of great importance to the state. There is no evidence, not even hearsay evidence, to support any of the statements here. The Shvernik report itself contained false information designed to help Khrushchev blame Stalin for various crimes. For example, it states, Cyrillic. In reality, no anti-Soviet right Trotskyite bloc existed. But thanks to the Trotsky-Sedov correspondence in the Harvard Trotsky Archive, we know that such a bloc did indeed exist. 16 The Shvernik Commission does not mention Varesnikov-Stepanov in its brief discussion of the Radek-Sokolnikov murders, but only refers to unnamed Cyrillic. 17. Persons former NKVD officials specially sent, who had served sentences for political and official crimes. Petrov states, Cyrillic. The rank-and-file perpetrators, Stepanov and Lobov, were granted their freedom as a reward. Once again, Petrov gives no evidence to support this statement. According to a report by employees of the Soviet Procuracy dated June 14, 1990, Lobov was sentenced in 1939 to 3 years exile in Kazakhstan. This is a penal sentence, not freedom. 18. There is no entry for either Lobov or Stepanov in either of Petrov's lengthy books on the personnel of the NKVD. According to Petrov, Stepanov had been commandant of the NKVD of the Checheno-Ingush ASSR. This position was prominent enough to qualify him for an entry in these large volumes. Lobov's role in the Kirov case should have qualified him for an entry too. Petrov also omitted Ovchinnikov from these works. Yet Ovchinnikov had been head of the Tomsk NKVD. The very brief biographical note on Stepanov that Petrov gives on page 53 simply states that Cyrillic 1939. He was in custody from February to November 1939. Petrov gives no source for this information. Nor does he give any reason for excluding Stepanov's biographical sketch from his 2 volumes. As for Lobov, Petrov's short biography of him on the same page stops at his 2-year sentence in 1935 and then skips to 1961. Cyrillic 1961. In 1961, Lobov was still alive and was summoned to the Central Committee of the CPSU in order to give his explanation. A 2-year sentence in January 1935 would mean that Lobov was free by 1937 and so could not have been rewarded by his freedom in 1939. In any case, we already know that Lobov was not rewarded but exiled in 1939. Petrov's story falls apart at every turn. Petrov obviously had some source for this biographical information on Stepanov and Lobov. So why did he not include them in one of his 2 books? We have already determined that the available information about Ovchinnikov disproves Serav's report. Therefore it cannot be an accident that Petrov omits Ovchinnikov, a significant figure in the NKVD, from his 2 bulky volumes, while Petrov's short biographic note on Ovchinnikov, also on page 53, stops with 1938, the year before the murders of Radek and Sokolnikov. Might it also be the case that the full details of Stepanov's and Lobov's biographies contradict Petrov's story, as in the case of Ovchinnikov? Petrov's false conclusion. As we have seen, in both his Novaya Gazeta article and his more recent book, Petrov makes the bold claim. Cyrillic. It has been irrefutably proven that Stalin was personally behind the murder. The present article has established that Petrov's statement is false. In reality, the opposite is true. There is no evidence whatever to support Petrov's claim. A statement that is unsupported by any evidence must be considered unproven. A statement that is based on falsified evidence must itself be considered false. Our conclusion is therefore inevitable: Stalin was not guilty of the murders of Sokolnikov and Radek. This tale is a fabrication by Khrushchev-era investigators, led by Serav, who were constructing this and many other false accusations against Stalin. This falsehood has been perpetuated by Petrov for the same purpose, to slander Stalin. In this article we have exposed the falsehoods in Serav's report. Petrov could have done the same thing. Indeed, had he so chosen, Petrov could have done it quicker and better, since he has much better access to archives and primary sources. but rather than perform the historian's function of verification, Petrov chose to compound Serav's lies with yet more falsehoods of his own invention. Conclusions. Nikita Petrov. Petrov has knowingly falsified evidence to blame a person, in this case, Joseph Stalin, for 2 murders of which he was not guilty. It is ironic that Petrov, a leading representative and researcher for a self-styled human rights organization, is guilty of what he and other anti-communists accuse Stalin of doing. The goal of historiography and historians is to discover the truth about the past, as established by the best evidence and reasoning. But some historians do not try to discover the truth. These dishonest historians begin with a preconceived conclusion and then search for anything that might pass as evidence in support of that preconceived conclusion. People who do this are not really historians at all. They are propagandists attempting to disguise themselves as historians so their readers will wrongly believe that what they are reading is an attempt to discover the truth. Those who call themselves historians but do not strive to be objective, to question their own preconceived ideas, to remain devoted to discovering and reporting the truth even when that truth contradicts their own cherished ideas, they are not really historians at all. They are publicists for some cause who have adopted the disguise of a historian, the better to deceive their readers. What they write is not history but propaganda with footnotes. Petrov is one of these. This has important consequences for all of us who read what he writes. Nothing Petrov writes can be accepted, even provisionally, as true. On the contrary, we must see his work for what it really is, a strained attempt to shore up his own preconceived ideas while disguising this attempt as historiography, that is, as an attempt to discover the truth which it most definitely is not. We should never assume that Petrov is using his evidence honestly. His work is useless as a source of reliable historical information. Everything Petrov writes, every statement and footnote, must be checked and verified, because he cannot be trusted to use them honestly. Since this is impossible for all but specialists, it means that there is no reason for most people to read Petrov's work at all. The Memorial Society. There are many so-called historians who falsely claim to be discovering the truth while in fact writing anti-communist propaganda. Often these fraudulent historians are based at prestigious institutions such as Oxford University, Yale University, the Humboldt University, Berlin, the Hoover Institution, Stanford CA, and many others. Petrov is a top official in the Russian Memorial Society and has been its vice-chair since 1990. It is his prominence as a leader of the Memorial Society that accounts for his frequent appearance in the news media and his columns in Novaya Gazeta, a newspaper jointly owned by Mikhail Gorbachev and billionaire entrepreneur Alexander Lebedev. Memorial presents itself as an international historical, educational, human rights, and charitable organization. This self-description is false. In reality, Memorial is an organization devoted to the spread of anti-communist falsehoods. It is funded by organizations such as the Soros, Ford, Jackson, and Guggenheim Foundations. Explicitly ideological anti-communist organizations funding Memorial include the National Endowment for Democracy, USA, and the Lindy and Harry Bradley Foundation. It also receives funds from the Russian government through the Social Chamber of the Russian Federation, Общественная Palata RF. An example of Memorial's dishonesty is its long list victims of political terror in the USSR 19. Here is one entry, found after only a minute or two of searching. Cyrillic. 1886. 3 1919. 31 1919. Vaganov Alexander Mikhailovich. Born in 1886, Perm Province, Russian, resided in Perm. Arrested on October 3, 1919. Sentenced, October 31, 1919. Verdict, case dismissed for lack of evidence. Source, Perm Region Memory Book. 19 Cyrillic, at http://lists.memo.ru. Mr. A.V. Vaganov was arrested during the bloody Civil War, held in jail for 4 weeks, and then acquitted. What makes him a victim of political terror? By this standard, a huge number of people are victims of American government political terror. Where is that list of victims? What's more, the list of victims does not bother to ascertain whether or not the individual arrested was guilty of the charges against him, or her. Persons found guilty of a crime are not normally called victims. Memorial's list is useless as a source of information. It seems clear that it is intended to be as large a list as possible, enabling anti-communists to impress others by telling them of this huge list of victims of communist terror. Memorial proposes an anti-communist purge. In early 2011, Memorial posted a proposal on its website for a program to de-Stalinize Russia. In true Orwellian language, the proposal is titled "A Proposal for the Establishment of a Society-Wide State Society Program Concerning the Commemoration of Victims of the Totalitarian Regime and National Reconciliation 20." This proposal is an attempt to take a far right-wing, anti-communist position on Soviet history, in some respects more extreme than that of the Cold War years in the United States, and make it into official state policy. It is an attempt to politicize history in an extreme right-wing direction, to impose a far right-wing, anti-communist orthodoxy on the whole country of Russia. 20 Cyrillic IR:" at http://www.memo.ru/2011/03/29/perpetuity-ion.htm. Here is one of the provisions in this proposal. Cyrillic 8. 8.2. Appendix 8. 8.2. Adopt a formal decree that public statements by civil servants of any rank, denying or justifying the crimes of the totalitarian regime, are incompatible with being in public service. The Memorial Society lovers of freedom want all Russian civil servants to be free only to repeat Memorial's version of history. And they blame the USSR for totalitarianism while they demand that every public employee in Russia call the USSR totalitarian or lose their jobs. The Memorial version of history is a falsification. The truth doesn't need this kind of imposition. Only falsehood requires the indoctrination and policing of opinions. Memorial is very far from the ideals stated in its inflated self-description. It's a right-wing anti-communist pro-capitalist group masquerading as a human rights group. Their recent proposal to the Duma is useful insofar as it has exposed them for what they are. Few liberal capitalist organizations would propose the kind of restrictions on free speech that Memorial unblushingly proposes. During the height of the Red Scare in the USA in the late 40s and 50s, one had to take a loyalty oath. Memorial's proposed legislation goes far beyond loyalty oaths to police one's statements while off the job. What happened to human rights? If Memorial were an honest organization, it would not number persons arrested and then released for lack of evidence against them among the victims of political terror. Nor would it propose that all government employees who made any public statement that disagreed with its, Memorial's, view of the Soviet past, or anybody's view of history, be fired. If Memorial were an honest organization, it would not have a falsifier like Nikita Petrov as one of its officers and leading researchers. Memorial is similar to other ideological anti-communist, pro-capitalist organizations, in that none of them are interested in the least in the truth, but rather in producing propaganda to falsely smear the communist movement. Nothing published by or under the auspices of the Memorial Society should be believed in any way. Why do anti-communists lie? Why tell lies when the truth is on your side? If the Memorial Society were truly interested in human rights, they would also be concerned with the rights of those who do not agree with their, Memorial's, interpretation of the Soviet past, and would defend the rights of those persons rather than trying to silence them with the fear of losing their jobs. If anti-communists and, it must be said, some who consider themselves communists, like Trotskyists had honorable goals, they would not repeat Nazi lies like that of the Katyn massacre and the Holodomor. They would not claim that the Moscow trials and the Tykhaevsky affair were all frame ups against innocent men, when all the evidence we possess today points in precisely the opposite direction, that the defendants were guilty of at least those crimes to which they confessed. Petrov wants Stalin to look bad. But Petrov is unable to find evidence that Stalin was, in fact, bad. We can state this with confidence because he had such evidence. Petrov would not have to resort to the kind of lies and fabrications that we have exposed in the article under discussion here. This practice is the rule, not the exception, in the field of Soviet history.